Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
coming yet, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Ke Head and Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken down.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Okay, slowly but surely they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base and Aura Fire hands on it. Been taking game
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking things
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is Is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Here we are for the final day of week number 6 here at MPL ID Season 12 live in EXO Hall, Jakarta, Indonesia. And here we are on the caster desk with me, Eterna, alongside with Goni as well as Mirko, as we are going to accompany you through the next 2 matches, the final 2 matches of week number 6. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, because we do also want to thank our sponsors before we get into it. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We want to thank our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. You guys can also watch MPL ID Season 12 on our official broadcast in Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. We want to thank our suppliers as well, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, Samsung, and of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSI. I can already feel the enthusiasm here on the desk.
Let's go!
Let's go for our first match of the day. We have RRQ going once again against Bigatron Alpha. Now, the last time that both of these teams met, it was a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. But looking at the performance that we've seen from both of these teams, I honestly don't know which way it's going to sway.
It is going to be very, very heated going up against seeing Bigatron and RRQ. This week, though, America, it seems like their form is looking very, very shaky.
For both teams, right? Super shaky performance, but especially for Vin, chance to play off 71%. So they still have 5 more matches. They're going to have to win all their matches if they want to 100% secure the playoffs here. But the captain's revenge. Bigatron Alpha may miss the playoffs. In leg number 1, RRQ were able to beat their ex-captain in Vin pretty easily. 2-0, steamrolling through Bigatron Alpha. And today, this is the question that I want to ask all the Bigatron fans and all of you guys on desk as well. Who's gonna... Wait! No Vin?
No Vin?
Super Saken?
No Saken as well, but let's welcome on towards the stage the Red Robots of Season 12. It's Bigatron Alpha!
Programmed to win. Let's hope that they can actually prove their own slogan, prove to win. But it poses so many questions here, like you guys mentioned. Gold laner changed, and now with Key stepping in, no more Vin. What's going on here?
They're relying on Henki to go back to the roam position, something that is risky, but at this point, they need it.
See the opponents, the Kings of Kings, still with their main 5. Let's welcome, it's Rex, Regum, Kaon.
RRQ walk up on stage once again after yesterday's loss. I hope, we all hope, for their sake, for the kingdom's sake as well, that they should be able to recalibrate and go back to the drawing board to put out a really good performance. Something similar that we saw in leg number 1, looking for that 2-0 against Bigatron Alpha. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, if they do want to stay in that number 1 position on the standings, they need this win.
I have to say, though, for RRQ, even though they did lose yesterday, it didn't feel like an absolute stop. Game number 2, they still were able to pull off a pretty good fight. And even against Rebellion Zion, it was 2-1. Unfortunately, Rave will still be alone here. No Zaya to help him. And it's a 2v1. Aldo Raiseboy on the other side. With Aldo back, it does seem like they have found a bit more stability in the drafts. But maybe the players are already too... reliant on Raiseboy's draft. They are too comfortable with the draft that have been placed down from ISF in week number 5. We get to see here the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Priority pick a flashy initiator roamer as a denial to Naomi, and this is a bonus key to victory because sure, you want to deny pick Naomi. Usually with Vin, you can't just do that. You can't go for the Kufras, you can't go for the Francos even sometimes. Vin has been kind of out of form, and even on the Cho. But not for Key, yeah, this will work. The Kufras, the Atlases even, and the things like the Franco and Cho, the mechanical and flashy roamers could definitely be an option to go for if you have Key in your lineup. Winning the matchup, set up neutral objectives. This is, I think, the most crucial. In this meta, if you do not control the neutral objective department, then you will find it really hard to win the game. I think the only team who can actually ignore the neutral objectives and win it is Onyx.
Yeah, I agree. But in order to properly set up for a neutral objective, your gold laner has to be strong.
Yeah. I think
is he good enough?
Shive. I think it's the same thing. Shive, Saken, for now. We haven't seen too much of Shive. I've also not seen a lot of MPL performances from Shive, but he's the same kind of weak side gold laner, and it's already really tough when you're up against Skylar, a person who RQ loves to enable all the way from the get-go. They are a team that actually enjoys leaving out neutral objectives sometimes to get Skylar ahead. Needs to be aggressive, but over-aggression can be a problem. This is the main reason, though, as to why RQ has been losing. They have lost a lot of stability within their composition, within their lineup. What happened to the safe Skylar that is scared of dealing damage? Because it seems like now he's too confident when he wants to deal damage. He's too committed to dealing damage. Avoid a draft that is template, that opens up many possibilities for BTR. We mentioned this, it was a bit of a nitpick because they were executing their game plan super well. The only real problem for them was their template draft. Now, it's really biting them in the back.
I think it is very evident that in leg 1, RRQ with their draft, they have found more success, but you're right, that second point, perhaps teams picked up what is the template, what is RRQ likes to prioritize, and now it's going to be a very scary thing, but here, take a look at the poster here.
Yeah, let's take a look at this headline here by the media. Revival TV, still 11 years old, Beta Arif is sure to create amazement in the forthcoming MPL ID. I think this has been an amazing thing that Bigatron Alpha, and I think only Bigatron Alpha has done, where they look for investing into really young players and just growing them. Because, I mean, if he's 11 years old now, that means in 5 years he should be able to play competitively.
That's a very long-term investment. With Super Ken, they did a similar thing, but it was when he was 14, so only 2 years they had to wait. Now 5 years. It's definitely an interesting choice that they have gone for, but shows you that they believe in the Indonesian youth. Arif, I've seen his streams too, man. Yeah, he's really good in this jungle, especially for an 11-year-old. When I was 11, no.
I think I wasn't
a gamer, bro.
I'm not gonna say it on broadcast.
What?
I was gonna say. Anyway, this really shows that Bigatron Alpha has a lot of focus on the young youth, like you mentioned, and also he also prioritizes education, right? So even though BTR Arif here was already recruited by Bigatron Alpha, he still is, very supported in his education to stay in school, basically.
Yeah, I think that is still the #1 priority when you're an 11-year-old. But yeah, I mean, a good scout, I guess, from the side of Bigatron, right? They scout well. Yeah. And hopefully in 5 years or so, Bigatron will have that prodigy.
I mean, technically, we already see that in Super Ken. Right?
We saw that in Super Ken.
We see that?
Saw.
Oh, okay.
Coming from you, there you go.
Yeah, elaborate.
As a Bigatron fan, I can be even more harsh towards these players, right? Super Ken, amazing preseason. Last season, phenomenal performance, flashy, and the standout definitely in Bigatron Alpha. But he's lost that form. I don't know what it is. Maybe he got too comfortable. Maybe he's too happy with his performance, and he forgot to improve even more, to learn. It's stagnation that has hurt Bigatron Alpha, the whole roster.
I mean, on a flip side, you can also argue that both Bigatron Alpha and RRQ have a similar problem. I would say, even in the start of the season, I think Super Ken was still performing outstandingly, but a lot of teams have started to put focus on him because he was so standout. They start to see his farming patterns, started to become predictable, and I think that's the same kind of issue that RRQ are now facing here, coming into the 6th week of MPL ID Season 12. But here in the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into it, because RRQ have first pick, and they are going to start with a Bruno very early on here for Skylar.
I think it's also to deny Sive here with the Biggie ban, and it seems like with Bruno, it's somehow RRQ reads that, you know what, Bigatron, they centralized towards that Bruno pick, so let's force Sive a uncomfortable hero. Take a look at the response here. Bigatron, to respond with a very viable picks, right? Ferdrin and as well as Edith.
Oh, but we gotta take a look at this fun fact. I think this is really important because the last time Super Key played as a roamer, Bigatron Alpha triumphed over RRQ in Week 4, day number 3 of MPL ID Season 11, successfully ending an 11-match losing streak. So that might be a part of the reason why that maybe the coaches deemed that Key would be a better foe against RRQ this time around, having a little bit more input, experience, and information perhaps against the Kings of Kings.
That is definitely like an interesting stat, right? Last time he was playing the roamer, and since, what, Season 12? No, preseason, he's actually just been in the mid lane, which is, in my opinion, a bit of a concern, right? You've played in the mage role for, what, the last 3-4 months? How are you going to transition back into the roam position? Because I believe even in ranked games, he should be spamming the mage role. For RRQ, though, they go for the X-Borg and the Martis right at the start. Usually we expect the Baksha to come in for Firsik, especially in the matchup against Fredrin, but perhaps after yesterday's game, they did see a glimpse of brilliance in the Martis. Game 2 was much closer to Game 1. Game 2 was the game where Firsik picked up the Martis, was able to outfarm Kyrie on that Fredrin, and actually win out 2 levels on top of Kyrie.
Okay. But there you go, the response from inside of Bigatron, it seems like it's going to be the Gore. They're trying to replicate what Onyx did yesterday with Sans here in their composition. With Gord, what it does, it adds range and it will somehow negate the power. It will munch the Viraga armor of X-Borg quite easily.
And technically right now, with the composition that RQ has brought with the first 3 picks, there's not really much of dive into the backline other than that X-Borg. But even then, if you have a really strong backline, chunking out that Viraga armor is easy. So you don't even give the opportunity for him to utilize his ultimate. So second phase, I would expect that Bigatron would try to focus on protecting that backline, and they do with the Kadita being banned out, knowing that, of course, the Kadita can definitely take the Gord out of the backline, but RQ goes for a different focus. They go for the Irithel ban.
The Irithel choice is a good choice here. They want to just take away all the matchups that can do okay against Bruno, because that's the best you can get against Bruno, an okay matchup. The Irithel, the Brody, you don't bully the Bruno, but you can survive the laning phase. So that's what they should be going for. Meanwhile, for Bigatron Alpha, they're respecting the dive. We did mention earlier that, you know, with the Gord, you want to play front to back. You want to provide cover for the Gord. And yeah, the Cho, the Kadita, these are 2 ways that RQ could dive into that back line. Instantly taken away in the drafts here, but the Kufra is still up for grabs. Another dive hero that we have seen many times. And even, well, no, with the X-Borg already picked up, no Yuzong, I think.
And in another way, you can say that they're already heavily respecting the potential from Naomi, right? I think a lot of teams have taken a route where they find the weakness in Naomi. Either they counter Naomi in terms of, you know, just rotations in-game, or they do it from the drafts. They take away heroes that he's comfortable on. And so what else is he supposed to be using here? Does he go for something like the Franco? But even then, there's not really much of a combo burst that he can utilize, unless, of course, we get a surprise pick here from Clay.
Let's see though, right? It seems like it will be the Grok here for Naomi this time. Somehow, and Lilia. So what they're going for here is AoE, right? With a last insanity from the X-Borg with the Gloom, well, not the Gloom, but the burst damage that Lilia provides. They're going for AoE combined with the Wild Charge as well. Bigatron, what will they draft here? What should they respond with?
It's really good dive, by the way. The Grok plus the Lilia. Lilia doesn't seem like a dive hero, but that mobility enables her to do so much. And yeah, I was expecting something to go to the XP lane here. I don't think the Fredrin and the Edith that we saw earlier was going to go to the XP, especially with the pick into the Grok. I expected another tanky frontliner. I was thinking Uranus. Esmeralda is an option to go for, and that's the option they went for. It is a better matchup against the X-Borg, so that's why I think they went for the Esmeralda. They're trying to get a winning lane, at least in the XP lane, for this Esmeralda against that X-Borg. So again, set up for that neutral objective battle.
Let's see indeed. It's going to be interesting marksman lane as well in that gold lane, right? We're going to see Bruno going up against Brody. Who does it favor though? I mean, Brody is an independent marksman, but does it favor going up against Bruno?
I think it's okay against a Bruno, no? I mean, there's not a lot of matchups that would favor you going against a Bruno, but I think the safest, one of the safest would be Brody, right? So, especially without any interference in that particular gold lane, I do believe that they do have a fighting chance in that sense. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to game number 1 of the first match of the day, RRQ and Bigatron, as they fight for survival.
In a meta full of a lot of impure rages nowadays, we're seeing a lethal ignition on the Lilia. A Lilia that, yes, does a lot of burst damage, but the impure rage, yeah, it has really risen in popularity. Even Moreno this time going for that impure rage, and Chorizo as well. I think for Chorizo, for Esmeralda, it's a bit more normal. RQ though, this is something that I want to see. Clay actually opted to go for the XP lane to help clear first. Who wins in the clear battle, Lilia or Gord? Because we've seen for both Gord and Lilia, that's been one of the ways to victory in the mid lane. Wave clear. Super Key is looking for a cheeky gank.
In terms of wave clear, I think Lilia is still super strong, right? I mean, Gord, the thing that Gord has in advantage of Lilia is his poke damage and his interference with the skill number 2. But what? Is that a first blood already here in the early game? That's 1 minute in.
Remember the keys to victory, we did mention over-aggression is not the key. This is something that Skylar needs to be aware of. And literally, right as we start the game, we see Skylar overstepping. He saw the Edith.
And with that being said, let's take it down a notch right now. Okay, that's pretty difficult start, especially Skylar is being on a Bruno. But in terms of these emblems here, anything standing out?
Well, again, I think it's the Mage Emblem, the rise of the Mage Emblem here. Usually, well, Super Key is going in first though.
Yeah, good catch here. No Faraga armor for Banana. Not level 4 as well. It seems like Bigatron, they have zoned most of the members of RRQ, which sets up a perfect turtle. Take a look at the bottom side now. Fursic, airborne caught. Good stun on towards Fursic. Fursic, he will be taken down now. Super Chorizo finds the kill with the falling Star Moon. Free turtle, and take a look at that. Super Chorizo, quite low. Retreats, but Banana again, he is level 4, but Mystic Gush will put him very, very low in the backside. Super Ken finds the turtle. RRQ now, they lose out on the map control and the turtle.
Oh no, Super Key, he's actually looking for more right now. Does he want to go for it? All right, they back away, but that actually propels Bigatron Alpha to a 1,200 gold lead here in the early game. Is this something that we expect from the composition that they brought?
Yeah. Neutral objective control is definitely a strong suit for Bigatron Alpha here, with the Gord in the mid lane, a winning XP lane duel, and a roamer that can actually play with pickoffs and damage, poking damage. And as you can see, now I'm starting to believe that the curse is 100% real.
Oh.
Bro, I'm back.
Are you though?
Look, am I in the top prediction ranking?
That's true. Oh, Super Key?
Oh, son, Skylar! Super Key finds the flicker, Earth Shatter. Skylar even pops the Purify. That is a very expensive resource. Bigatron Alpha, 2,000 gold lead.
That was beautiful, right? Because if you don't know a way to counter the Bruno, oh, in the mid lane though, that's gonna be a trade over.
Oh, he might get the double. Super Chorizo down with the decimation. That's true damage for you. And top side, wild charge here just to prevent the Thresher. But it seems like 3v1 here might just a little bit be too much for Naomi. He is still there though. It seems like now Bigatron will somehow relieve off pressure.
So that was a 1-for-1 trade in the grand scheme of things, right? They were able to take down Skylar, but in return, Super Moreno had to go down in the mid lane. Who would it be worth it for in that particular exchange?
Definitely RQ, man. A 2-kill lead onto Fursic. He needs an early snowball. He's been struggling in the early game, getting picked off by Chorizo. So now it kind of levels the playing field and gives RQ more footing to actually stand on, to look for these neutral objective battles. He's still a level below of Super Ken though. Now finally gets back, and this is where RQ can look for plays.
Now, all charge onto it, Super Key. He is a little bit offside and punished. Second neutral objective here. Who will it be given to? It's going to be First-Sick. Mystic Gush to the backside will deal damage, but it seems like RRQ, they're still okay. Health-wise, RRQ finally getting a trade.
Yeah, they're coming back into the game here. 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes in. And the thing is, Super Moreno on the gourd, he deals the best damage when they're set up. There's not enough, I don't believe, in their composition to do that, except for Super Key. But even that isn't as a reliable source of CC than you would expect from perhaps even a Grok.
And now we definitely get to see the goal difference here, and mainly it's toward Saive, or Shive, actually. So for Bigatron Alpha, now that the mid-game power spike is finally hit, and the fact that, the Fredrin is not as far ahead as the Martis anymore, they might want to look for more plays around the gold lane.
There you go. That was an engage once again, but it's so easy to walk out at this point, right?
Whoa.
Clay is in trouble, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, Black Shoes has been popped, but it seems like he is still fine. Top side though, Naomi, a quarter HP left. It seems like Super Ken jumps in looking for an engage, but it seems like the structure top side will be taken down.
All right, so now Bigatron Alpha, they have a little bit in favor of them. They have a little bit of an advantage with the fact that they were able to take down that top tier turret. I do believe that at this point, Skylar would have to be forced to trade to the bottom side or even look for something else on the board because he's so behind now. 1-2-0 KDA in the first 6 minutes of the game. How does he look for more? Does Naomi just have to babysit him all the time?
Naomi babysitting Skylar is definitely a strategy that they have been able to utilize a lot. But for this particular game, I would say don't lane swap. Let Banana go alone in the bottom lane. Let him be independent and play for Skylar in the top side. He'll have a better time farming against the Esmeralda compared to being up against the Brody, who is ahead now. And knowing Bigatron Alpha, they're trying to rotate for the Brody. Skylar though.
Oh, so Rizzo trying to hold off the 2v1. It seems like he popped the Purify as well as an anticipation move for that wall charge. Turtle take now, it seems like heavily loaded for the side of Bigatron Alpha. It seems like First-Sick will not give it for free. 5,000 HP on the Turtle. Super Ken zoning. Mystic Gush pops. Black Shoes as well. Last Insanity will help First-Sick. Gets the low Turtle. Super Ken now backs away, but it seems like Naomi will fall. Not just yet. Torn apart memory will finally secure Naomi.
Neutral objective battle. They're won out by RRQ, but they take a kill onto the roamer, and they'll be able to instantly capitalize on the turret. Bigatron Alpha, these retry battles have just not gone in their favor. It was a retry 50-50, and Super Key is looking for more.
Banana now, Viraga armor deleted. Seems like now you will hold on, but not for long as Sive will secure the kill.
That's a 1-4-0 trade in the bottom side. Meanwhile, you can see Skylar being busy looking for a trade in that structure. But Zorizo says otherwise, this is a 2-1 situation.
Skylar, no mana. Super Zorizo now holding on. But it seems like the Purify will help Skylar secure the kill. Super Ken jumps in, but it seems like 3 members of RRQ will not make him commit. As Sive, again, has enough space just to take the turret in the bottom side. Super Key will be forced to use the flicker.
Okay, now that we have Shive ahead, these are the stories that I've heard from the MDL casters, right? Shive, how he gets online is through babysitting. If you're able to babysit him until he gets his item power spikes, which is literally right now, the Heptaseas and the Malefic Roar, that's when he gets online. That's when he's able to really carry the team. So this is going to be proving grounds for Shive. He already has a 3-0-1 stat, has a lot of turrets in his hands, and a gold lead, even a win in nature. So almost nothing should be able to threaten him now.
Let's see if he's able to perform here, right? Because so far, he wasn't necessarily babysitted though, right? In the beginning. I think Zorizo's been acting really good in a way that he's been able to distract the members of RRQ in order for Sive to have the space. So despite Super Zorizo going down 2 times in a row, I think he's bought a lot of time. And now, this is going to be another Lord, the first Lord contest between RRQ and a Bigatron Alpha. Super Ken and First-Sick are on the same level, but I think First-Sick should be able to get that level 12. And in that particular case, Super Ken quite at a disadvantage in this fight.
Conceal play. Super Key though, catches Clay. Oh, Clay forces to use Black Shoes. Wild Charge pops as well. Super Ken with the cover, but Super Key will sustain enough damage to make him survive. I might be wrong though. Very low in the mid side. It's a battle between Skylar and as well as Sorizo. No casualties for now, but Super Key will recall. That's a 5v4 matchup momentarily.
He doesn't have Flicker. That's the problem, right? He severely needs it because when they look for pickoffs in these advantages and these situations, that Flicker is super expensive. Super Sorizo.
Corner part memory popped as well. Super Sorizo. 55% HP now in the Lord Pit. Take a look at that. Damage has come through. First hit, very low. Retribution battle will go to Super Ken. And they will collapse. RRQ. They need to back off. Skylar needs to reposition. But no casualties in that Lord fight.
Beautiful Lord dance, and that was a bit of a subversion of our expectations. Bigatron Alpha, Super Key lost a lot of his HP, but you have to see, in the grand scheme of things, RRQ lost more. Why do I say that? Lilia, you need the black shoes to be able to walk up in front. Without the black shoes, which was already popped earlier, it was very hard, and now Banana tries to go and clear out the way with the last Insanity, but aside from that black shoes, the other initiation tool that RRQ needs, it is crucial within their composition to win these skirmishes, is that Wild Charge, which is already used up as well. Super Key had forced it earlier before he was taken low and before he was forced to recall.
Oh, that being said, now Super can... Oh, it can play escape here. He doesn't have his ultimate yet.
Let's see. Seems like Purify will be popped to make him save. But in the mid side, Sive will be caught. Banana finding the shutdown. Now they will collapse as well as RRQ members try to provide cover. Good Mortal Coil there by Firstick, preventing the crowd control.
That was beautiful damage control by RRQ. I think they only lost a turret in the bottom side, but other than that, that Lord push coming from Bigatron Alpha didn't amount to as much as they would expect. And here in the mid lane, already counter pressure happening with Clay already with the black shoes as well.
This is going to be really hard for Bigatron Alpha. As long as they don't have the Brody, Shive up, they won't be able to siege any turrets. They don't really have any siege presence aside from the Brody. Reno is a team-fighting hero on this gourd. He can't really look for any zoning as well around the neutral, or around the objectives. He needs to use that purely for damage, the Mystic Gush. Let's take a look at the itemization here for the Brody. He's going for that BOD. My goodness, very aggressive already. And yeah, he still has a bit of a lead. But as you can see from the Bruno, Skylar, I believe he should be going for a Wind of Nature next, but he may actually go for even more damage.
Is that dangerous?
It is very dangerous. Knowing that you're up against a Mystic Gush, wait!
Oh, Banana still survives. But it seems like he will lose his armor. Again, Bigatron Alpha, map control-wise, they're still controlling RRQ though. They will play it very, very patiently.
And it shows with the real-time win probability here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 63% in favor of Bigatron. But back to that point, wait a second, Clay? Okay, that was a purified forced out of Clay, and that's information for Bigatron Alpha. But back to that point, if he's afraid of the Mystic Gush, then why go for Wind of Nature? Is he forced on something like the Athena Shield, maybe?
Yeah, I didn't get to finish the whole point because of a Mystic Gush and a Torn Apart Memory. The Mystic Gush is more so there to provide poking damage, and then the Torn Apart Memory is there to execute him, right? So with a Wind of Nature, you can delay that, and you can actually still escape from the Mystic Gush. You can't escape from a Torn Apart Memory. It's going to be really hard without Flicker. You only have that Purify to get rid of the stack. So Wind of Nature will be a key item. Banana gets caught.
Conceal play. Braga armor will be taken out. It seems like the damage will be more than enough to make Banana lose his immortal. Skylar though, take a look at the critical, man. A Super Marino Flicker Mystic Gush towards the backside. And Naomi now caught in the front and will be taken down. It's a 1-for-1 for now, but take a look at this jungler v jungler in that Lord fight.
Yeah, that's a 14 level 14. Super Ken was behind, but he was still able to get the advantage. But in this particular sense, without both of these, well, roamers, what are we looking at here?
Falling Star Moon on towards the back. Skylar caught. Last Insanity will force Sive pop the Flicker. Retribution battle will go to the hands of the Kings of Kings and RRQ. They will not force another fight as they know objective is K. Super Ken though will be isolated and caught. RRQ is back in the game.
losing the retreat battle and then going in, doubling down, thinking he might be able to get something back. But instead, he loses another big resource, which is his life as a frontliner here. Bigatron Alpha, they had the man advantage, but they were out macroed. RRQ were attacking from several angles, not letting the full front to back of Bigatron Alpha's composition work.
And at this point, Bruno is dealing so much damage.
A lot.
How is Bigatron supposed to look for a dive onto him? The Lord is marching in the top side. RRQ has a 3,500, 4,000 gold lead here in the 14th minute as they completely turn it around. Bigatron Alpha forced on the defense.
What happens to Rizzo?
Wild Charge, and I believe Sea Halberd has been built by Skylar, so Esmeralda, he does not care.
My lord. And that's where Skylar took the risk, right? That the itemization earlier, we were mentioning it, he's not going to go for the Wind of Nature because he went for the Halberd. And at this point, he's going to get a very late Wind of Nature, but it doesn't even matter. Shiva hasn't been able to reach him at all. Heck, even Moreno hasn't been able to reach him. After that first death, Skylar has really reinvented his positioning.
It's so difficult in a team fight, right? Because what is Super Key supposed to do? We saw in a 5v5, we saw that Super Key was looking for an engage, but even before he gets anyone caught, he gets taken down by the raw damage coming in from RRQ. So at this point, do they go for a pickoff instead?
I think the best case scenario would be Super Key gets in a pickoff with an onward, get someone a half HP. That's the main thing. But if you can't do that, might as well play it reactively. I think they've been a bit too offensive in a lot of these skirmishes. Key has been looking for the engages and the pickoffs onto the wrong members. I'm not too big of a fan on the banana target thing, right? As X-Borg, Fraga Armor, 3 health bars, basically. With Fraga Armor, the first one, losing it out, using Last Insanity, getting another one, and then Immortality, getting another health bar. So Banana might not be the prio target to go for. They might actually just want to play reactively. Wait for Naomi to engage, and then with that Primal Wrath, you can zone RQ away or capitalize on the full dive.
And looking at the composition, it's very scary here for Bigatron Alpha. Again, Lilia now, post-patch, just activates more towards that late game, right? Level 12, that level, last skill, last ultimate level for Lilia. Now it's going to look very scary, knowing again the AoE that RRQ has in their comp is just very scary for the side of Bigatron Alpha. He's going to control more fights, and take a look at this Lord already controlled by RRQ. Bigatron looking for an engage, looking for an angle, but it seems like now RRQ has got it all covered. Super Ken needs to be careful. Mystic Gosh popped prematurely. Last Insanity though will zone 2 members away. Super Key gets taken down as well. Take a look at the backside. Sorizo instant deleted. Bigatron now will force a fight, but it seems like Super Ken will be another casualty, and first it claims the Lord, no problem.
Everything falls in favor of the Kings of Kings here in the 17th, 18th minute of the game. Not losing a single member in that trade. It's an all-out win. No inhibitor turrets should be left standing at the end, and they perhaps even might find the victory here in game number 1.
They should be able to here if they play it just patiently. They shouldn't get too aggressive.
2 waves rushing in the backside, and first take a look at the damage. Focuses him down on the turret, and RRQ finds game 1.
They didn't even need the Lord.
Nope.
They didn't even need the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. They put all their eggs in one basket in that Lord fight. Was able to get kills, get the entire objective for themselves, but in the end, that one straight push was all the Kingdom needed to win against Bigatron Alpha.
It's all about just punishing the mistakes, right? The early game was held down by BTR. They were able to control a lot of the early skirmishes, but after that mid-game power spike hit with the Bruno, with the Lilia, these 2 members were really able to facilitate the damage in the back in a full front-to-back battle. Heck, they even neutralized the Gourd. The Gourd wasn't dealing anywhere near as much damage as the Lilia and the Bruno. Thing is, for RRQ in this game, they just reacted to the plays, right? They didn't really need to look for anything too flashy. Fersek was better in the retreat department. He knows it. He was confident in the 50-50s, and it just didn't feel like a 50-50 when Fersek and Super Ken went at it. It was almost 80-20 for the most part. Supercan barely got any wins in that retry department, and Fersic was able to school it completely.
And the thing is, right, looking at the composition, RRQ, they played it patiently. They know they will activate in that late game, and they wait. They wait out. They weather the storm. Even though in the early game it's somehow more towards the Bigatron side, they know when they get those items, when they get items for Skylar and Clay, then they can be more proactive, and that's what happened. Unfortunately, Bigatron also helped RRQ in the sense that they made blunders, they made mistakes as well, and that is when RRQ just punishes Bigatron Alpha, no problem.
And my curse is stronger than Miracle's.
Yeah. What the heck, dude? Did you predict BTR?
Yeah.
It was you and...
Yo.
You're such a nerd.
So much power. I feel drunk with power right now.
You even broke Omwawa's curse, bro.
VIP?
So drunk with power. I love it.
DWP.
I don't know how you do it, Eterna, but please vote for the other team next game. No, I'm joking. Anyways, looking back at the game, though, we have to take a look at what they were able to do, right? For RRQ, it all started in the second turtle. There were a lot of blunders early on, I feel like, for RRQ. It felt like they were just not warmed up yet, right? Skylar overextending, overstepping, giving a kill to Sive or Shive for free. And then, honestly, for the turtle battles as well, they were just poked down. Very uncharacteristic for RRQ. Even against Onyx, they weren't doing this. They weren't overstepping their boundaries, and they were still able to utilize the Martis, the fast clear to get an advantage, and then overwhelm their opponents with the early game pressure. But here, it's all about the adjustments, the adaptability. And Captain Clay really showed us here that he has stepped up. I think in the last two match losses that RRQ took, it was Clay making some fundamental mistakes. Maybe because he was too focused on shot calling, but here it is, play of the game. When he is in form, you could expect him to claim MVPs. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. From his items, nothing too special. It's literally just the standard items with the Ice Queen Wand 2 built in pretty early, right after the Enchanted Talisman, focusing more on utility. If you limit Fredrin's movements, if you keep on poking him, and if you keep stopping him in these choke points, you can't really do anything as a Fredrin. You can just accept your fate of getting poked down by the Blooms.
Yeah.
Fredrin and Edith, right? I mean, with Fredrin and Edith, Esme as well. You want to gap close. You want to close the gap with all three heroes.
Exactly.
They're not dashing heroes. They're walking heroes.
Exactly.
They're walking over here.
And it sucks being on an Esmeralda, and you need that movement speed. You need to have that maneuverability to deal your shields and your damage, and with something slowing you constantly that sometimes you don't even notice it. That's the beautiful thing about Blooms, and that's the beautiful thing about Lilia, right? You don't really notice it, but that DOT damage from the glowing wand and that constant slow pressure from her base kit, plus in addition with the Ice Queen wand is just, it's too much to handle, and I do believe that Lilia is a viable choice now.
I would say so too, man, especially against the Gord and the Eve. Just mid laners who are very oppressive, who have so much pressure due to their wave clear, right? And the Gord really, you could see it in a lot of these skirmishes. Moreno couldn't get in range because, again, RRQ had the mobility advantage. With the Lilia, something that's super underrated in her kit is her mobility. You can walk up all the way, but the Black Shoes will always get you safe. And with a Purify, it's even safer. I don't know. More safe? Safest?
Safer?
More safer. There you go. The double stack. Just like they were able to do here against Bigatron Alpha. The double stack. What do I mean by the double stack? Is they're always going back and forth in these team fights. They're never truly, fully committing into a team fight unless some resources have been used up. Notice how they play around Key. Look at this. This is the prime example, right? They use the poke to go onto Key. Skylar still positions really well. And when Key dies, that's the green light. That's when they go all in. That's when they fully commit into the team fight. So as long as some of these big resources are still there, as long as Bigatron Alpha still have a 5-man full lineup that are still alive, RQ will never fully commit. But when you see just a small advantage, like a man advantage or even a resource advantage, they pull the trigger like they've never pulled their trigger in their lives. They just go in, bro.
They just go in, and again, it's a very clean sharp execution from RRQ, even the itemization, right? Take a look at Skylar. He even adapts and built a halberd, realizing that, you know what, Chorizo, nasty. Fredrin and Edith can also be munched down by this halberd and Malefic.
And Bruno, Skylar always just meets Chorizo in lane.
Always.
Like when he goes for the housekeeping on the side lanes, every time they go for a neutral objective, it's always Chorizo that he meets. So I do believe that that was a brilliant addition to his kit.
Definitely another factor that gives Skylar so much more value to go for the halberd instead of the Wind of Nature. So Shive was a big problem in mid game, but I think they understood really like the numbers here, the calculations that they made. Instinctively were really good, these calculations, because even towards the end there, he actually was going to build a Wind of Nature. He instead sold it. I don't even need it, right? I mean, Shive isn't able to even reach me in these team fights, and instead of going for the Wind of Nature, he goes Immortality, sells the boots for GDS as well. So pops in that worldie, gets basically the same amount of mobility, even more than boots, and still is able to claim Rich Guy, even though he blundered twice in this game. But that's it. He took 2 and he was like, all right, that's it. No more. No more. Moreno, though, super interesting. He still got most damage. But again, the damage you do, if you get most damage against an X-Borg, it's deceiving. You do so much damage, 89,000, but you're doing it against a Faraga armor mostly, right? It's a Faraga armor that's continuously reset it, and even if you go for the X-Borg, you're Immortality. So you're doing a lot of damage, and RQ are taking a lot of damage, as you can see here. And also for the Martis. Definitely not expected here as the sandbag. I would have expected, Banana to be #1 sandbag.
Interesting stat for teamfight participation as well. Super Chorizo, 17%.
He's taking a page out of Aran's book in this performance on the
17,
Esmeralda.
That's so low.
That is super low, man.
But I don't. What's his KDA? Did he die a lot?
Whoa, let me just try to remember here. He was 1 and 4. 1, 4, and 0. So yeah.
Because that means Super Chorizo was always on the opposite side of the map. But did RQ use that as punishment?
I think they were able to punish it a couple of times. Remember the overchase up top with Skylar, killed him.
Oh, yeah.
And then
I remember.
when the halberd was built, boom, done.
So do you think that it would have been better if he had a better gaming device?
I think he already has the best gaming device.
Really? What was he using?
He was using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5J. So ladies and gentlemen, check out its epic specs. All right, processor, fastest 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 4 Galaxy RAM, up to 12 gigabytes. Connectivity, 5G, lag-free gaming. Display, 120 Hz refresh rate and a large battery of 5,000 mAh. And they're also ready to support you in pushing ranks all day long.
No way. So it's only for gaming, basically, right?
More. Right camera. Nightography camera.
What?
Perfect for capturing your epic gaming moments.
Wait, I thought this was a gaming device.
That's why.
Also have the best camera?
Gaming device and more.
Oh, that's insane. That's insane.
You're insane.
A little bit.
Just a little.
We'll admit. But that is insane, right? You can create content in the dark.
In the dark.
That's been my dream since I was born.
So if you want more information, just visit samsung.com/ID and play Epic with Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
All right. I mean, I need to get myself one.
You need.
I do.
So, device.
I had one and then Arashi stole mine.
Arashi stole your S23?
Yeah, I let him. It's okay.
Well, let's hope he doesn't steal your Head and Shoulders, because then you would have bad hair.
I would be angry.
Yeah.
Then?
Why would you be angry if he steals your Head and
Because I
Shoulders?
need beautiful hair, right? So I have like a dandruff problem.
Oh.
I've never told anyone this, but I have a dandruff problem.
That was before.
And I tried so many different shampoos, and I finally tried Head and Shoulders because they were our sponsor from, I think, last season.
Yeah.
Right? And then I tried it. I tried the Eudora one.
Okay.
And then it literally got wiped out.
Oh.
And then now I'm like, I feel super confident.
So
it changed me. Changed my life.
Coincidentally, Eterna, that season, last season was also the season where you actually dyed your hair fully, right?
Exactly.
So you finally got the confidence. You're like, no more dry hair, no more dandruff because of head and shoulders.
Exactly.
That's how it was mentioned.
Head and shoulders.
Head and shoulders.
Shoulders?
The whole meme in Indonesia is no one can pronounce Head and Shoulders. Right?
Really?
Yeah, do you not watch the advertisements? Even Gatot Kaca struggles. But he's an MLBB hero.
I
He's
don't
an
have a phone
Indonesian
to
hero.
watch the ads on, so.
Arashi stole your S23.
Exactly.
Arashi, give it back, bro!
Arashi.
Oh my
He's so mean.
goodness.
Bad boy.
Bad boy.
Boy, anyway, back to this game. Now, this is quite interesting, right? Because I think back in the day, RRQ going Bigatron against Bigatron, you'd normally be like, okay, it's definitely going to be a RRQ match. Right?
Did it change?
I mean, at some point, didn't it?
In the preseason, I agree.
Preseason, right? And the crazy thing about this matchup in particular was because of the bad blood that Lemon had, what Lemon said in that interview. He said that Bigatron Alpha were just testing rabbits, laboratory rats.
Oh my god.
And now it's like it's true again.
It is true
so
again.
what's going on?
For some reason, Bigatron Alpha just always gets countered by RRQ from all the way back in, like, I remember, it was Krite. By the way, okay, before we get into like the Lemon trash talking thing, he didn't initiate that. Actually, Krite initiated it when he was still in BTR. I forgot I think it was season 5, right? But Krite in the interview said like, oh yeah, gee, we're gonna beat RRQ. And then Lemon were like, then he responded, he was like, no, you guys are testing rabbits, bro. So Krite, the guy on EVOS, started this war, and now he's in EVOS. But
and now he's 9th.
Oh, I didn't want to go there.
Sorry.
Eighth. Aura are 9th.
We'll see after the end of the day.
Okay.
But we'll also see and check out this, right? Blee! You guys want skins? Because I just saw the Lilia skin, the Neo Beast one, and I was like, bro, that's so beautiful. I don't know why I don't have it yet as a Lilia user. So
you don't have it yet?
I don't. It's so embarrassing, I know. But now with Blee, I can get a 10% cashback to get it. So it's more value. So I'm going to use that when I get home.
So efficient.
Exactly.
And Blee, check it out.
No,
Skill on and skin on.
No, Gani. No, Eterna. No? No. I'm not going to let her go home and do it. She needs to do it now. I mean, sure, you don't have your phone, but there's a Samsung S23 in front of you. There was a QR code earlier. Scan it now and buy that Neo Beast skin.
I can't because there's a pin on it.
No, there isn't.
Mine. There is.
Is it Arashi?
Try it.
Okay.
See, there's a pin,
I was
right?
trying to call your bluff.
There is. I've tried it, okay? Trust me.
Experience is key. And I think that's the reason, right? Experience is key. And Key didn't have enough experience in the roam position this season.
Oh, do you think that's the case?
I don't know, because maybe against other teams he would be able to perform, even though he's stepping into the roamer position after a while. But in this scenario, when you're up against one of the best roamers in Indonesia and in the world, Naomi, oh, we got Arif. Wait, is this Arif? Wait, it's not Arif.
So. It's not.
I don't know if that's Arif. I'm so sorry.
Maybe it's Bigatron's next
investment. Oh. But okay, let's take a look at head-to-head by Head and Shoulders.
No, I want to go back to your point. Because I think that it's not more so due to his lack of experience, but just a wrong hero choice. So I don't think Edith is the type of hero that you can be aggressive on, to be honest.
It's too
difficult.
It's very pick-offy.
It's very pick-offy, but it's
short
not
range.
The range is an issue.
Yeah.
And the animation, it's so slow. It's different to an Atlas pick, let's say.
Fun
you know
fact,
what I mean?
But fun fact,
fun
Edith,
fact.
if you combine it well, if you connect it, that's the longest crowd control.
Yep.
Like
Onward,
duration.
Earth Shatter.
Yeah.
Right, but to
get
get to that point, because we saw Key going very aggressively all the time,
exactly.
but people just walk out of it.
All right, nerds, let the real nerd talk, okay? I'm the analyst here. All right. Edith, that game, I honestly feel like it could have worked. Yes, I understand. I would agree. Flashy Heroes fits Key's whole personality
Repertoire.
better. And it's
Repertoire.
Yeah. But unfortunately, I think he just lacked the calculations. On the Edith, we saw even the last team fight, right? He didn't pop the Primal Wrath in time.
Oh, that's
There are a lot
why.
of these moments where, it just feels like there's a lot of rust. He needs to try to shake that rust off. I don't know how you shake rust off. You usually use like a spray to get rust
Head
and
and
you wipe
Shoulders.
it. Maybe. Head and Shoulders definitely works. If we can get dandruff out, can definitely get that rust out as well. Boom, bang, bada, bing with that Gatot Kacha. Smack the rust out. And on top of that, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room.
Okay.
What is going on with the Red Tree? Super Cat.
Ouch.
He started off, when he joined Season 11, Red Tree was on point. Season 12, Red Tree on point. And then now, he just can't seem to win Red Trees. It happened ISF, and now in Season 12, Week 6.
He's shaken. Is it a mental thing? I mean, it's a
Perhaps.
far fall, right? Being #1 at Hero, and then getting #2 at SBS. I mean, there's like a lot of achievements that he's gotten.
Overwhelmed.
And then now he's
Overwhelmed
like
with
on a
success?
complete lose streak here in week #6.
Are you saying he's struggling with success? From success?
Like,
Some people
it's
have
getting
it,
to his
dude.
head. Maybe.
DJ Khaled.
Some people have it, right?
Anyway, we can always like argue why, how, and speculate, but at the end of the day, results speak volumes. So we'll see exactly the results we'll see in game #2 as RRQ and Bigatron fight off once again exactly on the same sides. And in terms of bans, I do believe nothing has changed except for the Paquito ban that Bigatron did in game #1. It's now a Martis ban, so they've respected that potential from First Six Martis. And now RQ are actually able to pick the Paquito, but they go for a Bruno
again.
instead.
Yeah, again, right? Game 1, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Skylar will have that Bruno again. And remember, Bruno isn't really relying on just one flicker. Can be pulled off with a Purify, can pull off with even, flicker. So it's very flexible in that sense. Bigatron, I feel like they should change their approach. Don't go for the Edith Fredrin. Perhaps go for the Paquito now. And Kadita.
Moreno definitely can play that, and they can actually flex it, so you're right. I think the Kadita has a lot of value here for Bigatron Alpha. So Paquito and Kadita would be my guess too. But again, if they want to follow the blueprint of what Onyx did yesterday, is picking up the Fredrin.
I am the priestess of primal light.
Oh.
The hunter of all the
Also a
evil
fun
gods.
fact,
FF.
Valentina untouched.
They don't want Valentina.
Yuck.
That's Moreno's thing.
I am you? Nah.
That's Moreno's thing.
That is Moreno's thing.
So
Now,
weird.
maybe.
Has Valentina fallen that far and value that even Moreno, a player that is notorious on the Valentina, he doesn't even pick it up.
Have you seen Sans yesterday? I don't think it's a Valentina problem. I think it's a player problem right
Ooh.
now, right? For a lot of the players who haven't been able to make Valentina work, it's not the hero. I think Sans proved us yesterday that, even, well, he can... It's unfair, actually, to compare anyone to Sans right now. But, okay, let's take a look at the Fredrin. Thank you. Okay, Fredrin here, providing more cover. And yes, this is what you can expect from RRQ every single time. If you let the Fredrin go, RQ will pick it up because it's such a good hero into the jungle instantly. You know Banana's not going to play the Fredrin in the XP. That's almost a guarantee. But it's so good in the jungle, on the hands of Fairsick. He is what you would call a psycho Fredrin. Okay. He's just going to walk up.
But I would argue that Fredrin is one of Banana's favorite heroes.
No.
It is.
No.
He literally picked it up so many times at SBS.
Banana?
That was his go-to hero, Fredrin.
Challenge season.
Yeah. They didn't make it to playoffs.
Exactly.
Oh.
Don't play Fredrin XP.
All right.
Unless you're Boots. I don't know how he makes it work,
Point
though.
taken. Bigatron Alpha now with the last pick. They've already secured Paquito and Edith. We'll assume, Kadita. So that's it. It was left open, and now it is going to be picked up by them.
Yeah, with this, right, with Kadita now in the hands of Bigatron, I expect Skylar to pick up and rock the Purify once again. But the Kufra, man, the Kufra for Naomi, 9 out of 10. Kufra, Naomi will rock this Kufra and get the dub. So let's see, though, will this work again? Bigatron, insta-delete, insta-ban towards the Faramis. I don't know. I feel like Faramis is good, but it really lacks range, right?
It does. But I think the Netherrealm, it makes sense up against this composition, right? There's already a lot of AoE, a lot of pick-off ability as well. You want to try to survive from those pick-offs with the Netherrealm. I still prefer Call Alter, but yes.
It's okay. RQ now going to limit Irithel away from the side of Bigatron Alpha. So can we safely assume that Edith is going in the roam position? Kadita mid. So Kadita for
Moreno.
The
better Kadita should be.
There you go. Valentina gets banned out. So what in the world is Clay going to play? Is he going to be forced on Lilia again?
Yeah.
Yves. Oh, Yves banned.
Novaria is still open, ladies and
you're
gentlemen.
right.
Novaria would be a good choice to have in this composition against an ambush type composition, a pick-off composition from Bigatron. But if they want to just team fight and sustain, yes, Lilia, right? The whole problem with the Faramis, why it's banned out, is because it provides sustain. It provides another HP bar, a full extra HP bar. Lilia does the same thing, right? With the Black Shoes. It's not for the whole team, though, so that's the only problem. And yep, Brody gave them some problems. Irithel was always a ban if you go for the Bruno. in game 1. And now, with the Aretha and Brody taken away, you're forced on the Beatrix, which again, the only way you kind of play this lane is you do not outtrade the Bruno. You only clear your wave and get to your items.
You have to play safe.
This is the weakest side, weak lane right now. It's like Claude Beatrix against Bruno. No.
So now, though, Bigatron Alpha actually has some space to put things around, depending on the next 2 picks RRQ has, right? Because I know we're assuming that Edith is going in the roam and so on and so forth, but this Paquito still does have a potential to go into the jungle.
I don't think so, unfortunately.
But can't, because there's nothing else that they could do, right? They lost the gold lane trade, so they need to be able to at least have the EXP.
I think Paquito was like one of those picks where like even if you first pick it, it is going to be super prio and it should still win. Here against the Terizla, not as certain of a win, but still I would say advantage to Paquito. Clear wave, rotate, get advantages around the map. If you put him in the jungle, I think you don't get as much value. That clear from Paquito is obnoxious right now. The adjustment that was made to the second skill.
In a good way, right?
In a good way. It is really obnoxious for any team to go up against Paquito. And we saw that yesterday, or Rebellion. Even when the Ron picked it, they lost, but they were able to utilize it so well. Lancelot becomes the choice to go up against the Fredrin. But still, this Lilia is going to be a problem for them.
And in general, Lancelot doesn't do great against the Fredrin because of the taunt.
Yeah, in theory, it's a losing matchup, right? And though the source of damage from Bigatron here, they have a lot of source of damage if you look at the composition. But then again, RRQ, they drafted more balanced in a sense. So I'm still leaning, composition-wise, I'm heavily leaning towards the side of RRQ.
RQ, okay.
I wonder what Eterna.
I was forced into RQ as well. Just a little spoiler there.
Who forced you?
It's just a secret hand, a phantom hand.
Ouch.
Don't know who.
Innocent till proven guilty.
Okay, but here, RQ, complete respect for the ganking potential that Bigatron Alpha has brought. 2 Purifies on the Bruno as well as the Lilia, so quite a similar story than what we saw. Let's see if it's going to be a similar outcome as well as we welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between the Kings of Kings and the Red Robots.
Okay. Looking at it, Impure Rage as well for Lancelot. So yeah, we have a full shift in emblems for everyone. Maybe yesterday it was just Taz, we were saying. Taz really likes the Impure Rage. And then some more Lancelot started joining in. And then now even Super Ken, who is usually a bit more aggressive with the killing spree and sometimes even the lethal ignition. So Impure Rage just gets you a bit more, gets you through the jungle even more efficiently, right? That mana, and obviously the fact that you can continuously trigger the Impure Rage. When you're on a killing spree, you need to get kills. Lethal ignition, self-explanatory, you need to deal enough damage. This is the safest spell to go for now.
And interestingly enough, it was Suchijin who started it, but wait a minute, Naomi gets chunked, but he's still able to get out. So already some aggression here from both of these teams. And the one thing that we should kind of take a look at is the change in emblem for the Lilia. Earlier on, it was Lethal Ignition and now Impure Rage. And I thought it made a little bit more sense to go for Lethal Ignition because you don't necessarily lose too much mana in the early game, especially after Enchanted Talisman. So why the change here?
Good eye, by the way, shout out, Eterna. But also, here, it's according to the situation. Now there's so much more kill threat than there was before. You can deal damage pretty freely in game number 1, but in game number 2, with a Lancelot and a Kadita, you might as well have that Impure Rage to get you more time in the lane so that you can clear. Oh.
That was close.
What's going on?
No first blood here, first 2 minutes, right? But looking at the rotation, RRQ somehow set things up quite well. Lancelot though, chunked, and somehow shooed away already from that turtle pit. Forces Super Ken to clear the camp. Take a look at Naomi and Clay, already intimidating Super Ken in a sense. And a first stick will calmly should be getting the turtle, but no, it's going to be collapsed. Super Moreno will be the one taking the first turtle. Persic finds the kill as well, but no, it's going to be first blood for Bigatron Alpha, actually. Super King gets the kill.
That was a huge loss for RRQ. They set that turtle up perfectly. They were able to zone Super Ken. There was no way that he would get a shot at it. But at the end, Moreno gets the turtle, and they get a trade kill onto Banana. It's a win-win-win for BTR.
It's a triple win. A win-win-win, like you mentioned. And on top of that, Cerezo's just eating up that turret gold up top as well. I guess if you can't win retreat battles, you just splash water?
I don't think that's... Well, it worked out for him.
Exactly. So it's all about that chaos and setup, right? So it's not necessarily that Fairsick, well, he is also pretty good at the retreat.
That was such a LaFell thing to say, by the way.
Exactly. He's colorblind, now making this... see, LaFell,
Shout
bro.
out, man. But yeah, 3 minutes has elapsed here. Bigatron Alpha with that really great setup. They are leading with a 1,000 gold lead. And so far, despite RRQ having quote-unquote the better lanes, RRQ haven't been able to capitalize over it.
It's strange, because the Bruno, you would expect Bruno to have a bit more pressure, especially against the Beatrix, but I think it's the way that they have been playing in this lane. Skylar has opted to just continuously shove the lane instead of trying to freeze it, because RQ have actually shifted their focus towards XP.
Good revenge and rage. Super Key now caught low, but take a look at Moreno finding the Petrify and finding the kill. Clay, not enough time to pop the black shoes. Good response by Bigatron Alpha.
Gotta give props to that combo there, the delayed Petrify combo. He actually went in with the Breath of the Ocean, and then he, right as the Breath of the Ocean's knock-up came down, once the CC was over, he used that Petrify, so he didn't give Clay a chance to use that black shoes.
He was stuck.
Between a rock and some waves.
Okay. Alright. Oh, but there you go. Knock-up.
Caught. Brenner's apathy does not connect as Naomi now will be able to escape with that flicker. But the Bigatron, they shift their focus on towards the neutral objective now. The mid side though, Banana zoned out. Retray battle falls to the hands of Super Ken. Super Key though will be caught. Primal Wrath as the defensive alongside with the flicker. But it seems like no kills just yet. Moreno on the backside finding pickoff. Good penalty zone, but it seems like it won't be enough as Sive finds the kill. Banana gets taken down twice already in this first game. Second game, Super Ken though will not be able to connect all towards Skylar. Just good kills for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, let's not look at the talent prediction, all right? Let's ignore that. Yes, good job. Gatot Kacha, good job, Head and Shoulders, but Naomi finds a pick.
Revenge and Rage onto Sive, and Sive this time with no flicker in hand will be taken down and punished.
So now a small win for RQ. It was Bigatron Alpha getting the better trades all over the map, better grip on the neutral objectives as well, and now RRQ have finally punished Sive in that bottom lane. Now, this is something that we expected that they would utilize and go for earlier on, but at least they get something, and that gold lead has kind of shifted.
It has.
Close.
Shifted just a bit, and this is the thing, right? For Bigatron Alpha, I think for Sive, definitely overstepping. He's kind of like replicating what Skylar was able to do in game 1. The fact that he stayed there for so long, despite some of the members already fully respawning in, was definitely a big question mark. And even the miss on the Renner's apathy in the mid lane, you could definitely see as a new player in MPL that he's still trying to get rid of those jitters.
Take a look at the purple buff though, right? It's 3v1. Oh, outside though, Super Key catching Naomi. The follow-up damage will not connect, but Petrify will connect. Skylar will be taken out alongside Naomi. That's a good pickoff, but the response to reinforcements. Oh, take a look at Super Key. Chunked damage in the front side will be taken out by Clay. Fairsick though will hold Sive. And Cerezo and Moreno will not be able to cover. But take a look at Cerezo aggressively moving towards Fairsick, but he will not find the kill.
That's a 2-for-2 trade, a gold laner for a gold laner, and Super Key also gets taken down. What do you think about this? Who was it worth it for?
I think it's still worth it for Bigatron Alpha because they forced the Fredra and Fairsick down below, giving Supercan just some free space to go for this. But now, beautiful movements there to escape from that bouncing ball pin from Naomi. But yeah, looking at the level difference as well, this is certainly going to help Supercan. He's getting so much space due to the fights that are happening in the other side of the map always. He's already 2 levels ahead of Fairsick, and if this continues, that 50-50 that he's been struggling with, he shouldn't really struggle as much with.
I mean, look at his hands, man. So fast. You see it in the hand cam?
I did. It was so fast I didn't see it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Very fast.
Super fast. 2,700 gold lead for Bigatron Alpha now. So you're right, they do get better trades. They were able to get that, and now they were able to convert it on yet another structure. That turret in the top side. That should allow Sive a little bit more space. However, Sive's been punished a lot already, right? Twice. He died in that team fight that I don't believe he should have died for.
I honestly think he's doubting himself in a lot of these skirmishes. Earlier on, we saw a bit of like a... Again, I saw how he was approaching the team fight, and it was weird. He walked up, and then he walked back, and then he used his skill, his dash skill, to try to reload instead of just waiting, knowing that that's the only source of like escape that he had at that time, because the flicker was still off on cooldown. So yeah, just a lot of doubts going on in his head, a lot of hesitation as well. Definitely you could see the jitters like we mentioned earlier.
We hope that he will iron out those kinks. As Skylar picking up a Berserker Fury, that should be
Power Spike.
A power spike that he goes for.
It's the Haas Claws and the Berserker's Fury right now. He actually opted to kind of ignore the boots here. He only actually went for the tier 1 boots. He hasn't actually fully finished it, which is kind of a greedy build. But when you have a situation like this where you need damage desperately in these team fights, you need to go for that. You need to wait.
Arashi's in the building?
Oh my god! Arashi is in the building!
Oh man! Look at him in the corner!
Oh man! Arashi is in the building, supporting the kingdom.
So here we are, the next Lord Dan, Super Ken, level 13, Versic, level 10! He's 3 levels below!
Not looking good. Super Key, though, will be the first one to fall as alongside Banana. 1 for 1, both. EXP and Rome now taken out. Let's see, good catch by Naomi. But the damage will come through for himself as well. Zive collects first 6 life as it will. Big B, Bigatron Alpha, finding the Lord.
And that's GG, right? No way can RRQ go for it. There was a small chance, a sliver of opportunity that RRQ had if they got the right picks. Perhaps taking out Super Ken but only being able to get Super Key still was enabling Bigatron Alpha to get most of the trades. And now they're going for aggression in the mid side. Super Ken is going to steal the buff away as well.
See Super Ken. Damage connects. Super Key though, Flicker, Earth Shatter. Take a look at the penalty zone, respond to it. Airborne Super Key will be taken out. Super Ken will not be able to provide cover as RRQ now, they have somehow equalized in taking Super Key down.
My goodness. Bigatron Alpha tried to go for a subversion of expectations. Turns out he gets punished instead. They wanted to go for a cheeky little engage because maybe they thought RQ wouldn't expect it. And I think RQ didn't fully expect the commitment, but they found a free Edith over there. With the Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor here, yeah, it was really strange that he was just bursted quite fast. I think even he didn't expect that burst coming down from RRQ. But taking a look at the rest of the items here for Bruno, Skylar this game, you can see the difference already. Into the Wind of Nature. Oh, Clay! Wow, what?
He disappeared!
He had black shoes, he just didn't know.
He miscalculated. Yikes.
I think he didn't press it in time. No way. Super Key, conceal with Steve as well.
See? Good catch, Naomi now, forced to use the flicker. Banana though, will find the penalty zone on towards 1. But the damage will not be enough from both teams. Again, Bigatron Alpha, they will munch the turret, bot, and top. Left standing is only the mid, the inner. Let's see RRQ, they're in a bit of a pickle.
No way.
Catch here on towards Chorizo. But it seems like Bigatron now still able to stabilize. Mid turret defended well, but the knockup comes through as Banana now will fall. 5v4 for Sick is low. Chorizo looking for an angle from the backside. Does not quite get the opening that he wants. They back off.
The red robots are angry here in game number 2. Look at the way that they're playing. And they're doing exactly the same thing as they did in game number 1. That didn't work out for them. They were targeting Banana, but maybe with a change, with him not on an X-Borg anymore, with him now on a Paquito, it gives Bigatron Alpha the better advantage. And the question is, what's the beef with Banana, man? What's going on?
I don't know what the beef is.
Banana.
I don't know, man. I have no idea. But for this game, I want to highlight Chorizo, really, because he's doing exactly what he did in game number 1, but this time he is given a hero that can actually do that well. Skylar, whatever item he goes for, he's going to struggle chasing down the Paquito, who has disgusting movement and wave clear. And right now, that's what they're trying to do. If Skylar can't do it alone, we're going to send 2 extra members down below to handle this bald boxer.
That's crazy. That's so much.
That's how prio Paquito was. That's why it was strange seeing the Bruno prioritize over the Paquito, in my opinion. Knowing the banana is that good on the Paquito too. You know, it's really, really strange. But honestly, on top of that, it's the movement that Supercan has.
Oh, banana now caught again, and the damage will be more than enough to take Terizla down. Persik now needs to reposition. Super key. Early conceal. Take a look at Paquito. Looking for an angle in the backside. Oh, holding ground. Persik now will be collapsed. The damage will be enough here to make Persik half HP. Super Chorizo though. The damage won't be enough to take Bruno down, but the Lord will be controlled by the side of the red robot. Take a look at Moreno. Peculiar angle here, and if RRQ is not careful, he will find the pickoff. Let's say Skylar finds the kill first though, on towards K, but it seems like the Lord will be taken by Super Ken and they back off.
There was no way that Persik could contest that, right? He was so far behind, one in levels, and he was zoned out so beautifully. And that's it. Bigatron Alpha picks yet another Lord up.
And it was free, really. Like you mentioned, when you're at this big of a disadvantage, 2 levels below, it's really hard to win those 50-50s because, again, it's not a 50-50. And that's why now they're really confident. Super Ken, he may have missed a lot of retributions, but it was in the past when it was equal. Now that you have a level advantage, if you miss, that would be questionable. Here, 3,633 gold lead. So on top of the XP diff, he's also dealing much more damage. He's actually opted to go for more damage. Usually, in these type of games, on the Lancelot, you're very adaptive. You can go for even more tanky items, but you can also go for the Endless Battle to help your snowball grow even bigger. And that's what they decided to do this time around. Super Ken is an assassin as well as a fighter.
See, Lord will charge in the base turret top side. Good defense though, RRQ. Charge by Naomi. No commitment just yet. RRQ, they're holding on. They're trying to defend all base turret here as Bigatron look for the collapse in the top side. Good catch, but good cancel. Good Torn Rose there to juke the rage, but it seems like Bigatron will be satisfied here. No base turrets taken out.
That was beautifully done though by both of these teams, right? RQ defended that well. Bigatron Alpha looked for an opening, an opportunity, as they're looking for more as well here. They're going into the bush. You can see Super Key opening up the map as well, but there we go, the commitment.
Penalty zone flicker, connecting on towards Eve. But it seems like in the backside, Banana will be taken out first. Phantom Execution used, Persik caught, knocked up, and taken down. 2 members of RRQ now isn't available, and it seems like Bigatron, they maintain a pressure here in the mid lane.
Well played. The way they were able to play that, going back and forth. They're the ones who are double stacking now compared to RQ in game number 1, and they're looking for it.
Flicker, Earth Shatter, and it seems like Skylar will be forced to use the Wind of Nature early as Super Ken will gladly take him down. Base turret, mid lane falls. Top side will continue, will follow, and Bigatron now will again maintain pressure. Clay pops early black shoes, and Super King now very low in the backside. Naomi, defensive rage, but it seems like Clay and friends is able to hold off the pressure. So Rizzo looking for an angle. Granada cancel the penalty zone. RRQ, they're still standing. First finds a kill. Super Ken looking for the kill for Clay. Gets it. But the base now should be the target as mega kill will be confirmed, and Bigatron Alpha, they will find game 3.
They force another game out of RRQ, telling them that it's not going to be as easy as leg number 1, nor their experiences in the past. The red robots are finally angry, and they're looking to claim more.
More importantly, not as important, but how the heck? It's true, you're cursed. What the heck? It's unreal.
It's uncanny.
It is uncanny. BTR able to equalize because of Eterna?
I have so much power.
Man.
I'm drunk with power. Is this what it feels like?
To be LaFell and Miracle back in last MSC? I don't know how it transferred over to you, Eterna, but I'm glad it did, because now it's 1-1.
It's 1-1.
Now we have a game and a match on our hands. It looked horrible for Bigatron in game number 1. Now it's looking horrible for both teams, right? Because there's so much pressure for both of them. Both of them are at risk of going winless this week. Remember, RQ had 3 matches this week. They've lost 2. This is their final match. Bigatron have 2 total matches this week, and they've lost 1. So it's a battle of who can crack that loss streak.
It's a nightmare.
For both.
Yeah, nightmare week. Week of nightmare.
It's a week of nightmares for all like the top teams, except Onyx.
Thank you.
Just don't say things like that. Look at him.
By the way, shout out Rashi. I didn't know you. That was so random.
We were like looking at the game in the little corner.
Yeah.
There was Arashi with the girls.
Arashi with the girls.
You know Arashi, he is a ladies' man.
He is a ladies' man.
Like he never comes to the venue when he's not working.
No. He has gained.
It's so weird. Let's see him here.
Let's hope for his sake that Araki doesn't lose, because then
curse.
The people were just going to say that if he watches, he makes him lose. Sorizo though,
not a curse.
One word. Oh, not a curse, definitely. He's a blessing to the team. Pog, one word. Player of the game. Oh, Pog. Never mind, not Pog. But presented by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Mirko, why is he the player of the game? He has 47% KP. That means he was only useful for 53% of the time. No, that's not how it works, champ. Okay? Look at the positioning. We're definitely going to get to see this in the game. But as an XP laner at this point, there's so many things you do that aren't counted into statistics that get you the dub. In these team fights, Skylar can never walk up. It's never a pure front to back because there's a bald boxer punching him in the back every single time. America has been in nature, yes, but you get displaced and you're unable to kill the Paquito. You see the shielding from his skill 1, dude? Use 2 of that and it's half your HP. It's like half of your HP is worth of shields, bro. That is ridiculous. And he's not even building full tank. He has a Bloodlust and a Hunter Strike.
Yeah, I mean, he has Oracle as well, so that
more
shielding,
healing,
more shields, more spell vamp as well. And let's look at the visuals here, what happened in game 2.
Visuals, all right? Take a look. Okay, this one we have to give credit to Moreno because this was just an unrealistic steal that you could usually not expect. Moreno, Kadira, an amazing combination that we got to see in the entire game. But here, in a lot of these skirmishes, you're probably looking at the backside. Sorizo, the fact that he's able to zone, sometimes even assassinate Skylar on the Paquito, yet also still survive in these skirmishes have been amazing. He is truly the key to victory for this game. Take a look at Sorizo again. When the team loses, he's always doing the dirty work, clearing out the mid-wave, trying to prevent a push from happening, and in a lot of these skirmishes, he's just screening. Look at how Sorizo plays a lot of these team fights. Screening, clearing the wave in the bottom lane, things that you just don't really appreciate a lot when you're in the moment, but in the highlights, you really are able to finally give him props for. Sorizo walks up, Skylar, here. He walks up for some damage, and then guess what? He has to respect Sorizo. Even here, they walk up for some damage, Sorizo comes in for utility, and a lot of the times, he will circle around, find another flank to go and zone the backline member from RQ. Another example of this. Jumps in, makes Skylar low, doesn't kill him, but he did enough. He baited out the Wind of Nature, gave the assassin the execute, and even in the final push. Look at Sorizo. He doesn't care. He's just always in the front. 1 HP because he bought so much time, gets the shielding from skill 1, and then look what he does again. Pops on Fairsick, knows that, you know what, I have the healing. That healing is ridiculous, by the way. Skill 2 onto the minions, full HP. Wow. Wow, bro.
That shouldn't be possible. And I'm wondering now if RQ just deeply regret that Bruno pick. That Bruno first pick. And whether or not that maybe the next game that we see, they are going to be prioritizing that Paquito over. But overall, it wasn't as quick as I would expect, right? 16 minutes and 49 seconds. It wasn't as quick as the first game, clearly. But Bigatron Alpha, it looked like they were in control almost every single moment, even from objectives. And it's crazy because we said even in the drafts, right? I was like, Lancelot and Fredrin, you would say, all right, maybe Fredrin would have a better time. But in actuality, Super Ken was 1, 2, 3 levels ahead of Fredrin. And then they just kept snowballing after that.
You want to know why?
The items.
Well, I wouldn't actually say it's the items. I would say it's more so, at this point, jungle matchups don't matter. What matters is setup matchups. The people around the junglers. You can have fast clearing junglers, you can have utility junglers that survive, but if you don't have enough CC, if you don't have enough playmaking potential and lockdown, you're going to lose that retry battle.
That makes sense.
It almost never is a 50-50 in this meta in week 6, right? Retries have been going left and right, all due to the setup. When you have a better XP matchup, when you have a roamer who can lock you down, like Gani mentioned, longest duration of getting stunned or getting CC'd is Onward Earth Shatter. Add a Petrify in the Breath of the Ocean and say goodbye. You're dead before you can move.
That makes sense. That was why Fredrin, you didn't see him participate in a lot of these
And unlike Lancelot, you can't go untargetable. You can't use Thorn Rose, you can't use Phantom Execution, you can just take it like a man.
Yeah. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's not as simple as that. In the game, things work quite differently. As we take a look at the rich guy, there's Super Ken.
Wow.
Is he back? Can you say that he's back yet?
Not yet.
This is what we
Need more
we
samples.
keep seeing from him, and this is something that we've expected from him. So, him not on the rich guy category is weird for me.
Very.
This is normal.
Finally, we're back to normal, yeah? Because, yeah, Season 11, 1,000 GPM. I remember that. 1,000 on a jungler.
Who does that?
Super Ken.
Exactly.
As K.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, absolutely.
As K. Super Ken.
That's K. Yeah, okay. I was like, whoa, okay.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I got a... You said it's not as quick as Game 1. Game 1 lasted 18 minutes.
Exactly. It was 18
yeah,
minutes?
it didn't feel that way.
What?
When it was 18 minutes.
It
I
was
had to recharge.
longer.
You swear?
It is 18 minutes, Game 1.
It was longer.
It was longer
What?
in
It
Game
felt
1.
so quick.
It really did. It just goes to
Felt
show
like
you
4
that
minutes.
MLBV,
Insane.
it's so competitive to a point where it's like back and forth. It's always so entertaining that
This
you
felt
forget the timer.
longer.
Yeah, because it was much more of a one-sided game, so it felt longer, but it wasn't
weird.
actually longer. There was more of a fight. By the way, Shive, gotta give props to him. A lot of jitters, but he was still able to keep the fundamentals, right? Dashing forward sometimes, and then, blah, 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 but it's okay. Another bonus fun fact, he actually does look like Lim Kocho in that picture. Did you see that?
No.
Okay, we'll show you after.
I was still baffled by the 18 minutes game number 1.
Yeah, right?
Weird.
This is
I
what
feel like
happens.
my whole life is a lie.
That's what happens when you enjoy the game.
I'm having a mental breakdown.
You're
I
having
think
a
you need a
mental
break.
Do I?
You need a mental break?
18 minutes? What? It felt so quick. Do you not agree it felt so quick? Oh, well, anyway, hold up. Because before we see the outcome of this match between RQ as well as Bigatron, we are going on a short break. And with that being said, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we'll see you after. Bye-bye.
See ya.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, about to witness the final outcome of Game 3. It's gonna be Bigatron, is it gonna be RQ? Is Eterna gonna predict RQ, or is Eterna gonna pick Bigatron? Because whoever she predicts, they lose.
That is the situation here.
It's like, would you rather get beaten up by Arashi or Mirko? Like, I don't know which is worse.
I want both to beat me up. What?
Double the value.
Double the value, double the investment.
Double the investment. And when you say investment, I'm thinking about UBS Gold.
Wow.
Because I myself have checked it out. Because
Check.
with this collaboration, you guys can invest starting from 500,000 rupiah. And you guys can get a free MLBB skin. And this is available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as Blibli UBS Lifestyle. So you get 500,000 worth of gold,
500,000,
and then you get
okay.
a free MLBB skin.
So you get free MLBB skins and you get free, well, not free UBS Gold, but you get UBS Gold that increases in value.
Increases in
gold.
value.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, double the value.
Like, imagine how rich you would be in like 5 years. You gotta think from now, man. Like Bigatron. Bigatron is thinking
5 years ahead.
5 years ahead.
Oh, you're right.
Arif.
So Arif is the UBS Gold of players for BTR.
Exactly.
Ah.
Exactly. And you know, in that interview earlier on, I think we had a little bit of time to see him as well at some point backstage. Mr. Arif. And he was like, Ka Eterna, Ka Goni. Ka means big sis or big brother.
Okay.
What do you use for your
Wait,
quota?
what about Kap Mirko? Why?
You weren't there.
Ah.
You didn't go backstage.
I swear to God, this is all hoax.
No,
is
it's
it
not.
actually true?
It is.
It's true.
Okay.
Right?
It is. Arashi saw it.
Arashi saw it, and I was like, you know what, Arif, check out Dunia Games.
Wasn't he getting interviewed?
No, before he got interviewed.
Mirko, you had to be there. Check out Dunia Games Telkomsel, alright? Because you will too look cool using your favorite heroes and skins. So don't forget to check your data quota before playing.
Data quota.
If you use Dunia Games with Telkomsel, you will have an additional 3 gigabytes of quota. So check it out. Buy at duniagames.co.id or through the DG Dunia Games app. DGA for you.
And if you come over to EXO Hall here, MPL Arena, you guys can meet the wonderful, nice Mr. Ahmad.
Mr. Ahmad.
He's at the booth to give you all the information. He's so kind.
He is.
We love him. We love him. We should take a picture with him maybe after this cast.
Sure, I would love
He's
to
so nice.
meet Mr. Ahmad and see if his name is actually Mr. Ahmad or if it's a
believe
fictional
me.
character.
He doesn't-
Because it's almost okay. Who's the Indomart girl?
Fitri.
You're such a skeptic, Mergo.
Apparently, Eterna. I've never seen her go out there and like socialize. She buys products there, obviously. Who wouldn't? But
like when I buy, I talk to them. They're not robots, Mirko.
Mirko.
You should take some time to get to know people
They're
because
not-
you wouldn't be recommended the best shampoo in
by
the
a
business.
robot? Well, this girl right here is a robot, right? She's wearing Bigatron, the varsity or the jacket. She has really good hair because of Head and Shoulders. So that's a case where a robot gave me a recommendation, Eterna.
I mean,
she doesn't need a name.
I love her jacket.
Me too, but
Right?
I like the new varsity even more.
Which one?
They're not wearing
They're
it on
using
stage.
it?
No,
No?
they're not. They were actually
the
wearing
black
it.
one?
No, it's the red one. It's a new one. It's a new red one. Yeah,
Huh,
yeah.
haven't seen it.
It's a collaboration with an Indonesian brand.
One thing for sure, ladies and gentlemen, if you use Head and Shoulders, you will not look like an NPC.
Nobody wants to be an NPC.
Okay, so
apparently.
did Arashi look like an NPC sitting there?
Huh.
Huh?
Huh.
Huh?
Arashi. It depends. Did he use Head and Shoulders this
Yeah,
morning?
did he use it today? Because I don't think he got that Riz.
Ah, so he didn't use Head and Shoulders
I don't
today.
think
So
so.
that's why he's Rizless. That's why he was sitting quite apart from the girls.
That's
not
why.
literally next to the girls.
Because if
Okay.
you're using Head and Shoulders,
This is a Riz man.
the girls flock to you.
Like this guy right here.
Exactly.
And Sheffin.
And Sheffin. Skylar
Skylar's
definitely
been
uses.
performing well today.
Is it because of Head and Shoulders? Most likely.
Could be, actually. And I'm wondering whether or not they're going to secure another Bruno pick. Because last time it didn't work for them. So
Same sides again?
same sides again. We'll take a look at their bands in just a minute. So far, it's looking exactly the same as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase of game number 3, the finalizer as to who truly is the Laboratory Rabbits. RQ or Bigatron? Diggy gets banned.
Again.
Okay, again. And I'm wondering, right? Paquito, is it going to be left open? Are they going to go for the Martis ban? It really depends on Bigatron at this point.
I mean, it worked for Bigatron in that second phase, in that second game, right? Banning out the Martis in that last pick. So let's see here, RQ, what will they go for here? Will it be the Paquito ban or will they pick the Paquito for themselves for B-A-N-A-N-A-N?
B-N-A-N-A.
Yes.
No N.
N-A-N-A-A.
There you go.
There you go.
Because if you added the extra N earlier, it will be bananan. Bananan, yeah. Here, Diggy, Fanny, the template is Joy. They have not stirred away from Joy ever since Season 12, Week 1, Day 1, right? When they played. Yeah, there's going to be the Joy. There you go. It just, for right now, they want to keep the same template. Maybe they'll change in the playoffs. I think that's what they're aiming for.
I think
They're
so.
going to leave both Paquito and Martis open.
Ooh, a trade?
Your call?
I don't think so.
Because no way RQ's going to let Paquito slide again, right?
I agree. That's why I think the Paquito should just be banned out here. If they ban the Martis, or if they let go of the Martis, Martis won't be first picked anyways. It will be a Paquito first pick, I think, if it's not banned out here. RQ, they've literally gone a reality check with a big slap of the face from the Paquito in game number 2. They need to wake up.
More like punch.
A big punch.
So let's see. Okay, there you go.
Wow!
They're leaving it open.
Martis.
Because Sheffin would say it, ballsy play.
Kadida or Paquito?
Paquito.
Paquito
Yeah,
for
same.
RQ. So, leaving out the Kadida and Edith again. Man. I don't know. RRQ, will they commit to a Paquito pick here?
And like you could even see that the players and the teams are like thinking about
Yeah.
this really hard. Like that last ban from Aldo, that took a while, right? So
Curveball.
now Oh, wow.
Okay.
They don't do... What? Okay, so they shift something around. They don't go for the Bruno first pick, but instead, they take away the Edith. So do they deem that the Edith was more valuable in that game compared to the Paquito?
Remember setup game, right? It's all about the setup matchup. The Edith, you know, biggest duration or longest duration for CC with the Onward and Earthshatter, it really messes with your jungler. If you're able to connect on that first initial Onward, you're locked down pretty much for that team fight, right? And maybe they see the value in that. Honestly, on top of that, it's not like you do that Onward Earthshatter and then you're useless. That Primal Wrath, immobility as well, built into the kit when you use the Primal Wrath. So it is additional points for it. It's gonna be the Paquito and the Fredrin for BTR. This one's interesting. I was thinking Paquito, Fredrin. Paquito, I think is for sure going to be Paquito, but Fredrin. I was thinking, do they want to pick up a Fredrin or a Lancelot? Lancelot has counterplay against the Onward, against the Earthshatter, with 2 abilities that make you untargetable. Fredrin, you gotta take it like a man. It seems now they've also kind of taken away the flex potential of both these heroes.
Yeah. They committed here with the jungler and EXP already giving that information towards RRQ. What will they go for here? Will they go? We've seen this before. Going up against the Fredrin jungle, Guinevere might appear. So let's see, is it in RRQ's playbook? Or will they go Kadita? Right, I mean, Kadita is still open, but no, they go neither. They go for Valentina and Grok. Still a question though, Edith roam or Grok roam is still a flexibility that RRQ can use.
Grok jungle.
I wonder why
Versick does play that.
Valentina here.
They want to try to take some of these resources away from BTR because they're predicting Kadita pick, I think. Kadita pick, Rough Waves take. Rough Waves on Valentina gets you so much survivability. We saw that literally yesterday for Sans. And that's what I think they're trying to replicate. They want the Kadita and they'll say, we'll just take the Rough Waves, we'll have the same amount of burst, we'll have Terrify as well, and more utility. Oh! Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, right, Valentina synergizes well in that early. With Edith, with Grok, you want to somehow play the invasion of... And yeah, Valentina doesn't really need to wait for level 4 to give out damage. And I feel like that is what RRQ is going for, to go hard in the early game. Bigatron, though, I feel like well-rounded response. They pick up a Bruno, a hero that can somehow weather the storm early and be a nuisance mid-late.
Especially when he snowballs, right?
Especially, yeah, if he's untouched.
Definitely homework now for RRQ to prevent that from happening. And they're going to double down, Bigatron Alpha, they're going to double down on this Bruno lane, taking away the Butrix. This is interesting, right? Because you would think that Bruno lane, take away Brody, take away Irithel, right? With Butrix being banned out, is this signifying respect over for Skylar in particular because of that?
Yeah, I think it's very clear now in the second phase of bans. It banned out Claude first, now Bruno pick, and then the Beatrix ban. So they are going to try to hack a Skylar. Now the option is, do they want to ban the Brody or Irithel? I would say, with this comp, Irithel. They can still lock the Brody down with this dive, with the Paquito as well. But when you have an Irithel, especially if he goes for Purify, it'll be really hard to catch.
I mean, the ceiling, right? The ceiling power of Irithel is much more higher if you compare it to Brody, who does well in that early, but somehow in that mid
falls off.
It hits that ceiling and it's stagnant.
Even with Weapon Master?
Yes. I mean, you don't fall off as hard, but you still fall off.
Yeah. If you compare it to Irithel, and there you go, the Irithel ban does come through. RRQ though, will they commit to another, potentially a mid laner ban here for Moreno?
What's left?
Novaria?
Novaria, Barca.
Ooh.
Faramis.
Yes. And I feel like Novaria can cause trouble for RRQ. Yeah, there you go. The Novaria ban does come through. Does not want to give the range for Bigatron as well.
I was thinking Novaria for the Astral Echo too, but don't they have a Valentina? I thought they would actually want to go up against a Novaria to steal that ult and to prevent some of these ambushes as well. I don't know.
It's more, yeah, the recall though can really poke you and really
escape.
Destroy your formation.
This better not be a gourd pick for Bigatron.
Last pick, I don't mind, but fourth pick, it's a little bit too premature.
I mean, at this point, you already have an Edith and a Grok as
Lilia.
your opponents. Paramis, there you go.
Ooh. Yeah, I thought actually they might want to take away some big ultimates from that Valentina and go for the Lilia instead, right? Just the black shoes, solo sustain. But yeah, the Faramis here for Moreno. I'm trying to think of when the last time Moreno picked up this Faramis was, but I think it's clear to see that it's going to be a Brody.
Not this season.
A lot of other options available, but now with the Yu Zhong, this is going to be a problem for BTR. Bananas Yu Zhong has been a menace.
Cho then. Cho or Kufra for Naomi, no? Well, not
For
Naomi,
Super Key.
for Key.
Not a fan of the... Oh, there you go.
Lord, the Valier.
There's a lot of dive. I get it.
How do I feel about this?
Do you feel
Valier.
BTR or RQ? I don't know. For the Valier, I understand the reasoning as to why they're going for this Valier, right? First neutral objective should be controlled by the Valier. You have so much poke and base damage within your kit, so much utility within your kit even before you get that Ice Queen wand. So you'll be able to shoo RRQ away. By the way, it's also a Grok in the jungle, yeah? So it's a power of nature. He's a walking jungler. Can get bullied by this Valier. Early on. Later on, Rapid Boots and Wild Charge, it gets really tough. The Edith as well, super short range. And also, there's a built-in Purify within Valier's kit. So I understand what they're going for here. I think it's just going to come down to the execution. How they're going to try to lock down. Brody really struggles, by the way, against Valier. Really struggles. Very hard.
What's the range? He goes to purify those stacks. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into game number 3 for the final conclusion between the Red Robots and the Kings of Kings, RRQ. Let's see who is going to come out on top with a very interesting draft from both of these teams. I'm not really sure what to expect here.
Well, looking at the composition, I gotta say game 3, very balanced. But I don't necessarily am a fan of the Valier last pick. Yes, it will definitely harass Grok in the jungle clear, in the Lord Pit or Turtle Pit. But the range of this Valier is gonna perhaps backfire.
Let's take a look at the emblems before we get into it. So, Lethal Ignition for Faramis. So not the Impure Rage that we're accustomed to seeing. And what else stands out?
Once we went on the trades there, what else stands out is the Valier here, the other emblems within the kit. Oh, bottom lane! Whoa, 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 whoa. But yeah, he went for Vitality and just full tank with a basic common emblem as well. So you know that Valier here for Super Key, I think he wants to soak in a lot of damage, not just poking in the back.
Definitely just utility. I think so similar to this build that we saw yesterday.
From Rossi?
From Rossi, yeah.
So screen Naomi.
Look at this guy.
Yeah. Oh, in the mid side, Clay here, almost there. Taken down, forced to recall. Both junglers though, equal EXP, I might say.
Yeah, because the Valier is not utilized in the way that we would expect. I thought that it would be a little bit more aggressive towards Versik.
More invasive.
But this is a little bit more invasive towards Edith, to Naomi. Are they trying to mirror what Onyx were able to do yesterday? Just shut Naomi down from the early game?
Oh,
defensive petrify.
Yeah, exactly. Banana defensive petrify. Super Key recalls out of the barrier as well. Retribution battle this time will fall to the hands of Versik. And it seems like with the amount of slows that Super Key can give, Versik opt for a rapid boots alongside Naomi.
Which makes sense. You want to try to counter that slow coming in. And it should work, but I don't know how long, right? As soon as Super Key gets that Ice Queen wand, does it negate or is it good still?
The Rapid Boots should still be able to... Oh, close. Very close. Yeah, Rapid Boots still negates a lot of the slows coming in. It's a very good choice. I think it's the best choice to go for up against this composition. The Valier's main strength is that. Naomi onward.
And Earth Shatter connects on towards Sieve. Still holds on towards that Purify. Sieve here realizes that he is going to be A-okay. Skylar out of range to follow the crowd controller.
Man, it's so oppressive. Valier for Naomi. Naomi definitely has that short range, and the fact that you can spam these skills coming in from the Valier onto him and get that mini stun going for him as well. It's so difficult for Naomi to try and look for something on the map.
Now I'm trying to look at the big picture for both of these teams. RRQ will have better neutral objective control, but Bigatron Alpha, they might actually be able to win out in the mid game. They're waiting for that power spike right now. That's why they are a bit more reluctant to commit onto neutral objectives. Usually, Bigatron, they commit neutral objectives. When they get it, they have the game. When they don't, instant lose the game.
Passive.
This time, they're trading. Look at the goal. Despite that one turtle already secured by RRQ, wait a minute, Super Ken?
Super Ken wasn't isolated, but the Terrify connects and the Petrify and Wall charge. It's a collapse. Another round will be used. It seems like Banana will, in the dragon form, will escape.
Ooh, that was nearly a punish onto Super Ken there. He walked into the enemy jungle from RRQ. Nearly got taken out, but in the bottom lane.
Take a look at the damage. Bramble Wrath form with the help of Torn Apart Memory will take Steve down. He pops the Purify as well, so that's a huge win for RRQ.
A massive win for RRQ. Look at the timer. I think that's more important because Fersic should have a easy way to this retry.
Oh, good timing there. Retry battle again. 0 turtles here, 0 newt objective for Bigatron Alpha. Outside, Skylar forces the flicker. Good Earth Shatter. Now onward, connected on towards Moreno. Purify will be popped, but Moreno will be taken down. Super Ken, he's low. No Appraisal's Wrath. He will back off. But RRQ setting the tempo here early.
Yeah, 1,200 gold lead already. They weren't able to punish Super Ken earlier on, but how? Why does Super Ken have less of control over these objectives? As wait a minute, Versik.
Oh, good taunt. Versik caught. Clay will back off, but it seems like the damage will be enough here. Versik with the rapid boots. Will he be able to escape this time? Super Moreno.
Wow.
Ghostbusters does not connect. That is why you build a rapid boot, folks. Top side though, Super Sorizo. Solo kill question mark. Banana is going bananas in the top state line.
And just like that, RRQ take control fully of game number 3. Sorizo losing out, Shive losing out, and Super Ken losing out in the retry. To answer your question, Eterna, why is Super Ken unable to get a hold of these neutral objectives? I would just say it's a retry diff. At that point, right, both of these junglers have what it takes to go for retry. I would say Grok has an advantage if it was a wild charge. But earlier, it was just the power of nature. So both had abilities to channel or to chain retry together, and it's just a clean 50-50 win for Versik.
Oh, that's tough. How the mighty have fallen, man. Like, you wouldn't expect that from Super Ken. Like,
Post ISF.
What is it? What is it with ISF, right? Evo's kind of faltered after ISF as well. Is it an ISF curse?
Ooh. Oh. So many curses nowadays. But you know, Shive, 1,000 gold behind of Skylar, it's not what you wanna see, definitely, for a Bruno. I think early on in game number 1 as well, we did see a bit of that, but Skylar was able to keep it more level compared to this game here. That power spike is going to hit much later for BTR.
Before this, he has Malefic Roar too, so take that in accordance as well.
Say it's Versik. Perfect turtle. Banana though will zone out 2 members now in the river side. Good taunt. Another round popped by both teams, but it seems like, wow. Take a look at the damage given towards Moreno. In the mid, it's a battle of clears only. No casualties. 3 turtles, though, secured by RRQ.
So what has Bigatron Alpha been able to get this entire 7 minutes, the first 7 minutes of the game? No turrets, no kills, no turtles, no nothing.
Nothing.
They're falling.
Exactly.
They got a lead though.
They got There's always a positive side for Gani, a very optimistic person. But yes, they did get a lethal, and they also had to trade it for a tier 2 tower down below. So I don't think I would necessarily say worth or value. But the main problem here is, yes, the Bruno only has Haas Claws in the 7th minute of the game, coming into the 8th, and even here, wow, Versik!
Okay, pulled.
Oh man.
So clean. Wall charge as a defensive maneuver, and they can still hold pressure in that mid lane. Let's see Super Ken though. Yeah, Yeah, it's still A-okay this time for Bigatron Alpha.
And so far, the fact that in the drafting phase, they went for just full respect onto Moreno, I think it's working. Him on the Feramis right now hasn't been working too much for him. 0-1-0 KDA so far, not much of an advantage because as well, RQ, they have their hands on the Valentina. So whatever value that the Feramis had, RQ can naturally negate that with the IMU.
They need to try and screen right now and give Shive some space. Unfortunately, if you put more members down towards Shive, you're also kind of sacrificing the opposite side of the lane. And you know, when it comes down to sieging, I don't think Bruno can contest a Brody who is 2,000 gold ahead of him.
That's it.
That is it. Concealed play though by Naomi. Flicker as well. Committed. Super key. Pops the ult. But take a look at the nether realm to provide cover for Naomi. Persic now in the front line, stealing and also taking damage. Naomi stunned. Primal Rat form. Silence comes through. But it seems like the Black Dragon form will zone away the Bigatron members. Skylar free hitting. Skylar finding the kill. And another kill for Skylar. That's a double. And the mid lane now. Will it collapse? Good. Onward. Sorizo will be the next casualty as Skylar finds the Mega. The mid will still stand, but it seems like Skylar does not care. Basic attacking. No, good retry, but it seems like the cover will be there. The Predator's Wrath will chunk Naomi to a recall, but it seems like Banana now will gain space as the Lord will fall to the hands of RQ.
They're so good at buying time to trigger all the resources coming in from Bigatron Alpha and win it in a long, drawn team fight. And the fact that now Skylar is standing at a 4-0-0, but wait a minute!
Raw charge! And the Terrified Connect Super Ken though survives! The mid lane only being the sole casualty there. Bigatron Alpha still defend with 5.
But back to that point, right? Skylar 4-0-0, he's what, 2,600 gold ahead.
This is what we said earlier, right? When you have a 2,000 gold lead, heck, even if you just have a 500 gold lead on the Brody, it really shows. Any sort of gold lead is almost multiplied, amplified on a Brody. And here with the Heptaseas and a Malefic Roar, that in itself is a massive power spike. With a Win of Nature, now you can just go in without a care of in the world, and you'll still be able to soak in damage, disengage with your Corrosive Strike, and even your Flicker. Meanwhile for Shive, not really a lot of items already, and he's already forced to go for Wind of Nature. So Haas Claws, Berserker, usually we see more damage, but now he has to just respect. He doesn't deal enough damage to really melt the front lines down yet.
The final siege is upon us here as the Lord is marching down in the bottom top side. Bigatron Alpha going to be able to clear really well there, and RQ have not been able to cut that base open. It's a calm before the storm, as there is still a wave in the bottom side.
Let's see. It seems like RQ, they understand it's just the first Lord. So it seems like they will not force and take any base turrets down. But yeah, props to Bigatron Alpha. They also held their ground very well. But the jungles now, wow, Super Ken caught with the barrier. Will they commit to this? It seems like the perp orange buff will still fall to the hands of First Six, stolen away. The damage still comes through. Power of Nature will save his life.
And right before that, right, Civ picked up a Wind of Nature. Does that help him in these team fights?
It helps him defensively. It helps him survive, but in terms of damage, he is still nowhere near Skylar. I think even nowhere near Clay at this point. BOD. Skylar, so on top of the penetration that he already has with the Heptaseas and the Malefic Roar, this is where the raw damage comes into play, and Skylar will be able to melt Bigatron members. The frontliners, doesn't matter who it is, they will get melted down. And that's why Shive doesn't even have any penetration yet. I think now he's building towards that Malefic Roar. And by the time he gets it, it'll already be a bit too late because RQ will have many blade armors by that time to try to negate that crit damage from Shive.
Oh, that's such a tough position to be in. Like, as a gold laner, being this far behind, all you want to do is catch up to your items, but when your enemy is that far ahead and that many steps ahead, what do you expect to go for? I guess Wind of Nature will help him, definitely, right? I mean, because Torn Apart Memory, very bursty, very Oh wait, Naomi? Is he gonna get a pick over here?
Oh, good pull. That's a deep pull, Naomi. Forced to use the Primal Wrath. NetherRealm used as well, though. Clay still holding on with the IMU of NetherRealm. But with that exchange, it's more than enough for ROQ to claim the second Lord. This one's, ladies and gentlemen, will charge.
They don't dare, they don't dare. Super Ken was so low, he had to go for a recall. ROQ just playing this very clean in game number 3.
I think very clean is a bit of an understatement there. It's clinical, right? Surgical performance from RRQ and even a rapid boots from the Brody. Wow, fully stacking it up. There are 3 rapid boots right now for RRQ. And it's for everyone who's walking, technically, right? Well, for the Black Dragon form, he's flying anyway, so he doesn't really need it. He instead goes for the tough boots to try to get more tenacity when he gets down from the flying state of that Black Dragon form. And yeah, Malefic Roar being built up by Shive now. But looking at the atomization, Skylar's building towards a DHS or a Rose Gold.
The Lord will charge in the top lane. RQ now 8,000 gold lead though, so that is going to be tough for Bigatron to defend. That base cert number 1 will be taken out. Let's see, RQ playing it very, very safely. Black Dragon form for a zone. Good pick out there, finding one, but the damage will be there. NetherRealm pop by both teams. Who is going to be the first one to fall? It's going to be Super Ken and Steve. And one by one, RRQ, they're sieging. They're going at it, and they will win the base as well. Bigatron Alpha again will suffer another loss this week.
Here it is, Rex, Regum, Kaon securing themselves closer to the number 1 position in the standings, telling Bigatron once again to sit back down. And they have, again, no chance to overthrow the Kings of Kings.
Winless this week, the Red Robots, right after IESF. The momentum has shifted completely for them. And for RRQ, a massive win through their crisp, clean shot calling, their neutral objective takes, and their textbook gameplay. You don't need to do anything too flashy. You don't need to step out of your comfort zone. When you're in your comfort zone, you get games like this. It's clean, and the retaliation failed for BTR. RQ brings the Red Robots closer to the red zone. With this loss, I believe they will be 6th. Yeah, demoted down to 6th from 5th.
Wait, is that really true? That's so scary. For Bigatron Alpha, man, they started this season as being
favorites.
The favorites to win, along with Onyx. So Onyx number 1 and Bigatron number 2. Oh man, is that co-ed in the building?
That is co-ed in the building.
I thought he promised not to come.
I guess they're right about men and promises.
Oh man.
For
Such
RQ.
a beautiful day for RQ.
Yeah, the promise that RQ made to their fans, definitely, they have redeemed it, and they've definitely kept their word here. The Kingdom, you can see them all smiles for the Kingdom. Finally, they've cracked that loss streak. It would have been very, very scary for them too to get to the upper brackets.
For sure, and I'm wondering if they're feeling that pressure as we take to the interview with Rex, Regum, Kaon, the victors of match number 1. Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Soundcasterku, dan inilah dia Kingdom dengan sorak-sorai menantikan momen kemenangan untuk tim RRQ. Akhirnya minggu ke-6 kalian tutup dengan manis. Minggu yang cukup berat kayaknya nih buat RRQ. Apa karena 3 match? Atau karena tiadanya Coach Zaya nih? Coach Zaya, get well soon by the way.
Apa Bude?
Apakah ini minggu yang berat buat RRQ karena kalian 3 match juga, 2 kali mengalami kekalahan dan akhirnya 1 kemenangan bisa kalian dapatkan dan itu pun lumayan berat juga ya?
Ya berat, nggak berat sih.
Berat nggak berat?
Iya.
Berat nggak berat? Tapi nggak adanya Coach Zaya itu berpengaruh besar nggak nih untuk tim RRQ? Kan Coach Zaya katanya sobek ya?
Oh iya, jatuh deh.
Apakah berpengaruh besar untuk?
Ya berpengaruh besar juga ya. Pastinya kan biasanya Ref ada temannya juga kan. Ini sendiri ya lumayan berpengaruh juga.
Lumayan berpengaruh juga ya. Itu jatuhnya terjatuh ya. Terjatuh di rumah ya.
Kenapa Bude?
Terjatuh dia.
Oh ya jatuh deh.
Get well soon, Coach Zaya. Semoga bisa cepat bergabung kembali. Dan minggu ini 2 match kemarin. Dan akhirnya kalian bisa ngedapetin kemenangan untuk match kali ini. Gimana kalian mungkin ada cara rahasia nggak untuk minggu ini untuk ngeriset?
Apa?
Bingung ya?
Nge-lag gini.
Kenapa nge-lag? Capek kah 2-1 lawan Bigetron?
Ya lumayan lah.
Atau kamu shock Bigetron gak ada Vin yang bermain?
Ya enggak sih.
Enggak shock?
Enggak.
Ketika member dari Bigetron muncul yang tanpa ada Vin, apa reaksi kalian?
Ya main aja Bude, nggak ada Vin juga, kita tetap main kayak biasanya aja.
Main kayak biasanya aja ya. Oh ini menarik tentu saja untuk dari kalian sendiri. Dari ini leg kedua 2-1 dan mungkin apakah ada terjadi sesuatu di waktu break yang mungkin tim lain lakukan dan kalian lumayan shock gitu karena habis break 2 minggu kalian baru akhirnya mendapatkan kemenangan tuh hari ini.
Mungkin biasanya kita nggak libur lama ya. Ya kita kena libur lama mungkin kaget aja sih.
Kaget aja, gimana performa? Mungkin performa dari tim lain, apakah itu membuat kalian ada tim yang memberikan kejutan atau improvementnya juga sangat besar?
Ya pasti ada Bude.
Pasti ada ya?
Pasti ada.
Apa 2 tim kemarin?
Ya bisa juga kan kita kalah.
Bisa juga ya, tapi ya udah kita bakal cek bersama-sama ya. Habis ini yang akan ajak Bude obrol adalah player yang muncul di depan layar, player of the match. Siapakah itu? Kingdom Banana. Oh, akankah Banana atau Naomi lagi? Atau mungkin Skylar? Atau mungkin Versik? Dengan groknya, mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match dari tim RRQ. Banana. Halo Banana.
Halo.
Mode apa nih Banana untuk minggu ini?
Apa?
Ada spesial mode Banana nggak nih sampai masuk layar?
Ya mode mau menang lagi.
Mode mau menang lagi. Menghadapi tim Bigetron di leg kedua ini. Apakah kamu sudah mungkin membaca sesuatu dari tim Bigetron sehingga akhirnya bisa ngedapetin kemenangan di match ketiga kalian ini?
Kurang tahu sih, cuman kita lagi fokus buat menangin kayak gameplaynya aja sih. Soalnya kita kan habis kalah 2 kali kan. Jadi kita pengen menangin dulu early-nya gitu.
Pengen untuk ini ya ngekuatin lagi dari gameplay tim RRQ sendiri.
Ya.
Kemarin sempat shaky,
Ya.
sempat goyang. Mungkin bisa dikasih tahu nggak sih, apa sih yang membuat sebuah tim itu up and down seperti ini?
Mungkin lebih ke lawannya sekarang udah kuat semua, jadi kan harus siapin dalam seminggu lawan 3 orang gitu, 3 tim. Jadi kayak agak susah lah.
Untuk apalagi untuk mempersiapkan 3 lawan, betul, melawan banyak sekali minggu ini cukup panjang. But Naomi, every opponent is super strong right now. As Banana said that the opponent is super strong, but how do you manage to become stronger or strongest than the stronger?
I think we just need to focus training more on ourselves.
Training more, latihan terus, latihan lagi. Right now is not enough, you want more practice?
Oh no.
Oh really? How much you want? How much practice do you want?
Allow we get the champion.
Oh, mereka akan berlatih terus kata Naomi sampai bisa ngedapetin juara. Oh, menjadi juara season 12 dan berarti itu akan menjadi perwakilan untuk M5 juga. Dan untuk Skylar, kita melihat bahwa Skylar untuk leg kedua ini melawan player yang berbeda. Player yang bisa dibilang sangat baru, bahkan rookie dari tim Bigetron yang mereka bawa. Skylar, bagaimana kamu mempersiapkan untuk melawan mungkin satu player yang belum banyak historinya, belum bisa kebaca playstyle-nya seperti apa Skylar?
Hei, apa tadi?
Tolong. Gimana untuk lawan player yang mungkin kita nggak tahu historinya sebelumnya. Dan juga gimana sih untuk berhadapan dengan player itu?
Ya kan di BTR ada yang baru juga kan, MDL, naikin MPL ya. Gue juga belum tahu gameplaynya gimana lah. Cuman hampir sama lah gameplaynya kayak Saken.
Hampir sama-sama Saken, jadi kamu nggak kaget ya?
Enggak,
Aman aja?
aman.
Apalagi pakai Bruno. Dapetin Bruno.
Tapi kalah tadi Bruno.
Iya sih, tapi kan seneng dong. Kan kamu
Iya.
suka bola juga kan?
Suka.
Boostingan untuk Skylar. Jadi melawan siapapun buat Skylar dengan sangat cepat juga. Skylar berhasil ngedapetin kemenangan dan Versik banyak banget tuh yang udah nungguin kata-kata dari Versik.
Bukan salah orang, itu Deden.
Emang Deden mau kasih? Loh enggak. Versik aja yang kasih dong untuk kata-kata untuk Kingdom yang sudah hadir di sini.
Ya.
Dengan kekuatan kurak Versik.
Makasih banget ya buat Kingdom. Support kita terus ya.
Support kita terus ya, dan Versik minggu depan kalian ada satu match yang lumayan mendebarkan tentunya untuk Versik juga karena lawannya adalah EVOS Legend. Akan ada Liga Klasik untuk kalian. Akan lawan EVOS Legend. Cuma satu, apa yang ingin kamu mungkin nantikan di pertarunganmu melawan EVOS nantinya?
Wah, udah pasti seru sih lawan EVOS Legend. Apalagi yang main sekarang idol gua, Panstrong.
Idol Versik Panstrong. Main ya harusnya ya?
Ya udah pasti main kan, Romar cuma satu.
Cuma satu, dan ini adalah EVOS yang akan sangat mengejutkan, nanti akan bermain juga minggu depan akan mereka lawan. Jadi mari kita beri tepuk tangan juga untuk tim RRQ yang sudah menutup minggu ke-6 dengan senyuman. Dan tentu saja senyuman mereka seperti apa? Harus dibedah tentunya oleh para caster. Bagaimana kemenangan dari tim RRQ?
It's a good day
Wow.
to be a kingdom, as you can see from the smile of a certain kingdom at the front over there. Not really sure who he is.
Looks like
It's a
Mirko.
familiar face. Looks like Mirko.
Wait, I'm just trying to scout.
All right.
Just trying to scout whether he like
Scout.
walks behind us or not.
Oh man, we don't get to see it, but what we do get to see is the player of the match. But the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G Banana, BANANNAN.
I would say definitely my player of the game.
80% KP, bro.
Yeah, I would say in this game, okay, I would say player of the game, amazing for him. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Again, XP laners, there's a lot of things that just don't get caught on cam, right? He dictated the matchup in the XP lane, and that alone is worthy of an MVP. You gotta understand that it's really hard to nail Paquito in a lane. And it's not just a random Paquito, it's Chorizo's Paquito. Probably one of the best in MPL ID on that Paquito. And Banana, it made him slip on the peel.
Considering Chorizo's impact in that second game and in third game, he was irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, hats to Naomi, not Naomi, Banana rather.
You got distracted by what happened on the screen, right, Gani?
Exactly.
But I do have to say, man, yeah, Banana made Chorizo slip. But aside from that, you know how we've been seeing a lot of good Brunos recently? We've been saying Cristiano Ronaldo. We've been saying all the, you know, the good footballer names. And really, it went from Su to Harry Maguire real quick this game, right? Because Shive was just unable to do much. And he's also on a red team, I just realized. Okay, aside from that, not just Shive. Shive was bullied in the lane. There were a lot of dives towards him, so you can still give him an excuse. The Volier pick. It looked good on paper, not gonna lie. I think all of us were talking about how the Volier pick could work as well. It will come down to execution, but the Grok was too much, right? We said that the Grok walking can be slowed down. Power of Nature already negates that. On top of that, goes for Rapid Boots, first item. It was too much neutralization from the slows by RRQ all the way from the early game. And you can see it very clearly here. 3 Rapid Boots from all the 3 walking members. And for the dashing ones, Clay and the flying one, Banana, they're all good. They can just do whatever they want. For Clay, he went for more penetration. For Banana, he went for a little bit more defense. And throughout the whole game, we could basically just say that even though, in terms of statistics, Key was the best, he had the least amount of impact, in my opinion, right? Aside from clearing waves, I really didn't see the Volier do anything.
And
I
that's
think
that.
it was, sorry to cut you, but I think honestly in the early game, I felt like Naomi had difficulty roaming because of Villian.
I
But that
agree.
was literally the only thing I saw.
Exactly. And it was only in the early game because he
Yeah.
didn't have the rapid boots, right? It takes
Yeah.
a while more, like a little more time for the Edith to get a rapid boots compared to the Grok. And that's why you could see the impact last longer there. But even when he got the Ice Queen one, I honestly didn't see much of a difference. Actually, yeah, more impact early on to Edith than after the Ice Queen one, which is strange because usually Ice Queen one is a power spike for him. And here you could definitely see it. Chorizo, he was pocketed, heavily pocketed by Banana. If you search Banana's pockets right now, you would find a little Chorizo on a Paquito.
Yeah, which just makes it more tough for Bigatron Alpha because only Chorizo that can find the angle and deal damage to Skylar, right? You got the Fredrin, you got Valir. That Valir pick was just, Skylar was untouchable in that game with the range that he has, with the amount of economy that he is leading. It's just tougher for Chorizo to find the engage, and to add to that, Banana is always somehow covering Brody's, back hero, exactly.
Yeah.
I want to say something
Brody's
else,
back.
but Brody's back. Exactly.
Elephant in the room, though. Come on. You guys, I know what you guys are thinking, right?
Valir.
No. Super Ken's
Ken.
Retry. We have to talk about it, man. This Retry is nowhere near and is like, this is not the Super Ken that we saw last season. It's not the Super Ken we saw in the preseason. And also, it's not the first Sick that we saw in preseason. It's not the first Sick we saw last season. He's improved so much. Usually, he's a mechanical god. He's great in these team fights, but he struggles with objectives. What has RQ done to this man? What are they feeding him? And Banana as well, because in the keys to success, first Sick's perfect turtle helps RQ secure an early lead. And yes, remember what we said. Edith was getting pocketed by the Valir, heavily poked down. These Retrys were coming down to 50-50s. It was 100-0. There were no neutral objective wins. Heck, even in Ken's own purple buff, orange buff, he wasn't able to win a single one. We saw the top lane, orange buff, 3v1, Grok took it. Bottom lane, purple buff, 1v1, Grok took it. Every single time, these Retrys are just not there.
So what are the highlights that you think Bigatron needs to improve on? So clearly Super Ken Retribution. What else do we think? Steve?
Overall synergy with the new lineup.
Synergy.
So, alright, okay. I hope they can improve, right? Tournament favorites to win and now suffering yet another loss this week. Let's hope they can pick themselves back up and on track because we are going on a short break before we head into the last match of the day, Daewoo United and EVO's Legends. Legends! And with that, we'll see you after the break. Stay tuned.
Damn!
way. Slowly but surely they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung, beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Unlimited. Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the core altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The battle for the playoff spot. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the last match to close out week number 6 here at MPL ID Season 12. It's going to be Dewa versus EVO's Legends. Here on the caster desk, it's back with me again, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Mirko. And before we get into the details of this next upcoming match, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner Telkomsel. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We would like to thank our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. You guys can watch us on our official broadcast in Maxstream, TVR Sports, as well as video. We would also like to thank our suppliers Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pebe SE. Now here we are in the gaming house, gaming room, gaming talent holding room, player holding room of Dewa United.
They can be talents
Exo
too.
Hall.
They are talents. Because they have a lot of talent in the game in MLBB. But Gani, let's take a look at EVO's Legends right now. Let's take a look at who's going to be playing. Usually, people who have their jerseys on, they play the game, right? Taz was wearing a hoodie, but he also wore a hoodie to the stage yesterday.
Let's see. Oh, looking at the situation right now, Dewa United. Who will they go, or who will they send to as well? You can see here the situation is quite intense. Again, EVO's Legends, they're sitting at 8th. Dewa United, I believe they are also safe.
Yeah, they're struggling though, right? I mean, both of these teams, because of how close all the teams are on the standings, it takes only one loss for them to fall down and perhaps replace Aura in the 9th place position.
It's going to be really tough for both of these teams, man, because again, 4-time lose streak here for EVO's Legends. EVO's position is becoming very, very scary. It's kind of a flashback to Season 10. 7th place in Season 10, and in day number 2, they were actually 7th place. After losing in day 3 against Alter Ego, 2-1, now they're 8th. And if they lose this, they're going to be 9th. They're going to be battling with Aura. With no time to reset, at this point, they can only rely in their roster, changing it up maybe a bit, as this is also kind of a deja vu to Season 7 MPL Indonesia Grand Finals, where EVO's Legends, or Icon, now Legends, were able to beat Dewa United 4-2. Different lineup though. It isn't with Taz, it isn't with Fluffy. It was with Veldora, Doma, Sutsujin, Krite, and Vanstrong. So technically 4 of them are here, and 4 of them are playable against Dewa United. Dewa United have also changed their lineup. Different goal laner, but same lineup exactly for the rest. Dixon, Shaco, Kaze, and Lanaya.
So, I don't understand how this is relevant, right? Because we're going to be seeing Taz and friends, right? Taz, Krite. Is Doma going to be playing today?
See, we don't know.
Or is it Brands?
It may be Brands, and maybe after game 1, they can swap Doma in, Sutsujin in.
Yeah, with EVOS
EVOS is giving me whiplash, man. I'm confused.
It's such a wild card. We can't really tell. But yeah, I mean, you brought it up. Taz isn't wearing his jersey from the earlier scene. So does that signify that Taz will sit it out?
And Sutsujin replacing him?
I mean...
Oh man, I don't know about that.
I mean, with the playstyle, right? Sutsujin is more of a utility jungler in MDL because he facilitates Doma a bit more. We've seen Taz on that utility. Sure, he does well in the early game, but his carry instinct, his assassin instinct, gets the better of him in the mid to late game, where he goes in a bit too far off sometimes, overextending. And sometimes Doma isn't really able to follow that up.
And with that being said, we did see moments of brilliance from the EVO's Icon team, not just at MDL, but also at SPS.
WCG champs as well, man.
There you go.
They have a lot of achievements. They're the only MDL team with a world title.
Yeah. A lot of potential indeed. It seems like this is time to welcome the Apostles of God with the still MDL Quartet. Let's welcome, it's Dewa United Esports.
Dewa United. So many mixed opinions about this team. But one thing is for sure, they came in with a bang, and they're looking to do the impossible. right, enter MPL ID as newcomers, and they're gonna try and win it all, but that first step, that first leap that they need to overcome is to get to the playoffs first. They needed to win this against the White Tigers.
Oh, confirmed.
Wow.
Confirmed. It will be the quartet of MPL as well from EVOS Icon Bex in Season 7. Let's welcome the White Tigers. It's EVOS Legends.
Let's also welcome then the rematch of MPL ID Season 7. Back in the day, it was EVOS Icon, I believe, winning it out 4-2. So there are certain differences. So let's see how that will affect both of these teams today.
With EVO's Icon, this quartet, I will say that I think I will have to... Oh, whoa. The fans here in the building, though, the EVO's fans, they know how to talk about history and display history.
What are those trophies?
At its fullest. M1, WCG, and IESF.
Yeah.
We also know the hashtag Chuman EVOS, and honestly, going back to the point that I was making, if you want to promote these many players into MPL, might as well use all of them. They already have that synergy from MDL, from playing in WCG, and they have grown together, improved together with the help of the same coach. Caleb was their coach in MDL. Age here, he's been kind of, put aside because Caleb is the main drafter. Before Dewa United, the movie stars as coaches, Jack Lee and Paddington.
Indeed. What will they both cook in this coming match? Because seeing EVOS perform this week specifically, it seems like this is going to be the keys to victory presented by Samsung.
KTV BSG. Keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy. Let's take a look at the execute of the first one. Execute a 4-man movement to initiate early ganking. I think this has been the case for Dewa United ever since they started the win streak in MPL Indonesia Season 7. It's mostly with this lineup, you want to try to move together as 4. That's why you put Dixon on playmaking heroes. Lapu-Lapu, Tarizla, heroes that can CC and initiate. Then Shaco will be a bit more of a reactive roamer. Not reacting to the enemy team, but reacting to Dixon's initiation. Prioritize gold lane heroes with power spikes in the mid-game. Since they have so much of their emphasis in the early game towards neutral objectives and towards their XP lane, might as well give and delegate over that mid-game power spike to Watt. You don't need him in the early game, put him on a mid-game power spike hero.
What do you think about that, Donnie?
Looking at the 4-man rotation, I think it does make sense, right? The quartet, they have the synergy already from Dewa United, but going up against EVOS, they also have established that foundation and synergy.
KTV BSG, keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for EVO's Icon? No, Legends with Fluffy, right? Replicate the gameplay from the grand finals of MDL Indonesia Season 7. What made them special, sir? Adaptive. They were very adaptive. They could carry through Sutsujin, they could carry through Krite, and mostly they would carry through Doma. Doma, you need to utilize the superstar in the gold lane. We were able to see a glimpse of that at SPS, even a few days ago when Doma made his debut, but unfortunately not a victory.
Maniac, right?
Yeah, triple kill on the Bruno, sublime positioning and spacing, but he did get caught a few times. That ultimately gave the game over to Geek Fam. Limit heroes with playmaking abilities for Dixon. Dixon really is like the spearhead of Dewa right now. It's almost as if when he gets these playmaking heroes, the Lapu, the Tarizla, the team just gets elevated, amplified. But if he doesn't, the team gets nerfed. So he is a core weapon and also a core strength and also a core weakness.
But I do believe that the anchor is still Watt for Dewa.
What?
You
the player?
Yeah. What?
What? He's a really good goal laner. I think he's the anchor when it comes down to the late game, right? Because early to mid, if they're able to win all these neutral objective battles, they don't need Watt at all.
But that relies on Dixon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So towards late, the anchor changes. They have a shifting anchor. And as you can see from the team head-to-head earlier, First Blood rate actually favors Dewa United. They have really shifted their gears with this new lineup, this MDL quartet. And even for their average game duration, that's the thing. Early on in MPL, they were very team-fighty. They were really just Watt-centric. It was 20 minutes over. Now it's 17 minutes. It's been dropped down after the MDL quartet took over the lineup. And that's why I say the main anchor is no longer Watt. He is still the anchor if it does go late game. But because he's been given mid-game power spike heroes, even in the late game, we haven't seen that style of Watt, you know? Watt.
We'll
Super
see.
Awat, Super Yadi.
We'll see, we'll see. Because honestly, I don't like that. I don't like it if they are too Watt-centric.
Yeah.
We saw that in EVO's Legends.
Too one-dimensional.
It's been so long that we saw EVO's Legends with Brands in the gold laner. They were relying too heavily onto Brands to carry out and deal that damage to win them the game. And then eventually, teams started to pick up on that. So with Dewa United starting to explore different personnel to prop them through and to win them these games, I think it will elevate their gameplay and hopefully bring them far this season in particular, the first season that they have come. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase of game number 1. Dewa United on the blue side, EVOs with the second pick. What do you think here?
Looking at the situation, Dewa United, they might prio a hero like the Fredrin, right? Just to stabilize, just to have that strong jungler. But we see, especially in week 6, a lot of teams can't counter that strong presence in that jungler position. So Dewa United, will they go and secure the Fredrin first, or will they change things up and perhaps secure a hero early for what?
I think right now, looking at the way that they're drafting, it's already quite different from how they usually draft. Not the Fanny, but more so to the Paquito and the Valentina. Usually they just leave the Paquito open because it's not much of a threat to Dixon's playstyle. And we haven't even seen a lot of Paquito from Fluffy. I think the last time we saw Paquito play, it's still the Angela first pick. They really love this.
Again.
But yeah, last time we saw Fluffy
I think
Paquito.
2 days ago.
Yeah. Last time we saw Fluffy Paquito was Aura. So that was so long ago.
Yeah, we haven't seen him use the Paquito this season.
So interesting first phase ban then. Dewa United, they spent the Paquito ban. Let's see if us Legends, will they go for Edith? And as well as a hero here for Doma early. I think that's a very viable option, but no, they opt for a Martis early, and as well as Kadita. Still flex, but it will fall most likely to the roam position.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, just to correct that fact, he has picked up the Paquito.
Just once?
But I think it's so, we don't recall it that much, so he must have not picked it too often. Usually Fluffy goes for those Terizlas, so that's definitely something that maybe they wanted to fight for? Force him on that? Look for an X-Borg? I don't know if that's Dewa's style though.
Yeah, it is really weird, but this is definitely Sotsujin style. The Martis. He loves playing the Martis even in MDL, and it was one of the core picks that was able to give so many problems to Dewa United, mainly through the farming. Because what's special about Sotsujin that I think we don't get to see from Taz that much is farming. The farming potential of Sotsujin is phenomenal. His pathing, the decision he makes throughout the game, just to go and to contest neutral objectives or not, that's what makes him different. And Martis facilitates that.
If it's not Martis, I think every time I see Sotsujin's face, it reminds me of Akai. I think it's just throwback to was it
season
2
10.
seasons
Three
ago?
season 10. Yeah, 3 seasons ago. Yeah, around
Season 10.
Season 10, 2 seasons ago.
And there you go. Bruno going to be first pick here for the gold lane matchup. And at this point, second phase, do you think that they're just going to go for the same route, right? Ban out the Iritel, ban out the Brody.
Maybe. I mean, looking at EVOS' comp right now, they desperately need range, right? Because 2 Ice Queen wands will be built in the composition of Dewa, in that X-Borg and in that Angela. If they pick up a lot of melee heroes, that's going to cause problems in setting up formations for team fights. So I feel like in the second phase, EVOS Legends, they need to secure a hero that has range.
Aside from range though, I'm thinking maybe not. The Novaria could be a range, but yeah, I was thinking more Edith, something that can actually do really well against this dive. So Edith, Minotaur comes straight to my mind. It might just be banned out because Dewa are already catching on to it. They've banned out the Edith, a hero that does really well to cover the Bruno and to counter dive compositions.
Wait, so you mean Angela mid?
Yeah, I think so for Dewa, right?
Well, for Dewa, they can still pick up the Ruby.
Ooh, the Ruby here. Yeah,
It's a
the Ruby.
special.
It's great against the Kadita.
But then they can use a gold lane mage. They should use a gold lane mage. If not, then there's no burst. Magic was.
Huh.
This is where
It's tricky.
That's why the Angela pick is like very, very confusing to see, right? I mean, we've seen fighters accompanying the Angela in the mid lane. We've seen mages as well back in the day. And yeah, we've also seen Watt on heroes like the Harith before. So it wouldn't be too strange to see him. And even the Farsa. Remember, Watt Season 7 brought the Farsa, brought a lot of the different... even Lilia, I believe, yeah. And Bane Mage, I remember that in Season 7. So maybe he might just be going back to his roots, back when he was an Aerowolf. Kaja, though,
I like that you brought that up, sorry. What happened to Harith and Clint? It was so popular earlier on the season, and then the patch hit. And then we nowhere to be found. Clint and Harith, those two heroes.
I think for Clint, it's mainly the mobility. It has to be like a very systematic team because some teams can still pull it off, like AP Bren in MPL PH. We've seen them pull it off even in this meta with the Clint because they have, that's kind of their style. They eat at the Minotaur. They like getting dove on and they like playing it that way. But in most compositions, especially compositions like this where you're trying to chase, where you're trying to use mobility, Clint really doesn't do the job, man. Lapu, though, taken away from Dewa.
Wow, okay. That's a very, very... I think it's anticipation, right?
Yeah.
They need backlines from side of Dewa United, and Lapu bodes well. Going up against backline heroes now, Dewa United, they're in a bit of a pickle. If they pick up a Beatrix, it's gonna be tough going up against a Lapu. So perhaps... Okay, Irithal is banned.
What are the options?
Brody. Oh, they're going for Beatrix still.
And Nova.
Yeah. I mentioned a Nova earlier. Remember, the Nova could work, but I thought they would want to go for more. But yeah, I mean, the first time they picked the Angela first pick, they went for a no mage comp, and it didn't really work well for them. So they've definitely, they definitely learned from that loss.
I get that in a sense. But on the other side, Evos already has so much dive, right? You have the Lapu bravest fighter, and you also have to worry about the pickup potential from the Kadita. And they don't really have much CC to counter the dive that's going to be put onto them, as they are going for a kind of a front-to-back composition here with the Novari and the Beatrix.
And as to that, going up against Kadita, you pick up a Beatrix, and Beatrix can only use Flicker. No Purify on Beatrix and Estes.
Wow. Interesting choice. I would expect maybe even the Florin to be better. You're up against a Baksha. So that's already a built-in Dominance Ice anti-regen in his passive. That's why I wasn't really thinking of Estes. If they wanted to go for a healer, I would have expected Florin with the Bloom. You can get pure healing.
But technically, Dewa has no CC.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of lockdown CC, you're right. But I think with the Baksha, it's kind of already like an answer to that healing comp. We'll see though.
Let's see, I mean, you're right. No minimal CC practically, right? From side of Dewa United. How will they
only have slow
control fights? True.
Is there a single CC except for Baxia? Okay, Baxia, none, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Angela's second skill technically. You can tie people up, but it takes a while. It's not reliable.
True. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Both compositions have been set in stone. Welcome to the rematch of the grand finals of MDL ID Season 7. Let's see if we're going to see a different outcome here. Very interesting drafts from both of these teams. I have a little bias towards Estes, so I'm going to hope that it actually works out here.
Okay. He's also wearing the M3 Blacklist skin, the Estes. So, a little bit of a homage. Oh my Van Strong.
Let us see. Oh, bot side now. Dixon holding on towards 2. He is still able to clear the wave.
Okay. I want to take a look at the emblems here. Wow, this is a very... Sutsujin went for a very, very aggressive emblem. The Killing Spree and even the Thrill. Plus the Season Hunter. So you can expect Sutsujin to actually match up against Lanaya quite well when it comes to farming. But they were already pretty good in this position. Lanaya actually stole away the creep up top.
Here it is. A few minutes in. Not many invades or engages so far.
Nope.
In the first minute of the game. What are they looking for? Are they waiting for a certain spike to happen? Are they waiting for that level 4?
I think they're just waiting for neutral objectives at this point to spawn in, right? I mean, the laning phase here for both teams is just going to be chill, especially up top. Beatrix versus Bruno. This is the Beatrix versus Bruno matchup that I was thinking about. Not what I was expecting in game 3 earlier. The Bruno here just farms and Beatrix doing the same thing.
Do note that Lanaya is already a level ahead here from Susujin. Susujin couldn't really clear the camp stop side. So that's already a favorable trade, considering that the turtle is up now.
He's almost at level 4 though. Do you think he'll get that level 4 in time before the there you go.
Perfectly timed. But Lanaya is already on the way to level 5.
Poison's first blood with the help of Shakao will occur top side. It seems like Dewa United now. Will they commit to a fight quite though? Cheeky Petrify in the back claims a kill as well. Lanaya now caught. Shield Unity as a defense. And things are looking good for EVOS Legends here, minute 2.
So they lose a Doma in the top side in a 1-for-2 trade, but then EVOS Legends has a little bit more to work with because of the man advantage around the neutral. And despite Susujin losing a few levels behind Lanaya, because of that engage coming in, because of that team fight comp that they have, they will have a better advantage when it comes down to it. And they have taken turtle number 1. As it's a split 3 versus 3 in talent predictions.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. We'll see how they play out here in this mid-game. They're already shifting their focus. EVOS Legends played around the XP lane to facilitate a turtle pick, and now they're trying to play for Doma to get a few good hits on the turret, and that's what they achieve. Doma gets a few hits. I don't know, though. This lane, I honestly expect the Bruno to bully the Beatrix a bit more than this.
Do you think it's because of the babysit from Shaco?
Definitely. That one kill, man, it could be brutal to Doma here because, again, for Beatrix, the only real thing you're looking for here is to farm. If you constantly get your lane shoved in like this and you get all that farm, you're going to be all good. And it's already a 300 gold lead between the gold laners. Watt might actually hit his power spike faster than Doma.
That's concerning. In favor of Watt, you would expect that it would be in favor of Doma. I think earlier on we saw an item for Doma. I think it was Has Claws. Is that the only item that he secured so far? It is.
Yeah, I mean, right now in the fourth minute, you can only secure the Haas Claws or the Berserkers, depending on what you go for. Doma wants a bit more sustain, knowing that he has been ganked. Meanwhile, though, for Watt, it's going to take a while, a bit more of time to get to that BOD, but if he gets in the 5th minute, he is on track. There you go. Okay, that's super fast. 4 minutes in.
He didn't go for boots at all. He just went straight for BOD.
Okay. Well, he knows he's getting babysit. He doesn't need the boots. He doesn't need anything to get him out.
On the flip side, you can already see that EVOS Legends have gone and started the neutral objective. So Susujin has a little bit better grip, but it looks like Lanaya wants to go for a contest.
With the help of Hard Guard, Susujin, though, will still prevail in that red trade. Last Insanity popped, and also Blessing of the Moon Goddess will not be able to help Susujin. He will be taken out. Dixon flickering away. Fluffy now, trying to find the kill, but he will be taken out. That's a huge dub for Dewa United, claiming the turtle and getting 2 kills.
A massive dub, I would say, for Dewa United. What's not massive? Oh, 1v1 up top!
Oh, this time!
Come back!
No Hard Guard, and that is why Doma will have the kill. Van Strong will be there in time to heal Doma back up.
Sweet revenge, is it not? I mean, 2 for 1, Doma gets taken out. And now Doma proves, all right, let's see how you do when you're alone. Let's see how you do without Shaco. And he completely turns it around in that lane. Lanaya forced to go up top.
Poissons and as well as Hard Guard now on towards Van Strong. Assist flickering away, the damage will bait the Blessing of the Moon Goddess up though. It's a no kill, it's a killless trade, but EVOS Legends forced a huge resource.
Yeah, that was under the turret too, right? It wasn't just a random 1v1. It was a dive from Doma, making Watt enter his domain. As we see, this is what I expected from this matchup. The Bruno to have a bit of an advantage.
Oh my god, without the hail, it seems like They will commit, but they failed. Doma with the worldie now on towards the members of Dewa. Sutsujin looking for decimation. Finds one, Lanaya. Good night. In the backside. Bright with the Petrify finds a two-man knock-up. And there you go. 1, 2, 3 members of Dewa taken down, traded for only Sutsujin.
Amazing follow-up, is it not? Amazing sandwich maneuver coming in from Evos. You would think that, all right, Sutsujin is the only one we need to worry about. And then here comes the big bad Krite, taking almost 3 members there. It was beautifully orchestrated there by Evos in the top side.
The synergy is definitely visible. We were talking about how Evo's Legends, the lineup that they've been trying to make work with Taz, with Brands, and with... Oh my... Nasty!
The GTT, Grand Theft Turtle, by Sutsujin.
And that's why turtles are going extinct, man. You keep on red treeing like that, Sutsujin, you monster.
How is that possible? If we take a look at the audience prediction here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it looks like a perfect split there. 54% for Dewa United, a little bit more in favor of them right now. But looking at how things are going, man, Evo's Legends have really found their groove here with their new lineup. They have to be careful though. Lanaya wants to take it away.
Petrify was spent. Pride now caught. Does he have enough resources? Blessing of the Moon Goddess now will help Pride sustain, but in the backside, Last Insanity will not do anything as Lanaya was taken down. No cover whatsoever. He gets taken out by Pride. Evo's Legends adding another kill on the board as Shaco is the next one to fall.
4-0 trade. 4-0 trade in the 8th minute of the game. You can even feel the energy coming in Exo Hall here. The fans are going wild. Look at everything that's falling for them right now. Another tower falls in the bottom side, and Evo's Legends, they're picking up all the scraps, not allowing Dewa United to breathe at all.
Big yikes.
Oh, let's take a look at the highlights, man. Doma. You could see that, again, there's just no wasted resource, especially by Sutsujin. Gotta give it to him, man. Isolating with Fluffy, just creating a line between the front line of Dewa United and that back line. So, the front line of Dewa was dealing with the back line of Evos, and the front line of Evos was dealing with the back line of Dewa, and both won in favor of Evos. It was just a skill gap.
Man, it's looking scary for Dewa United now. I guess technically when it goes into the late game, they do still have a chance, right? With Kaze and Watt, they can utilize the range that they have in their composition to perhaps win the team fights. Is that something that they can do?
I think at this point they have to wait a bit longer. They can't just be banking on a team fight now. Lanaya's 2 behind. He's already, 2 levels behind just with that. A few deaths earlier. And Watt, 2 levels behind Adoma too. Oh, Fluffy got it!
How? Oh man, that's gotta hurt, man. That's gotta hurt. Lanaya, he knows what Fluffy has done, and all he can do is recall in front of him.
Wow. Oh, wow. Evo's Legends, 6,000 gold lead. Things are looking bad towards now for Dewa United.
They're marching in the mid lane. I mean, the Tigers, they're roaring. They're proving to us why they were the champs back in MDL WCG. And they want more. They're looking to continue their glory. They're looking to continue their run here. As Dewa United, they're completely sheltered into their own base.
And now we're going to take a look at the items, man. Completely like the opposite of the Game 3 of Bigatron versus RQ for the Bruno. You can see the Malefic Roar done in the 10th minute of the game. He's already building towards more damage. And at this point, I'm really wondering what he's going to go for next. Is he going to go for a big whopping BOD?
Maybe. Maybe.
He doesn't even need sustain, so he has SS.
Sure, let's see. Dixon though caught. Viraga armor taken out. Evo's Legends, they did manage to take the base turret top side. Evo's Legends continuing pressure, but maintaining discipline.
Prax doesn't have his ultimate, so that's something that they needed to consider here. He's got a damage onto Sutsujin already. He's actually forced to recall. And Dewa, they still have the high ground to clear these lanes. And it doesn't look like Evo's Legends have found a way to penetrate into the base.
Yeah, it seems like here, crowd control again has been a huge gap. It's been a huge hole for Dewa United. All they can do is just play reactively.
With the lead right now, I mean, there's not much you can do.
Also, yeah.
Fluffy's just styling, by the way, just dodging the skill shots, trying to play a mini game right now as he waits for the neutral objective. But yeah, aside from that, let's take a look at the player goal by Ube as goal. Doma number 1, Sutsujin very, very close, number 2, and then finally we see Watt. Watt's been getting funneled, by the way, this game. We saw that even early on. Watt was rotating from the gold lane over to the mid lane to get a Bennett's Rage to just get more minions on his side. But unfortunately, his power spike seems kind of far. He still hasn't bought boots, by the way. He only has a tier 1 boots. He has BOD and a Malefic Roar. Now, building towards a Wind of Nature, but it also looks like it might be a DHS. So if he goes for DHS, Sheffin would say it's a ballsy move. It's a very risky move. I would say Wind of Nature would be better here, especially up against...
There you go, DHS.
Wow, yeah, there you go. That's the B move.
Wait, don't you like that?
I like damage when I'm in my ranked games, right? But here, it is risky. I understand that you need damage right now. You know what? Actually, for Dewa, they have a lot of frontliners, so I see what they're going for.
Yeah. Because not a lot of damage source that Dewa can bank on, right? It's only Watt. He sure can burst, but I believe most EVOS Legends members, they built the Athena, so the damage will be nullified. Not even. Radiant armor. Wow. So they low-key do not respect the damage from Keys.
Not yet, no. They're going full damage here. Even Doma as well, picking up that BOD, like you mentioned earlier on. And that just propels that raw damage that you mentioned. Dewa United. What do they do in this at this point? All they can do is rely on the damage from Keys and Watt, no?
I think the better thing that they can rely on is for a mistake. That's it. Right now, they have good wave clear. Oh!
That's it.
Jeez!
Almost 1 HP. Good thing the favor was there as well. Lord is in the top lane. It will be managed though. Sutsujin will not be able to pressure anymore. Seems like the base in the mid lane will be the target. Let's see. Pride has the combo. Finds the Petrify onto Dixon, who still has Immortal. But the base turret will be taken out, no problem. Next, they maintain pressure in the bot lane. Will they have enough resources? Seems like the answer is no. The base? No! The answer is yes. EVOS Legends. They managed to take the 2 base turrets left. Standing. Dewa United, will they force this fight? Blessing of the Moon Goddess now will help sustain. To the backside though, Watt dealing damage from Fluffy. And EVOS Legends, I believe, they've won this trade.
That was so beautiful by Fluffy, man. Do you see that? The way that he was able to zone Watt away?
For sure, and he also had that flicker. So if he wanted to pull the trigger fully, he would have. And he probably had the damage to take Watt down with a flicker. I think Fluffy is just holding it in because he knows there's not much they can get, even if Watt died there. So it's very calculative, EVOS Legends right now. You can see from the real-time win probability, I have to agree, EVOS Legends have this in the bag right now if they don't make any mistakes, right? Dewa United, they are a team that are known to punish every little mistake made by the enemy team. And we almost saw that. Van Strong got poked a bit too much and almost had to pay with his life. Damage dealt. That's it. Kaze with the Sphere. That was the main source of damage that actually got Van Strong that low. If they can continue to isolate these members from EVOS Legends, make them split, and then pick them off one by one, they actually have a chance still. EVOS Legends, unfortunately for them, I would say the only real way for them to end the game would be through a team fight. They need to make it messy with a Lord push in and then a team fight to give Doma free hits on the base, or they bait Dewa out to the Lord outside of their base and then they go for a team fight.
And it all depends on Fluffy and Pride, I think, to create that opportunity. I think beforehand we saw that Pride utilized all his kit on to Dixon, who was still able to get away. They were able to shred the Viraga armor, but other than that, the backline members were very safe. But in this regard, Lanaya...
What? Is this the right call?
He used Retry.
Exactly, he used a Retry. Does not get anything, and now Baksha, Lanaya, He will not be able to go home. Thankfully, the shield unity is still there. But the Lord, man, the Lord is still up. Take a look at the resources here. Fluffy, no flicker though. So perhaps that might be still worth it.
Unfortunately, I think it's the only response to the Lord play. If they contested, it would have been a big bait. And now, final siege, perhaps.
Let's say Dewa United, will they be able to defend? Cry misses the combination. Forced to use the ult as a defensive maneuver. Lord at 13,000 HP. Dixon trying to zone out the members. Oh, good worldy. But it seems like the Lord will still fall. Dewa United, very, very good high ground comp.
That's the thing. You got to respect the Beatrix and the Novaria combo.
And the Xborg.
And the Xborg, right? That's a lot of high ground. That's a lot of wave clear. And that's a lot of poke damage that can negate even a thought from EVO's Legends to go for a siege. Because if you're caught that low, you might as well go back because that's just too much. And this is where Dewa United kind of thrives, the composition that they have. It's best when they're on defense. And so if EVO's Legends just keep doing what they're doing, I don't see a way where they end it. They need to look for something crazy, and perhaps this is it. This is the opening that they need.
Uh-oh, what? Oh, he was almost caught there, but the backup from side of EVO's Legends will be there. Subsujin looking for the angle, does not find it. EVO's Legends here. Oh! Lands Insanity in the backside. Let's see, Clyde misses the combination again. Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Still surviving, still sustaining. Dixon, though, will not lose his mortality, as it will be a casual-less fight.
Jeez, what a fight. A beautiful fight by both teams. Dewa there. Gotta give props to them more than EVO's Legends, because that was a fight that they should have lost. I mean, Fluffy had a beautiful position, and Watt was just able to kite out of that. Beautifully done. By the way, yeah, this is why I also mentioned that for EVOs, they need to make it messy. They are a bit too passive, I would say, when they had the Lord. Let's recap back to when they had the Lord pushing into the base with 3 minion waves. The real way they can end isn't through the Lord. The Lord is another member that they can use for the team fight. If everybody dove in and they gave Doma right space to hit the base, GG. But again, it's not as easy as that. It's a risky play still. If you dive all the way inside of that base, even if Doma gets to free hit, how much of Dewa's damage can you take, right? It's all about the calculations at this point. It will come down to literal execution. Because you saw earlier, the fight was literally a trailer of what we're going to see in the next fight. Everybody is equal. The 10,000 gold lead is irrelevant.
And I think it also depends on whether or not EVO's Legends have respected the damage coming from Keys as and now you're getting very aggressive.
They found Doma, but Keys will find the kill. They collapse. Susujin and Van Strong, he will lose his mortality. Van Strong with the Winter Truncheon, but it is no effect. He will still fall as another member here, this time from Dewa United. Shaco will fall as well. As it's going to be 3-4-1, Dewa United. They have found the comeback.
10,000 gold lead is irrelevant. They didn't risk it when they needed to. They played it safe. And when you play it safe against Dewa, they'll be the ones to take the risk.
Ouch. Man, oh man. What? That was a 3-for-1 trade. And now Dewa United have successfully zoned them out. And they're gonna get a Lord for it.
Oh man.
What was the whole point of EVO's picking up that gold lead?
Oh man, still though, a lot of structures is in play, but taking into the visuals, what happened?
What happened was EVO's Legends position was compromised and information is crucial. Dewa United know that they have already baited Doma's flicker earlier in the fight in the bottom lane. If they fully engage, Doma will not have enough resources to back away. And like we've mentioned, the S12 pick here against the Baksha alone, it already struggles. Now against more Dominance Ice, more damage and burst, plus that anti-regen, it's gonna be hard to keep Doma alive.
Yeah, and even Dixon is also just a huge factor previously, right? The damage that was kept in. The question is now, does EVO's Legends have what it takes to turn it around again? Look at that damage already coming in from Watt. We are entering the 21st minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And Dewa United, they're coming back in the game. They're taking all the structures from the White Tigers one by one. And very, very soon, we could expect this going even more outrageously for both of these teams.
Good defense, though. I mean, they managed to take care of the Lord before the Lord charges into the base turret. So that is a double for EVOS Legends. But then again, all of the outer and inner will be taken out. Oh, Fluffy opens the fight. Will they commit to this? They get the stun. But it seems like the damage... Renner's apathy's damage will not be enough to take Van Strong down just yet.
That'll do it, man. If you have a short-range composition, getting outranged like that certainly takes you out of it completely. Now in the itemization department, that 3,000 gold lead that Martis has is probably the most useless 3,000 gold lead that I've seen in MLBB, because not only is it on the Martis, but it's a utility jungler at this point, right? Martis especially. Sutsujin, he'll have to rely on his individual strength of how he can retry and how he can enter these spaces, because he no longer has a big advantage. I would actually say he's at a disadvantage playing the Martis against this composition in the late game. 22 minutes in, they have kind of hit the ceiling, I think in the 16, 17 minute of how their composition can scale. Now it's just Doma. Because even the Kadita has fallen off, guys, okay? He won't be able to one-shot the members in the front. I just noticed Lanaya has the Twilight armor. So yeah, that burst, that crit, plus the help of the Blade armor, that burst, that crit, say goodbye to it.
And on top of that, EVOS Legends selling all their boots.
For
They're all
rapid
going
boots.
for rapid.
Yeah, they understand the Ice Queen. Well, we mentioned on the draft as well that with Angela, with Dixon, with Xborg, they will build Ice Queen 1, which might mess up your formation. Plus now, Dixon.
Ooh.
Wow. Sea Halberd, Van Strong, healing Fluffy's Spell Vamp, negated.
What's Van Strong's build right now? Does he have any magic defense? Did he go Oracle?
No, he does not. He does not have any magic defense. He has a Brute Force Breastplate, a Dominance Ice, and then Fleeting Time and a Winter Truncheon. Oh my goodness gracious! Jeez, a quarter of his HP.
Yeah, doesn't bait out the blessing of the Moon Goddess just yet, though. Let's see. Dewa United. They're showing their fangs here to the White Tigers. 23 minutes in. They're still short of base turret. So, EVOS Legends, what will they do now?
What do they do? I mean, EVOS Legends technically, because Dewa United have lost all 3 inhibitor turrets, they should have an advantage when it comes down to these minions, but why is it that they haven't been able to capitalize over it? Look at that raw damage from Dixon.
Oh, Sutsujin now is low. Will he be able to contest Blessing of the Moon Goddess now? Committed. Boom, bang, bada bing, Sutsujin in the backside. Even Doma gets caught. EVOS Legends will not be able to find the lore take without Doma. Dewa United Esports will definitely... good timing by Van Strong.
Oh, that gave me a heart attack. That would have hit. Thank God for that Winter Truncheon, or else that would be a 2-0 trade. EVOS Legends, it's already bad enough to lose Doma. You don't want to lose another member while you're at it.
They're so one-dimensional, EVOS Legends. I didn't expect them to really just go on to Dewa head-to-head and, you know, face-to-face. I mean, again, they have 3 base turrets to their name, guys.
Solo kill? Oh my god, it's a solo kill! Fluffy loses immortality. And also almost his life. Van Strong with the help, but that was all Dixon.
They have side lane control. They don't have to respond to the Lord play in this way. They don't need to just group up as 5 and, you know, knock on Dewa's door. They can go through the windows. They can try to look for a flank through the back door. They can try to do something else. But it seems like Dewa are creating a bit of an effect on EVOS Legends, making EVOS Legends fall under their hypnosis. Because EVOS are just, they're getting baited in just through one of these openings. Remember, guys, EVOS Legends, sure, they're a teamfight composition, but they also have great pickoff. They have side lane control in the waves, that in bot top, even in the mid lane, that's constantly pushing to their side. Shaco had to go bot to clear out the waves for crying out loud here. Doma, some of these members could have actually pressured there even more so that Dewa can maybe send and then man advantage.
That's why I think that's what Kreitz exactly. He's listening to you, Miracle. I think he's looking for an opening onto Shaco in the back line here.
The window is closed, unfortunately.
Man.
Base turret number 1 will fall, Anaya. Okay, awkward opening. Blessing of the Moon Goddess though popped. That's information. And Last Insanity will pop and loses Sutsujin's immortality. Winter Truncheon as well. Fluffy though with the first one to fall. And there you go. The patience by the Apostles of God. It seems like they are opening up the base. But EVO's Legends, they're still holding on. And this time, it's just 3 members defending. Will they have enough firepower? 60 on Sutsujin, 55 on Fluffy. Dewa United, they still are looking to close the gap as the wave in the mid has come crashing down. Right? Suppression with the Winner's Truncheon, but the base is just a little bit too exposed, seems like. And this is Dewa United finding game 1 surely. EVO's Legends wasn't able to find the game.
Wow, GG Dewa United. I did not expect that performance from them, seeing as how oppressive EVOS was in the early game. And this is the results that we are given.
Dixon.
1-0 Dewa against EVOS.
GG, well played to Dewa United. EVOS had all the hype coming from behind them, but that hype could certainly easily be made to pressure. Burden on their shoulders. Dewa United had none of that and were able to keep it calm, to take the risks when they needed to. They didn't play too passive. They threw everything out to play. And EVO's Legends, they were not able to take any risk in the game. They took the safest route of every single team fight.
Oh my god.
And sometimes in life, the safest route is the riskiest one.
My lord. With minimal CC, they were able to build a comeback out of nothing, out of the mistakes of EVO's Legends, who played it very well in that mid.
They didn't even need it.
Nope.
They didn't even need it. And that's something that we've seen coming as a pattern. Like, despite not having tools to work with, that long range capacity, the combo between a Beatrix and the Novaria needs to be respected, right? I'm still so shocked.
It was a 13,000 gold lead, by the way.
That was exactly
13,000.
0 base turrets and
0
inner turrets from side of EVO's Legends were still up at that point.
EVO's had everything.
Every turret was still up at 1 point.
All 9?
Except one in the bottom lane.
Okay.
But like everything else, it was almost like a perfect game for EVOS.
How do you not win? EVOS?
How do you win? Answers here. Player of the game, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Dude, this guy is
such a Chad.
He's so underrated too. Dixon, we don't really have a lot of people talking about him. He's a playmaking XP laner. You give him the Lapu, give him the Terizla, and hey, new hero unlocked. Get him an X-Borg. Dude, how? How? He went for a halberd towards the end. You can see the amount of respect. Like I said, there was Dominance Ice, there was already Baksha passive, and now, on top of that, the damage from X-Borg. Not a lot of people respect the X-Borg, but then you see the Last Insanity, and then you see your HP bars disappear. It sometimes just racks up like that. It's not like he has all damage, but he is the executor, bro. He is the guy who comes in last and blows up to get a double, triple, even just 1 kill, it's value.
Almost solo killing Fluffy was what caught my eye. A Lapu, mind you. And also, he baited most of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess in the back line, in the backside, which opens up other members, Lanaya, for example, with the Shield Unity, who can just crash Doma down after no heal.
Was it not the opposite?
Or the opposite. It's interchangeable.
That's why for me, okay, props to him, player of the game, but honorable mention to Lanaya, because I think he facilitated a lot of the engages that Dixon was able to find. He opened up vision, he opened up the map, he crashed on the right people as well. And with the patience of Lanaya, I think that is what really propelled the Dixon to make these plays. And it's interesting, right? Because X-Borg, you would normally see usually an immortal, but he didn't go for an immortal at all.
He sold it, I think.
Yeah, he had the immortal.
Oh, he did.
But then he sold it. He was on cooldown.
Yep. Let's take a look at the game again, though, because, oh my god, this is probably the game that if I could request, I would request the pause in the replay and the drawing ability. Because really, there was so much to dissect in this game. This is a phenomenal comeback by Dewa United. Early on, we can honestly just say this was the Evo show.
Yeah.
This was Evo's doing everything, stomping Dewa, recalling on their faces and teabagging, right? It was just them having fun. Even to this point, it was them having fun. Doma was outclassing them, kiting them like it's nothing, getting to good positions, and the rest of the team, Fluffy and Sutsujin, can't discount them too. They were able to dismantle this front-to-back composition, this poke composition from Dewa like it was nothing. It didn't even feel like a composition that you can fight against. But then, this was when the big mistake was made by Evos. Doma has already used Flicker in the bottom lane. Dewa knew that. But Evos, for some reason, didn't know that themselves. And that's why I feel like they were always just here. And this one was the biggest mistake. Guys, I have never seen a team with an advantage of 3 base turrets play it like that to contest a Lord. Yes, Dewa started the Lord. But Evo's Legends didn't see every single one of their members there. They had proper opening tools as well. They could have just found information of where these members are, and then they could use the side waves that were also slow pushing. If you replay that clip, the waves were slow pushing towards Dewa United. I'm watching again, yeah, there are super minion waves, guys, here. The fact that they chose to not use their advantages and they chose to just go for a 50-50 that, in my opinion, wasn't a 50-50. They were not in the Lord Pit. If they were fighting in the Lord Pit River, it would have been a bit more of a 50-50, but they were fighting in a choke point against an X-Borg, a Baxia, and this AoE from Dewa. It doesn't matter how good you are mechanically, the AoE will hit you. There is going to be one point where it hits you.
I didn't expect that damage. That's
Exactly.
why I was like, you know, I think Evo's Legends can win with their composition. I understand that they're going to be clumping up, and that's like the perfect scenario for an X-Borg, but I didn't expect that much damage to come through, and because of that, I was like, okay, so there is going to be a little bit of damage coming from X-Borg, but because of the fact that there's no lockdown, I thought that wouldn't be a problem, but man.
One factor I feel like, if you saw the replay, if you saw the match as well, it's the alleys, is the positioning of the
choke
maps,
points.
right? It's the choke points, the alleys that just helps the AoE to really be effective, right? And do note that Novaria also built the Ice Queen 1, so practically 3 heroes built the Ice Queen 1 to somehow dismantle the formation of EVOS Legends, which we saw slowly crumble mid-late. And to add to that, Dewa United, man, what composure do they have in Game 1?
So much patience, really. That was, if you wanted to ask me what patience looked like visually, Dewa United Game 1, Leg 2 versus Evo's Legends. What? Literally built in his name. Every single time he plays, it's almost like either what are you doing or what? How did you do that? 781 GPM, Ks as well. Damage dealt, my lord. Novaria and Martis took most damage. So Sutsujin definitely, I mean, it's just unfortunate that he was on the Martis in the late game, right? Early game, he was smashing Dewa.
Exactly.
He was slashing through Dewa like a hot knife through butter. It was just
That's
clean.
hot.
That is hot. That is very hot, especially if you burn it even more. But towards the late game, he just felt like a butter knife? Yeah.
Just a butter knife.
Went from a hot knife to a butter knife real quick. That's what happens to Martis.
Question.
Question.
Real quick.
Answer.
Will EVOS Legends change the roster?
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, we'll get through this first, Gani and Eterna. The gold curve.
That's so
We have never seen a gold
unfortunate.
curve so far, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but
yes.
I've never seen a gold curve in MPL Indonesia Season 12. Production, man. They gave us this at the right moment. 12.4K. Okay, it wasn't 13K, but 12.4K.
Wow.
Look at this dip. It's almost like my bank account the first day of the month. Oh,
what was
man.
that burst? That really, did you see when like
I think when Doma was caught?
Yeah,
the first time?
The first dip was when they burnt Doma's flicker. They burnt Doma's flicker down below and
In the bottom.
Yeah, and then they forced the team fight up top. That force of team fight when Doma died, boom. Because they got the Lord, they got the waves, they got the turrets. When you're ahead 12,000 gold lead, you gotta remember that 12,000 gold, especially, okay, when you're ahead 12,000 gold lead with full turrets, you're a walking ATM waiting to be collected. So if you let these robbers, right, practically they were robbing, get their hands on these turrets, they'll take all of your gold lead.
So visually
all your
brutal.
goals. And your points.
Like when you see it on paper, it's so visually brutal. But what's not brutal is Kafira.
Oh, it's Kafira. You're right.
It's Kafira. She was here yesterday as well. And she'll tell you about the deals that you guys can collect using Indomaret Point Coup. Because when you collect points,
Yes.
how do you collect points?
You know what? It's easy.
You buy products.
Right? You buy products.
Exactly. And with those points that you collect when you buy products, you can use those points to get discounts, special member-only gifts, and free products. See, everyone's having a fun time with Kafira. That's why it's so populated in that section area.
Okay, so she's
I was
Kafira.
gonna
What about the
say-
guy? Is that Mr.
We haven't
Oh,
met.
I don't know him.
Unfortunately.
Not yet. I
He's
think
new.
He wasn't there yesterday.
He's new today. He just joined.
Yeah.
But Kafira has
Just
been here.
today?
Kafira has been here for a while.
Yeah. That's all. I was
Wow.
talking about her yesterday to Mirko and Arashi.
Exactly. Her real name is Safira, but we call Ka here in Indonesia. So
Yeah.
Kafira.
It's like Big Sis Fira,
Yeah.
but her name's actually Safira.
You guys, I don't know if you guys are lying.
And she also talked to us about this, right? Point Coffee,
Exactly.
the best in the business, especially coffee made with what Chefin would say the perfect barista, right? The perfect barista with 100% Indonesian coffee.
The perfect barista. yeah.
Made by a perfect barista
Oh my god.
with an international standard brewing machine as well. And you guys can get a promo using the Point Coffee
one.
30 on your Indomart Point Co app and get what? A 30% discount
Here
on
you
the
go.
matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and lemon tea.
I found his name.
What's his name?
What?
Arif.
See, I wasn't.
By Arif.
Arif. There you go.
Oh, maybe I got it mixed up. Oh no 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 no.
Ahmad.
Oh yeah, that was
Ahmad.
yeah.
Did
that
you
was
order tea
Ahmad.
without sugar?
No.
Ladies
No, I ordered
and
the
gentlemen,
white
check
tea.
it out, all right? Use the code as well, Point Coffee 30 to get an extra 30%. Yes, that's 30% for you.
You didn't give me a straw. Oh, never mind.
Be legendary with Point Coffee. And also be legendary like Dewa United. Man, that was a game behind that much by a championship lineup team. Still composed, well, and patient. Well
Don't
done.
ask who I voted for.
Oh my god.
Who did you vote for?
He goes.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
The team just wants you know to finally get out of 8th place, red zone, and you had to do it to him?
I think I need a shower or something.
You have a lot of explanation to do, man.
I feel so bad.
You have a lot of...
Because come on, it would. How
Okay,
do
no.
you turn that around?
That is, I don't know. I'm the analyst here,
It's
but
inhumane.
it is inhumane. But it's inhumane by Dewa because, you know, their name is Dewa. They're not humans.
That's true.
I mean,
Seems like...
the damage from EVOS from earliest to mid was practically incalculable.
But I also don't think they respected the magic damage coming out from Dewa. I think that was a really good point that Goni made in the game.
Yeah.
Where he noticed like no Athena shield at all.
They weren't really respecting the damage, but also they were not taking any risks, Aether, right? To end this game with that kind of composition, you need to take risks. You need to force a team fight to give some space over. And there were like 2 times where they got Lord, and they just didn't want to dive. They just didn't want to gamble on anything.
So unfortunate. I mean, technically, wait, did they have like a hero that could go for just really quick clear towards the opposite side when they go for the Lord dance? Because that's something that we usually see, right, from teams.
They don't technically have that.
Maybe
but
that's why?
it may be a reason, but again, it's a slow pushing wave. They don't really need to put all of their eggs in one basket either, you know? It's 2 lanes too. It's not just... It's 3 lanes, actually.
3 lanes, literally.
Yeah.
Well, either way, we'll see how Evo's repair, but there you go. No changes from Evo's Legends. I think that's a step in the right direction. I don't think swapping out your players mid-match is generally the best thing to do.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
All right, they did lose when they swapped in brands.
Yeah.
And they also lost Season 10.
They
because
lost
of that.
game 1.
Yep.
And they swapped out brands into game number 2, and then they lost again.
Yeah. Forgot about that. Something that, again, they were able to do. I think it's just like an esports thing. The super subs don't really work, yeah? When you sub in during a game. But we'll see here with a lot of adjustments.
It only works with Kyrie.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Okay. Maybe he's just a difference maker. But EVO's Legends, complete respect this time. They went for Yeeve, Joy, and Fredrin in game number 1. Those were the bans to try to collect that early game. Now they've gone for the X-Borg and the Navaria. That's the thing that has changed. The Joy has remained banned, but the Valentina, which was banned by Dewa, has been left open this time. So they'll pick it up for free. And they've actually banned the Angela, so they swapped that.
Okay.
Still?
Rizla. No Edith this time, though.
No.
Wow.
Wait.
There was no Edith in game 1, Gani.
True. But Edith was banned.
Yes.
In the second phase.
In the second phase as well. But
That's
let's
what
say Dewa United, I think they have a chance here to pick up Edith and Fredrin, no?
Edith
Fredrin, Adida. Oh no, they can't. They've already committed onto the Valentina. Yeah, they could. I think Edith. Do you not want to go for X-Borg here?
Banned out.
No protection from
Oh, you're right.
Insta respect.
So
X-Borg and
Paquito.
Navaria.
Oh, Paquito's banned out. Whatever. Go ahead, Mirko.
That's why they banned it out. It's a hero that we would
Exactly.
think of. The Baxia and the Edith. Okay, so no Fredrin, but the Edith does come out here for Dewa. My main question is, where is it going to go? And that's going to be a question that EVOs will be asking themselves too. Coming into the second phase of the draft, where will the Edith go? Will it be a matchup to the Terizla, or will it be a matchup to our Roamer that is yet to be revealed? Will they reveal the Roamer or a jungler? Against the Baxia, Martis still works. Oh! We got a surfer in town, boys.
Let's go. Let's go.
Serves up.
Serves up. And, man, seeing Gord's record, though, right? Season 6, Week 6. Well, Season 12, Week 6. Only Onyx can pull off the Gord. Oh, serves up, my dudes.
Yep. Surf is definitely up. Now, how do they do this, right? Because now, Dewa, they need to think about a way to dive into the back line. Technically, they do have the Baxia to do that, right? We saw how the Baxia did in game number 1. And so, how are EVOs going to prevent that from happening?
I think they don't need to overthink it though, because the Baxia was a big problem because it was not just a Baxia, it was Baxia Angela. There was a flow going on there, right? With the Angela, giving him more sustain so that the Baxia can do whatever he pleases. Dives
So,
deep.
Without
hard guard.
Angela?
More vulnerable, very much more vulnerable. The Bruno was able to melt the Baxia down even with the hard guard in the mid game. So now, if Lanaya decides to be as aggressive, it's very hard. It'll be even harder now.
So it's not as easy.
Definitely not.
Second ban now coming in from EVO's Legends. They've taken away the Kaja and the Yuzong. Alright, so they're trying to protect the Gord in the backline clearly because the Yuzong does facilitate that dive and the Bruno. Nice catch. But they don't restrict. They don't go for emphasis on the Bruno.
Yeah.
In the lane, I mean. There's no gold lane
ban
coming through.
So let's see though, right? I mean, Dewa United with a lot of options for that marksman. What will they do? But I do want to say here, off topic, the more I see Doma's picture, the more I see Zace.
The more you see Doma's picture, the more you see Zace?
Yeah. Wait.
They actually do have a similarity, do they?
I think it's the rectangular glasses here that has me thinking it's Zace. Yeah. They do. I think the rectangular glasses really does like make you think it's kind of they're kind of similar. But what this is something that's interesting because I feel like the Estes pick in game number 1, sure, it was very annoying for Dewa for the early to mid, but towards the late game, that Baxia had a lot to say, and with the help of halberds and dominance ices,
Angela,
not really a problem. Yeah, I thought.
But now the X-Borg's gone, maybe.
Ah.
And no Angela?
No Angela, no X-Borg. Maybe they can't win in that sustained battle as much. Yeah. Fredrin pick up though, so for EVOs, Still want to get a very solid jungle utility still. No assassin for Sutsujin. This time it's an Irithel and a Lapu Lapu for Dixon. Okay.
The Lapu will switch side here in the second game. A big question mark here with Irithel pick. Mystic Gush will be hard to connect, right? So perhaps that Mystic Gush is just to melt the frontliners, just the Baxia and the Edith.
This is a lot of dive though.
A lot of dive.
So honestly, if I was Evil's Legends, I'd let them pick up Minotaur.
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 If not, does Franco work here?
Yeah, you have to understand that with the Minotaur, the bravest fighter goes through. It's an anti-seize. Oh, man, it's a Kadita.
It's tough.
Oh man, not a big fan of that pick personally. Yeah, I would have liked the Minotaur still more than the Kadita, I would think. But I guess they're... And now Irithel can even go Purify. We've seen that. Valentina can steal rough waves. The Edith loves going up against the Kadita, can punish with the onward. Oh man, yeah. Not a big fan of that Kadita pick.
I'm thinking.
Me too.
Why? What's the purpose of the... Is it to dive onto Irithel? Is that the only reason?
And most of their the composition that Dewa have are mainly like tanky and have anti-CC or mobility.
Is it to bait out the Purify?
Well, there is a Purify on the Irithel, but that's the only Purify, I would expect too.
So maybe it's a bait, right? Because you also have the Charizla. Either or. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how this goes. Mirko is not a big fan of the Kadita pick, but we will see whether or not it will work for them here in game number 2 as we welcome you into the land of Dawn.
Mama, let's see what will happen in the second game. Dewa United, will they be able to clean sweep EVOS Legends, or will EVOS here force a game 3?
Uh-oh, Gani. Already a bit of a win for Dewa. Shackle noticed that a retry has been used. But no, okay, Lanaya doesn't decide to go, and he's not clearing fast enough, but he's still saving his retry. He might be going for it.
Hey. Things are looking A-okay here for both teams. But yeah, I mean, with both marksmen here opting for that Purify, it somehow helps the hero that can close the gap without a flicker.
It really does. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Does anything stand out?
Trying to look, 2 Brave Smites coming down here, actually.
Is it usually Lethal Ignition for Kadita?
Yeah, it's just for the burst. The Lethal Ignition is still the answer. I think Krite also went for the Lethal Ignition last game. The only difference here,
Oh, Petrify connects, taunt as well. And with the crowd control that was connected, Shaco will be the first one to fall in this game. Fluffy now in a 2v1 situation, but it seems like he will be able to escape without the spell.
Okay, a good W by EVOS Legends on the hero that we were downing. Van Strong picks it up with this Kadita. Still, against a tanky lineup, if the Kadita gets a gold lead early on, it'll be great. You get a Genius one, and then you can start rocking and picking off even the tankiest of frontliners.
Let's see if they actually get to that point, as both of these teams are going to be centering around the turtle. Dewa United, we have Lanaya level 4, Sutsujin level 4, so technically it's a 50-50, but it looks like EVOS Legends have better grip and better... Oh, there you go, Fluffy.
Penalty zone on towards 3. It's stolen now, though. Let's say Derrickson with the bravest fighter. One member, Lanaya, will be taken out. Dixon in the backside will deal damage, but the turtle will comfortably be taken by Sutsujin. Krite will use the Fricker as Dixon will be taken care of. That's a huge dub again for the White Tigers.
What a statement, though, already. Early on, the hero we doubted 3-0 for Evo. Hey, seems like I'm alone. Town prediction by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Why? Why am I alone? I am so lonely. Yeah, I am very lonely. What? Okay. Town prediction ranking, though. We'll see. The odds are against me for going for Evos here.
Does not matter, no?
Whoa. What do you mean?
64% for ASG.
Man, Doma already getting a lot of that gold shield turret.
Oh, Petrify connected. Mystic Gush early. Cancel early. Haze with the angle. Flank. And Van Strong will be taken down. Good shutdown. Now Sutsujin enters the fray as well. It seems like now EVOS Legends couldn't find the right approach. Dewa United Esports wins that one.
That was proper damage given onto him, right? And the perfect thing was they were able... Uh-oh, Shaco. Okay, he was able to flicker out of that situation. But back to that point, how does he do so much damage, but somehow they're able to get that shutdown for what?
Yeah. That's always something that Dewa does really well. For some reason, they can always funnel gold properly to the right member. And it's usually, always what? Remember, on the Irithel, if you get a snowball going, you're actually one of the scariest gold laners in the game because of your mobility and your damage. Usually the snowball build is to go for the GDS later. I think third item. So if he's able to mount 2 Ahaz Claws and then just some more crit plus the GDS in the mid game, EVOS might actually struggle with that because they don't really have anyone who can fully lock him down with the Purify and the Heavy Crossbow.
Oh, great! Good night! That was a good pick-off by Dewa United. And EVOS Legends, they're a man down with the neutral objective up. Top side though, Doma. Fed. Getting the gold shield plate, but now Bravest Fighter pops. Penalty zone as well. On towards the line. Oh, Petrify, but Sutsujin will calmly find their retreat. They will collapse. Sutsujin now stunned. Damage is there. Appraiser's Wrath dealing not enough damage. He will be taken out alongside with Chaco. Dewa United, good response. Seems like EVOS Legends. Do they win that one?
For sure, I think they win that one. You know, it's a roamer for a jungler. Yes, bad trade, but they got the turtle. I think for Sutsujin, that's the big W that he was looking for. And it has given Van Strong enough resources to actually go for a Genius Wand too. And speaking of, what got the kill? But Doma's still in the lead in this gold lane. 400 gold ahead. Pretty comfortable lead for a Bruno in lane against an Irithel.
Gold shield turret. He was able to get so much value there.
Nom nom nom, just eating that up. Yummy. And even the level advantage. So not just the gold shield turret, but he's just been a better farmer so far in this game.
I mean, technically, isn't that the outcome you'd expect?
Yeah.
Right? Bruno against the Irithel. It's not too bad at the moment. And luckily enough, Dewa United was still able to get a trade in that turtle, right? But it's so unfortunate because they were the ones to set up first. And Sutsujin just walks in, comes in, and he's like, all right, that turtle's mine. And now EVOS Legends has that 1,300 gold lead. They're looking to give Bruno a little bit more advantage, I do believe. And Lanai's looking to shut it down, but he's not going to find him. Bruno, he's already back.
Good awareness.
Very good awareness by EVOS Legends right now. And they need to keep this up if they want to neutralize the gold lead. Remember also for EVOS Legends, they're still waiting on that power spike. Dewa will be able to get the power spike much sooner with the Valentina, Edith, Baksha, and the Lapu. Compared to EVOS Legends, you still have to wait quite a bit for the Gore to get going, and even Doma on the Bruno. Even with a lead, you still need a little bit more gold. I think the Melfic Roar would be the realistic power spike because with the amount of frontliners that they will have, you need that item before you start really melting them down.
Van Strong, naughty boy with the setup downstairs. But it seems like Dewa United, they will not let go for this turtle.
They won't. You can say Sutsujin has a level advantage here. I think they definitely want to take this for themselves, but Lanai is looking for the contest.
Empty zone on towards Nixon, who is still able to flicker out of the way. Wow. Sutsujin will take the turtle, and Lanaya, caught isolated in the front lines, will be taken out. EVOS Legends here, very healthy lead. Somehow a deja vu of game one. Total control, and now even the purple buff of Dewa United Esports will be stolen.
Is he gonna take it?
Maybe. Oh yeah.
Who gets it? Van Strong. All right. Okay, that's not good for Dewa United now. 7 minutes in, and already a healthy 3,000 gold lead for EVOS Legends. Why do you think that this has been a recurring theme?
It's honestly a big skill diff in the retreat department, man. Sutsujin, it's ridiculous. This man just can't lose a retreat battle. Really, just outclassing Lanaya in the retreat battle department, which is exactly what happened as well in the grand finals of MPL Indonesia Season 7, by the way. So Sutsujin is just doing what he does best, oppressing and bullying the enemy jungler. And right now, it's an opening from Dewa.
Okay, good connection. And Fluffy now taking some heat. Oh, good penalty zone. Purify popped. Fluffy survives though. Shadow quite low in the backside. It's going to be Keys targeted down, and Keys taken out. And Dixon will fall next as well, as it's a good fight for EVOS Legends. What? Petrified, and he gets taken out by Sutsujin. The combination of EVOS Legends finally worked.
4-0 trade. A tower falling in the mid lane. Doma picking a Malefic Roar to make everything worse. And you can see the constant collapse here from EVOS Legends in the mid side, in the top side as well. And it looks like Fluffy is looking to push in that bottom lane. I would have thought that perhaps with Watt picking up a Berserker Fury, he would have a little bit more damage against the members from EVOS, but I didn't see that coming through at all.
Definitely not, man. I mean, again, it's the battle of frontliners. So for both of these gold laners, I think even Doma, in that team fight, he did have his power spike ready. By the way, nice shield throw by Lanaya, gets the purple buff. Yeah, Doma didn't hit his power spike yet. That's why we are seeing just okay impact from him. Now that he has a Malefic, that's the real power spike. Like I mentioned, the realistic power spikes for both these gold laners as crit builders is Malefic, because they'll have to melt their frontliners first, the enemy frontliners, before they can even get to the back line. So even with the Berserkers and a Haas Claws, not enough. Doma has enough now.
That's so scary. And I don't think that this is going to be contested at all. That's going to be a free Lord over to EVOS Legends. 7,000 gold lead. All right, you know what? I'm not going to sound too impressed anymore.
They had
right?
a 12K, yeah.
They had a 12K gold lead in game number 1, and Deo United were able to turn it around. But now, with a different set of rosters, right? With Watt definitely having a say in the late game, is it going to be enough to turn it around?
Unfortunately, this game, I'll have to say, I don't think it's going to be enough for Dewa. Dewa, the reason they were able to just completely defend every single time was because they had a Navaria, X-Borg, and a Beatrix. With an Aerith, though, you're not that good with Clear. Valentina as well. And Lapu. Yeah, they're team-fighting heroes. They're setup heroes for neutral objectives. It's not going to be as clean of a defense for Dewa, unless somehow, some way, they make it work.
Let's see though. Seems like the mid base turret now will be targeting Naya. Insulated with the Worldy, I believe. And there you go, base turret number 1 taken out. Back passive in the bot turret will be activated. Triggered as well as Doma chunking the top laner turret. EVOS still maintaining pressure, hovering around the base of Dewa United. It seems like for now, Dewa United will still be able to defend.
Yeah, they are still. They're going to be able to get an inhibitor turret in the top side of Sutsujin.
Okay, good. Onward, Sutsujin caught. Penalty zone on towards 3 though. Seems like Van Strong looking for an angle with the conceal. Finds the Petrify, but burst it down with the help of Shaco. EVOS Legends. They, again, in game 1, in the similar situation, 3 base turret this time. Krite will be taken out though. Van Strong.
Close.
Van Strong, rather.
It's so close, and Dewa, it looks like they want more. Oh, conceal play? Do they get it? All right, EVOS Legends sniff them up, but this is literally deja vu to game number 1. Deo United lose all of their inhibitor turrets, and now it's up to EVOS Legends, right? How are you going to fix things around? How are you going to make things different for your team and look for a different outcome and force a game number 3 as we take a look at the in-game equipment?
I want to say it's very improbable that Dewa United can come back from this game here, because it's a very different composition, like we mentioned. Not a lot of wave clear compared to game number 1. But also it's Dewa. They've been able to get a lot of good blessings recently and pull off miracle victories. So for Dewa, I think we never count them out. With the BOD though, 2,000 gold lead between the gold laners, 1,000 gold lead almost between the XP laners, and even between roamers, my goodness. Yeah, resource battle, 12 minutes in, that 8,000 gold lead is definitely not irrelevant. It's the most relevant gold lead that we have seen today. Dewa will not be able to contest this neutral objective. I really fail to see how they can. Unless they get a pick, yeah, that'll do it.
Good awareness now, Van Strong with the resource not available, a lot of in hand. Wow. It seems like Van Strong will still find an escape route. With that in mind, EVOS Legends, they claimed the Lord, no problem as well.
That was way cleaner.
Van is strong. Van ain't weak.
I mean, yeah, I agree. But that was way cleaner, right? I mean, you mentioned this. They were able to utilize Van Strong as the perfect bait in order for them to collect the neutral objective unharmed. And in the end of the day, they didn't even lose Van Strong in the process. Now, it looks like Dewa United have sent... No, they can't. No, they can't. All three waves are pushing.
You're not asking the right questions, man. Why does a surfer have boots?
Right, now let's say the Lord are marching in the mid lane. Lanaya knocked up, airborne. The connection will fall. He will be the first one to fall. Let's take a look at the collapse. One by one, the members of Dewa United struggling to find the damage as Evolve the Legends. They managed to find an answer and force the series on towards a game 3.
We have another game number 3 on our hands. What a beautiful comeback from the White Tigers. Unfortunately, you know, the higher powers did not smile onto Dewa this match. But we'll see in the next game how this all concludes and wraps itself together. And yes, I did vote Dewa in this game.
Jeez, what is up with you? You're making me look like a blessing, bro. That is unheard of. By the way, I gotta give a massive shout out to the crowd here today. Both the Dewa fans and the Evos fans. You can see them getting quite heated in the back, but it's just friendly competition. They were, you know, doing a lot of the gestures saying, speak more, come on, keep yelling, because Evos just equalized after a draft that we doubted. Let's take back those doubts, man, because Van Strong basically silenced those doubts from us and from the viewers. The Kadena worked phenomenally in the early game. He was able to get a lead, and Genius 1, Divine Glaive, yeah, no frontliner will be able to take that splash.
Would you guys say that he was the most standout player for you guys?
Was Van strong? Yeah.
Van Strong.
Van was strong.
Okay, noted.
I would say Van Strong really dictated that. I mean, if it wasn't for the Kadena pick, if it wasn't for Van Strong making those plays,
yeah, the game would have could have gone differently. And again, Evolve the Legends, they managed to bounce back. At least they repaired, right? In the sense where they couldn't pull off in game 1, they repaired. They've sharpened their execution and finally find their jam in game 2.
Man, Evo's fans are gonna love Miracle after this.
Evolve Legends. Wait.
He was the only one who voted for Evos.
Are you an Evos fam?
Well,
are you a secret
Are
Evos
you
fan?
an Evos fam?
Come on, just be honest.
let's
with
say
us.
this, okay? I'm a BTR fan, but I'm also a fan of Doma, Taz, Age, Brands, and Dreams.
Taz and Brands were not playing.
Yeah, but guess who was?
Doma.
Guess who was coach?
Age. Why are we answering his questions like it's a test or something?
I have a way of hypnotizing. But mainly, I think it wasn't because of the Evo's prediction from Miracle, but more so the Dewa prediction from this lady. Because she predicted Evo's game.
I have no idea what's going on.
Literally, you're making me a blessing today. RQ won with my prediction, and Evo's won with mine. You're making 64% look like...
the only curse that failed was when Aura Fire was playing. So my curse on Aura Fire is stronger than my prediction curse.
Okay, so just don't. It can't be intentional for you.
Maybe I should just not be a caster anymore. You know, at this point, I feel sorry. I feel bad for all the teams because, man, that was such an exceptional performance from Van Strong, a player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And it wasn't just his pickoffs, right? It was the little things that he did around the map. I think in the final moments when they were able to get the Lord just uncontested whatsoever, that small, peek from Van Strong onto the minion in the top side drove literally almost every member from Dewa United to look for that pickoff in the top side. They didn't even get it, and then they lost the big Lord that actually pushed to their demise in the end.
And right now, I would say the only real difference from this Kadena compared to Krite is the choice of the first talent. Krite went for Inspire, the cooldown.
Okay.
5% cooldown. For Van Strong, he went for Agility. So that's really the only thing. And did it play a big role in this game? I would say yes. The early game, you could see that Van Strong was always able to find the right position and rotate to the right place at every given moment. even here, you gotta say, man, his targeting was great. Here onto Lanaya, knowing that Sutsujin, even with 3 members diving on him, he's a Fredrin, man. He can definitely soak in everything. So it's just the decision making, and also the KS. Not kill steal, kill secure from Mr. Strong. He is still a roamer though, so he'll be okay if he gets taken down. Sometimes a good shutdown. Before Sutsujin, we gotta give props to this guy, man. A lot of people have been saying Taz better, etc. But I think for Retries, I think this guy's top of the ladder, bro. Maybe not mechanics, but
Strong perhaps made. Apart from that, good openings, good resource spent as well. And this was just a collapse that ended Dewa United clean sweep dream. So wiped out as well. And what a match we got here.
Truly was. It was a 14-minute game?
how long did you think it was?
I thought it was longer.
There was a lot of...
This one, I thought this was longer.
Exactly. There were a lot of actions, and there was a lot of moments where EVOS just took it real slow because they learned from their mistakes in game number 1. They're going for a lot of these team fights that was very unnecessary in game number 1 after having the advantage. This game, they really slowed it down. When they got neutral objectives, they didn't fight. When they got objectives, they didn't fight. They just constantly sieged, sacrificed one member at max, and then they reset, redo the things and everything, and just... yeah, that's a cycle, literally, of what they did in this game. Itemization as well, honestly, for all of them, it's just the basic items because it is still the 14th minute of the game. There's nothing really that stands out. I guess for me, I'll just have to say it, Genius 1 and Divine Glaive very early on for Van Strong. That was the real answer to how they were able to go up against this frontliners. And the biggest doubt from me was, how is this Kadita going to impact the game early on up against these frontliners, these very tanky members, right? And Van Strong answered it early on. Needs help. Not a solo Kadita as we've usually seen, right? But with those kills stacking up, with the Genius 1 built up very early, he was able to just crash on every single frontliner after.
I mean, again, a perfect example of Dewa United, well, EVOS Legends here, how to steamroll on a game, how to snowball, and how to keep momentum and maintain pressure. And Dewa United Esports this time wasn't able to stay composed, wasn't able to withstand the damage output that was given by EVOS Legends. And there you go, Doma, your guy, Miracle, claiming 2 titles.
Double, Rich Guy and the carry. 827 and has the most damage dealt. I was thinking about how it was in lane. But I think he always had that upper hand against the Irithel in the gold lane, right?
That's why the Bruno is so prio, and that's why I think even for RRQ, they first picked the Bruno, right? Yep. That's really with the damage output, and I think mainly what the Bruno does best is there's not a lot of heroes that do well against him. I think that's the real strength of Bruno. You pick it up first pick, and then the enemy team will struggle. Do we go for Brody? There's only safe picks against him. There are no like actual counter picks. Yeah, there are picks that do like better, but not great.
What happened to Harith? Again.
I think even the Harith loses out.
Against the Brody?
Yeah, he needs level 4 to actually deal damage. Level 1 to 3, the range of the Harith, you get bullied hard.
So what's the cap? There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something.
Box
If you guys
Angela.
have an answer, like please put it in the live chat. Miracle will read it out to us later on. But we are gonna go on a short break before we enter game number 3. Layla.
I'm joking.
And with that being said, we'll see you after the break.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all live.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from that short break as we finally found the counter towards Bruno.
What is it?
But we're not going to talk about it. It's a secret.
That is the biggest,
It's a secret. Shh.
All right.
It's a secret. It's a secret. We found it. We found it in that short break. But yeah, we're back to a 1-1 between both of these teams. Interestingly enough, as EVO's Legends were finally able to grab that victory in game number 2. Like, you guys can grab a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car throughout the event. So if you guys want to hop over to the venue here, you know, it's been a crazy atmosphere. I didn't expect this, but Dewa United fans are really showing support, as well as the EVO's Legends fans. If you guys want to be involved in the party over here that's happening, come over to the arena, and don't forget that promo code that you guys can utilize to get a discount. If you want more information on that, you guys can scan the QR code
right here
down below Miracle.
Yes, grb.to/MPL also if you want to check it out. But the scoreline on your screen hasn't been updated. Ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United and EVO's Legends 1-1. Best of 1.
Best of 1.
We're back again to a best of 1. It was a best of 3. Dewa was leading after somehow, again, miraculously getting a comeback. 12,000 gold lead.
12,000 gold lead. That's almost as much value as you guys can get if you utilize OVO. And you're maybe wondering why.
How?
The thing is, if you guys use OVO, there is a special promo with a cashback of up to 5,000 OVO points.
Whoa!
That you guys can utilize for so many things, and you guys can do that even when you're buying data packages. So it's a win-win-win. Win.
Dub.
Last time we heard about of a triple W was winning on 1-1, but that has been impossible since the nerfs.
It actually reminds me.
What?
1-1.
1-1.
We haven't seen 1-1 in a very long time. And we also haven't seen Lemon in a very long time. And I miss him.
But we have seen First.
We have. But I miss Lemon.
You miss
I
Lemon?
want to play with Lemon.
Who doesn't miss Lemon?
Oh, if you want to play with Lemon, it's pretty easy, Eterna, Gani.
Just purchase MLBB items via Google Play and pay with OVO. And of course, register where at payovo.co/MPL. Now, you can tell us why you really want to play with Lemon and Fursic, and it ends on September the 20th, 2023.
All I need to do is that? All I need to do is tell you why I want to play with Lemon and Fursic?
Yeah.
Wait, guys, there's only 10 more days.
10 more days.
Goodness
Today's
gracious.
September 10th. You guys need to get your hands on this as soon as possible. You guys need to register as soon as possible. Don't miss out. Who would want to play with both of these legends, Lemon as well as Fursic?
DMO.
What?
Don't miss out.
Interesting. I can't keep up with the young blood.
Keep up. Let's get to the
young
DP.
blood, man. Drafting phase.
Boom.
There you go. I'm young again, but here it is. Game number 3, Dewa as well as EVOs. Now, they're both starting on the exact same sides. And interestingly enough, even though Dewa won game number 1, they were the ones who banned out their own Angela. So I'm wondering if they're going for the same route, or are they just going to go fall back into the drafts that they did in game number 1? You know, ban out the Valentina here, and then go for a similar strategy for game number 3.
Let's see, right? I mean, yeah,
Angela first pick again.
Angela first pick again. Maybe can be the play it worked in game 1, but it seems like Dewa United, they are taking their time here in that last ban, because last time around, EVO's Legends, they responded with a Novaria ban. There you go. Adjustments. Bruno first phase ban.
This is what we were talking about in the break. The counter towards Bruno. How do you counter Bruno? You ban it out.
Oh, I don't remember having that discussion.
Are you sure?
Why?
Like,
why
we
did
literally
you?
had it like 3 minutes ago.
Well, we literally asked Taxstomp in the back.
Why did you spill the secret? That was a secret.
Because I was waiting for it to show itself, and then we're like, that's.
Then we can just claim it. Yeah.
Not clip. Whatever. What's wrong with Miracle today?
Yeah, I mean, the Bruno ban comes through. Now, EVO's Legends, they are taking their time. But it seems like it's going to be the Eve. So, opening
Novaria.
Angela and Novaria. Dewa United, which one will they go for here?
I think Novaria is a little bit more valuable than the Angela first
I completely
pick.
agree.
not to Dewa, apparently, right? Game 1, it was Angela first pick, and then they went over to the Navaria. So if they want to set up for another Baxia-Angela combination with Lanaya, sure. Oh, you know what would be crazy?
Then Evos can just take it away.
Okay.
Whoa.
First is a Terizla. I was about to just say, so Dewa, Lanaya, his signature pick in MDL back in the day, remember?
Yes.
Tamas, right? So with the Tamas and the Angela, does it work? Is that combination a combination that can actually be utilized?
You're the analyst.
Situational, very situational, right?
Yeah.
If we're talking about Tamas here, very weak against crowd control. So maybe if EVOS drafted themselves with a minimal crowd control composition, yeah, sure, rock the Tamas in that jungle. But there you go.
Already
Redrin.
CC.
Already, what? 3 crowd controls in his kit. And Angela, say bye-bye.
To the dream.
Oh man, what do Dewa want to do? Do they want to just go for the Baxia? I mean, technically Baxia does counter the Angela quite a bit.
There's something that does it even better though.
What?
But because Terizla's already picked, I don't think we're going to see the Esmeralda. Yeah. Honestly, against the why not just go for the Martis? Win out in the early game right now for Dewa. Because game 1 was very clear. They have a lot of wave clear. They can play towards late. But game 2, they were banking on early game. If that's the whole win condition for them, might as well go for the Martis here. And Brody Franco. Wow. Okay. Definitely not a Martis.
Okay, 3 heroes, 3 crowd controls though, right? Suppression, Brody with the smooch, and as well as Terizla can use the penalty zone here. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends with that Angela, sure, it can lock you with the puppet string, but that crowd control is little to none, practically. So, what do they respond here with, right? Do they want to go heavy again? Valentina is still on the board to claim that Bloody Hunt and or penalty zone. So perhaps Valentina can be the pick here for EVOS Legends.
I think that's viable choice. Unless, of course, they want to go for a good gold lane matchup against the Brody. So they go for the Beatrix here, much safer. And what do they do now? Do they, with the Terizla being picked up, they don't really need to think about Yuzongs.
Yeah.
I guess jungle, right?
I think Uranus can be the pick here for EVOS Legends, if not banned out by Dewa United. But EVOS Legends, they should limit the options for jungler, right? Eliminate Martis, eliminate
what about Baxia?
Baxia as well, and or Bane.
Oh, Bane. Interesting choice there. EVOS don't know, just gonna go for the mid lane bans. Kaze has yet to reveal his hero. Usually, when this happens, they lose a lot of structure and stability in their team. Kaze is one of the pillars for this trio mid. With the Feramis ban, I honestly feel like they can just go for a Novaria. Okay, so they want to maybe pick up the Valentina for themselves here in the first pick of the second phase. That's what the red side gives you. And if maybe Dewa might just ban it away, the Valentina. Letting only... No, nothing. Yeah, I think it's a good option. If we don't get it, Evo shouldn't get it either for Dewa. That's what I think they will try to do. But other options would be XP ban. Do they need to ban an XP laner here?
X-Borg?
With the X-Borg? It's already banned out, and the Paquito has already been banned out as well. So, no, I think, yeah. Oh, wow, they still want to go for Yuzong here. A good hero, technically, up against a Brody.
You know, trying to deny Fluffy's heroes. But EVOS Legends here, what should they go for here? Okay, the Valentina, which I thought they would prioritize in that third pick.
I think it's strong.
It's very strong now.
Because the only 2 options left for Dewa is either the Farsa or
Lilia.
the Feramis. Right? Those are the 2 heroes that Kaze has played. Other than that, Lunox. But I don't know the value of the Lunox in the composition that they have right now. If they want to win that mid lane, do they go for something like a Lilia?
The savior work here is all I ask. They need range. Well, they do not need range, but with the savior, it adds range.
And maybe that's why they banned out the Yuzong.
Yes. I think savior is still very viable. It's got to be the Baxia. Not the savior, though. they will commit to a Farsa.
Would be a hell of a call if it actually was Xavier. Because Xavier is also really, really good against the Fredrin.
Beatrix.
And the Beatrix, just anyone who can outrange. So now it just comes down to Evos. Are they going to utilize the XP Fredrin here? I highly doubt it.
I think Lapu Lapu.
But honestly...
Or Grok.
Yeah, Lapu, Grok.
Glue? Does glue work?
Not really against a Terizla.
True. Well, I guess Grok here does well, right? Rotates fast as well.
What about Akai XP? Signature
rival?
Fluffy.
Akai rival Fluffy. It's a classic. But I am very skeptical about the Kai pick.
There you go,
It's going to be
Lapu.
Lapu. Yeah,
The safe
Turner called
choice.
it.
They need an answer towards the Farsa in the back line, as they don't really have much dive coming in from their composition. So Lapu Lapu is the answer because of the Yuzong ban earlier on. It makes sense, it's safe. I don't necessarily see much disparity between both of these compositions. I think both teams have a well-rounded comp. I think it comes down to matchup. What do you think about the matchups?
I would actually say, with this composition, Dewa has a bit of an edge, man. The Baksha for farm, the Farsa for range, and the Beatrix, even the Valentina might actually struggle. And in lane as well, Brody should be able to win it out against the Beatrix. The Angela will be the difference maker here. But with the Franco, there's already a lot of kill threats, so the Angela needs to respect that too. Yeah, I think Dewa might have a little bit of an advantage here.
Okay. Dewa United has the advantage? Wow. Okay.
No purifies whatsoever on the board. All flickers all around. Both teams are looking for blood. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the Land of Dawn for the final game, for the final match of week number 6. We're gonna close it out with Dewa United and Evo's Legends. Let's see who comes out on top.
Let's see indeed. And looking at the compositions again, take a look at Lanaya's rotation already. Invading and harassing and getting it as well.
Yeah, this is the advantage of having better wave clear in mid-prio. Dewa were able to facilitate this, and you can already see that he's going for more even in the top side, but Sutsujin is able to claim that away. But it's still a big advantage for Lanaya. Oh, never mind. He doesn't get the lethal. It's just a Jin.
Equalized.
Here we are. I would expect a little bit more aggression, honestly, coming in from the Franco. I think that's one of the beautiful things about the Franco here after the patch, the fact that he can already have so much kill pressure before he hits that level 4 power spike. And yet, when we take a look at the emblems, okay, so we were talking about this, right? Lethal Ignition in comparison to Impure Rage, and it looks like Keys on the Farsa still opting for Lethal Ignition.
Still wants that burst damage instead of the Impure Rage. Because I think for the Farsa, you do rely more on just a cycle of your a rotation, a single rotation of your skills, not really spammable, right? So might as well go for the Lethal Ignition, get it done with, and then back away.
That makes sense. Here in the bottom lane, though, Lanaya.
Oh, good flicker to Juke. And sidestep that shield Unity threat. Turtle will be up though, and it seems like rotation-wise, it's equal as well. So Baksha and as well as Fredrin now will be in that Turtle pit.
Fluffy has already hit that level 4, though, okay, Dixon just got it. I thought that was something of an advantage that they could utilize before they surround the Turtle. That's Sutsujin. Very aggressive power stance as Lanaya goes in again.
Flicker penalty zone popped now. The damage isn't really there, but take a look at Dixon dealing damage. Lanaya claims Sutsujin as both junglers now taken out. Dixon should be the next target here as Fluffy and Van Strong will help right there to pop that Feather Airstrike, but the Bloody Hunt will lock Van Strong down and will take him down. Shadko, quite low, taken out as well. That was a very long fight, 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
Equal trade. It's literally the same. Roamer and a jungler taken down. But I think it's the lasting effects of that fight. The fact that Fluffy got 2 kills now means that Dixon is in a whole world of trouble in this matchup. Fluffy's going to have much more chance of making an impact in these team fights with some more damage 2 kills is gonna rack up, and Evo's Legends know it. That's why they already started the turtle.
Okay, Lanaya. He's now alone with the help of Dixon. Stunned. Iron Hook missed. Lanaya terrified as well. Sitsujin claims the turtle. Right in the backside though. Will be all in. All the damage to come through. He tries to survive. Shaco will fall as well as Dixon, as Evo's Legends has more say in the turtle fight.
I can't believe just one difference, right? You mentioned about that EXP lane, but wait a minute, the top side, Doma getting caught very low. What?
Oh my god, torn apart memory with the help of K's though. Will deal more damage, and take a look at the talents prediction. For the first time today, it's unanimous.
How long has it been since all the talents were in agreement with something, but Van Strong?
Flicker, Bloody Hunt, and as well as K's will deal enough damage towards Van Strong. Lanaya though will crash Fluffy. A-okay, no follow-up.
Don't try to change the topic, Eterna.
What?
Every team you predicted today has lost, okay?
Well,
so don't try to change it, okay? So
there's a first time for everything, you know?
You predicted Evo's Legends, okay. I'm just looking out for any miracles that can happen here.
Like, what happens when we have the same prediction, right? That's the real question here.
Yeah, will it be nullified? The curse, we'll see. Dixon, though, yeah, like we mentioned, that 2-kill lead. Now it's a 3-kill lead and 2 assists even. You can see a 1,000 gold lead already, and Doma up top, yeah. He actually already used the flicker and he was still chased down. That's why he decided to go for the all-in. That did not work out in favor of Doma. He was slain up top, and now he has to just clear out in this minion wave. Won't really be able to do much. And that's what I said about the matchup in the gold lane. And I honestly still think that Dewa might have an advantage because of that, right? The Brody here should be able to get that power spike much, much faster than the Beatrix.
But they need to protect that. Because Evo's Legends, understanding the situation, they might look for a punish onto Watt, onto the Brody in the top lane. But as you can see here, both teams are already opening up the map, looking for vision, perhaps even a pickoff before they start setting up for this turtle fight. The one thing that we do need to take into consideration is Sitsujin is level 8. Meanwhile, Lanaya level 7, so there's already a gap between both of these junglers.
I mean, looking at the mini-map earlier, it's just it's Van Strong just screening Lanaya, right? Somehow just wherever Lanaya is going, there is just Angela in the map as well.
There you go. Just a trade on the map. For Evo's Legends, they get the turtle. For Dewa, they get the Brody. A full-on turret, but Doma has been rotated down below. Van Strong again, he yells Lanaya.
Shield Unity on towards Lanaya. The damage, will they be there? Feather Airstrike popped as well. Flicker! Penalty zone was huge! Dixon catching Van Strong and as well as quite off guard. In the front side though, Fluffy receives the Bloody Hunt, escapes with the Bravest Fighter, and the torn apart memory will deal not enough damage to take him down. Dewa United, good pickoff. Evo's Legends now, their lead slowly diminishes.
That was nearly a disaster for Dewa United, honestly, right? They were the one to initiate that skirmish in the bottom side. They nearly had that whole thing turn around, but luckily Dixon with the penalty zone onto 2-3 members in that bush, that was the cherry on top. And they were able to finally get that rotation worthwhile, right? Taking out Van Strong. Now though, 7 minutes in, we already see the damage coming through for the Beatrix. And Watt picking up the Malefic Roar. At this point, who has the edge?
Malefic Roar, have to seize. 2 items better than 1. Well, 2 items better than 0. Right now, Doma doesn't even have the BOD yet. And it's due to this build. I would say, I don't want to say outdated, but it is a build that we rarely see nowadays. The Fury Hammer into the BOD. Usually we just see the BOD straight now, right? So, still a creative choice that Doma is going for right now. It will delay that BOD from being built. Usually we see it in the 5th to 6th minute. Now he actually got it in the 7th minute, 40th second. So already quite a delay. As Watt is just styling right now on turrets with this build.
Oh, Feather Airstrike early. Bloody Hunt as well as quite awkward positioning. Fluffy now in the area, trying to deal damage as well with the help of Hardguard, but it seems like the damage will not be enough. Torn apart memory just to clear the waves as it's all a distraction. It's a Krite for inner turret, top side.
Ooh, is that worth it? Is that a worth a trade?
Tier 2 for tier tier 2 for no tier 2. They get a lot of damage on the tier 2, but I don't think so. I think it depends if they get the Lord. If they get the Lord, then it is going to be a value trade.
Okay, Sutsujin received a lot of damage. Torn apart memory will not be enough to take him down, as it's all just a zone. Dewa United comfortably takes the Lord.
1,000 gold lead for Dewa United in the 8th, almost 9th minute of the game. Very different to what we saw in game number 1 and game number 2, where EVO's Legends were able to have that control. With Watt dishing out that damage, like you mentioned, with the power spike that he already hit, and the fact that he's been able to dodge so well the skills being thrown at him with the Quantum Charge, I think Dewa United might have a better mid-game power spike up until this point because of this small lead.
Mid-game power spike is where the strength lies in. I would have actually expected Dewa to have a little bit more to say in the early game as well with the neutral objectives. But then again, yeah, Sutsujin's kind of a god with that red tree. So maybe that's why they weren't able to mount up this gold lead early on, and that's why EVO's got it. But yeah, this is one of the reasons that I said that, you know, Dewa has a bit of an advantage. The winning lanes are crucial to getting an advantage, and now they're able to utilize the Lord really well, actually. Tier 2 down below taken down. They have a slow push building up in the top lane too. So should be a free turret just with the minions. And then they can just clear out this mid wave with Evos rotating down below to get this mid turret. Maybe the cheeky pick? Nope.
What do you think about that DHS being built by Watt?
Brilliant move. So usually after the Hunter Strike, oh sorry, not Hunter Strike, after the Heptaseas into the Malefic Roar, you want to go for the BOD, but in this scenario, Sutsujin and Fluffy are the ones who have a big lead. So if you're able to go and melt them down with the DHS, they won't have a frontliner to facilitate Doma in the back.
Let's see if it works out. That Feather Airstrike was already dealing quite an amount of damage onto Doma in the back line. So that's definitely something that they do want to work around. Lunaya going to be able to steal that buff away as well from EVO's Legends. And it looks like, I think Dewa United, they want to play this patiently. They want to look for the proper opening unless Dixon finds a proper pick here.
See, orange buff taken away. Lanaya with their red tray. EVO's Legends now 3,000 gold lead almost. Wow, Dewa United, they are making the White Tigers turtle in their base.
But they still have to be careful, right? Because technically EVO's Legends, they do still have a lot to say when it comes down to the late game. We're still waiting on Beatrix.
And we're waiting a long time, Eterna. This power spike for Doma, I honestly feel like in the 10th minute, in the 11th minute, it should have hit. But again, I would have to say it's due to that Fury Hammer. It's, well, not fully because of Fury Hammer. Obviously, Doma is also getting suffocated right now. He's not really given a lot of space to farm. But the Fury Hammer delayed the BOD. And now, only now do we see the Malefic Roar. See, a lot of people just ignore the Fury Hammer now because you rush the BOD into the Malefic Roar. So we already have a lot of penetration with the Malefic Roar. So you don't need the Fury Hammer usually as compared to back then where everybody rushed Fury Hammer first. Now he has the Fury Hammer and the Malefic. So technically, he'll have more power. And this is truly the power spike. But unfortunately for him, when he has two items, Watt's building is fourth. If he gets this Wind of Nature now, then I honestly don't even feel like Fluffy can threaten the back.
Oh, the conceal play as well. Good catch in the backside and say goodbye to Doma. Sutsujin now in the front, taking damage, gets taken down as well as Fluffy, with the help of Hardguard here, will not be able to find a play as he is ganged by 5 members. He will survive though, and that's just 3 members of EVO's Legends left standing.
We're talking so hard about power spikes being hit, but if you're not even there, if you're not even present in these team fights, all that is thrown out the window. It does not matter. Watt has been treading this so well.
Oh, the flicker play does not connect. Van Strong survives. But Dewa United, they will clear the Lord and maybe take a turret. But it seems like the defense is already there for EVO's Legends.
Watt is so good. He's so good on the Brody. He's dodging every single ability away like he knows that it's gonna hit, like he knows exactly where it's gonna hit, and he's dodging perfectly in the right direction every single time. I don't know how this man has it in him.
The mechanics, man. He's been here since season 1. He's a veteran. He isn't a new player. He doesn't have the young gun mechanics, but it just shows you that the experienced players can have the same level of mechanics. I think Benny also showed that at M4. But you can see the items, man. It goes way beyond just positioning and mechanics. That DHS was so genius.
Yep. Face through it now. Left standing is in the top side. EVOS Legends, they need to clear this Lord. Oh, Feather Airstrike. Almost chunks Van Strong down, but it seems like now EVOS Legends can focus on clearing the minions. Mid lane will crash first. What will Dewa United do? They're banking on Chaco getting a hook. They got it with the flicker as well. Suppression connects and Sutsujin will fall. Fluffy though will distract as well as the side of Krite. But it seems like the damage won't be enough. Oh, that's a blunder. Krite gets taken out. Van Strong gets taken out. What the will fall? But it seems like with Doma alone, Dewa United looks to crack the base. Doma, can he make the play here? 17 seconds on Sutsujin, but it seems like the firepower will be more than enough. Dewa United finds the win against the White Tigers.
The gods smile over Dewa United today. Not be able to win a victory against EVOS Legends so far. They are still able to win. They are rewriting history. A 2-1 victory, sending EVOS Legends further down in the brackets. Possibly an opportunity for EVOS not to make it to the playoffs this season.
They're 9th place, Eterna. People were writing out Alter Ego when they were 9th. Now, EVOS will have to take that. 9th place, my goodness. The worst position for EVOS Legends before this was 7th place back in season 10, and now Eternal, why you gotta do EVOS dirty like that, bro?
You know, there's a first time for everything, and I was talking about my prediction, but in this event, there's a first time for everything for EVOS Legends, dropping from number 7, that memeable number 7.
Why are you changing the topic,
now
man?
Number 9.
This is your doing.
You know, with great responsibility. I mean, with great power.
Don't finish it. That's
man.
perfect. That's perfect.
Great
responsibility
comes with great power.
You know, it's bound for heartbreak. But there you go, revenge complete. Dewa sends EVOS Legends to the bottom of the standings. And this is not just revenge in that sense, but they lost to EVOS. 4-2 at MPL ID Grand Final Season 7. And they completely turned it around, 2-1 here. Is Watt that much of a difference maker? Is Fluffy not enough? There's just so many questions now that we see these results. And with that being said, let's ask some questions over to Dewa United, our victors of the day. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Dewa United Esports menutup minggu ini dengan senyuman. 2-1 melawan EVOS yang katanya kalian ada kutukan ketika berhadapan dengan EVOS. Dari mungkin MDL, kalau kamu nggak bisa jawab sih Wat, kamu nggak bisa jawab. Gimana Lanaya atau mungkin Sako yang bisa mungkin menjelaskan?
Kalau menurut aku sih gak ada kutukan ya. Buktinya di MDL regular season kemarin kami bisa menang.
Bisa menang ya? Cuma memang pada saat Grand Final berbeda suasananya ya. Tapi jadi keriko nggak sih ini kalian 4 member dari EVOS, 4 member dari kalian juga yang bermain pada saat itu.
Iya.
Ada rasa ingin, panas nih 4-nya.
Ya, ada banget. Rasanya pengen balas dendam.
Rasanya ingin balas dendam. Dan di match kali ini kalian mungkin bisa dibilang dari leg pertama EVOS berhasil nge-2-0-in kalian. Sekarang kalian membalas dengan 2-1. Apa yang mungkin udah kalian baca tentang EVOS Legend?
Gak ada sih, mungkin kita lebih improve aja.
Improve, fokus ke diri sendiri.
Iya.
Mengerikan. Tapi perubahan dari EVOS kita juga bisa lihat mungkin Awat yang paling merasakan ya. dengan perpindahan pula tiba-tiba Doma naik ke MPL dan dia kali ini bermain, kamu udah ngelawan dua-duanya. Gimana kamu ngelihat, mungkin bisa dibilang rookie dan juga ada satu legenda Brands yang juga bermain di EVOS, dan gimana kamu ngelawan keduanya nih?
Ya pasti beda lah. Ya kalau Brands kan udah lebih lama lah di MPL dibandingin Doma. Doma juga anak baru, ya kita tatar aja anak baru.
Ditatar aja anak baru, iya. Ini menarik. Jadi memang player yang sudah punya pengalaman dan belum itu ada perbedaannya ya?
Ya pasti ada.
Walaupun kalau mekanik mungkin 11-12.
Ya kalau mekanik jagoan dia kan, dia masih muda, aku udah tua.
Udah tua ya, Awat sudah tua ya. Tapi pengalaman Awat yang menjadi nilai mahal nih di sini. Untuk pembalasan dendam hari ini, apakah sudah sesuai dengan mungkin kalian dari mungkin tadi pagi atau semalam ngebahas tentang EVOS Legend, ini udah sesuai dengan yang kalian planning kah?
Nggak sesuai sih, kita maunya 2-0.
Oh kita maunya 2-0, kepleset.
Ya biasa anak muda, panas.
Anak muda panas, malah kepanasan jadinya.
Iya benar.
Malah kepanasan. Dan banyak juga nih tadi yang bisa dibilang momen-momen epic dan momen-momen menarik dari tim Dewa United. Dan apalagi kita ngelihat Sako, kali pertama kamu pakai Franco? Kali pertama pakai Franco nggak sih nih?
Iya, hari pertama pakai Franco.
Ini ide dari mana nih? Mendadak muncul Sako yang kita tahu biasanya hero-hero ini. Surprise pakai Franco.
Ngikut coach aja sih.
Ikut coach aja? Udah sempet dilatihanin apa ini khusus untuk, oke kita ngelawan EVOS kita pancing aja mereka. Khususkah untuk EVOS atau memang sudah menjadi mungkin ini adalah hero selanjutnya untuk Sako?
Enggak ada yang khusus sih. Oke, cuma memang waktu itu tadi draft enaknya Franco aja.
Main aja?
Iya main aja.
Percaya coach, mainkan, kasih yang terbaik dan luar biasa. Tarik, flicker. Dan siapakah yang akan menjadi player of the match dari 3 game yang sudah dimainkan oleh tim Dewa United, anak Dewa? Siapa? Ayo. Namanya beda-beda semua ya. Siapa Kis? Ada yang bilang siapa? Sako. Oke, kita cek bersama-sama siapakah player of the match dari Dewa. Inilah dia. Dixon! EXP Lane yang lagi bersinar banget pula. Sekarang kita ngeliat kayaknya banyak banget ya player-player di EXP Lane. Gimana sih caramu untuk bisa bersinar di EXP Lane, Dixon?
Biar minion cepat sih.
Player minion cepat ya? Kamu mau main sama minion aja?
Iya, temen gue jago-jago soalnya.
Temennya jago-jago. Ngelihat dari permainanmu hari ini, mungkin kita bisa lihat kayak banyak banget ada Terizlamu, ada segala macamnya. Tapi apa sih yang membuat, mungkin apa yang kamu lakukan untuk bisa improve terus dan di tengah gencaran EXP Lane yang lagi banyak yang bersinar juga?
Gak ada, sama aja.
Oh ya sama aja, latihan-latihan aja?
Seperti biasa, latihan-latihan gitu.
Apa latihan yang mungkin kamu lakuin yang bisa dikasih tahu, apakah latihanmu 8 jam sehari atau apa? Bermain hero-hero aneh?
Setiap hari main biliar sih.
Loh, biar tangannya bisa punya otot ya?
Ya benar Bude.
Lucu ya, tiap tim ada beda-beda. Ada yang yoga, ada yang main biliar. Jadi di sisi lain mereka tetap mengasah otot mereka ya, biar lebih kuat.
Ya benar.
Menarik. 3 match minggu ini Kis. Kamu udah melihat perjuangan dari tim Dewa United di minggu ke-6 ini seperti apa Kis?
Sama aja Bude, latihan terus.
Latihan terus Kis. Tapi pertama kalian bisa menangin lawan Bigetron. Kemarin terseok, hari ini bisa menang lagi. Gimana kalian untuk mungkin mempersiapkan nanti untuk minggu selanjutnya, minggu ke-7? Kis kepengen apa sih di minggu ke-7?
Pengen menang lawan Aldrigo, soalnya di leg kemarin kalah.
Ingin membalaskan dendam tim-tim yang kalian gagal untuk menangin matchnya. Oh, tapi kalau dilihat ini kan 2 minggu break. Lalu ngelihat tim-tim udah beradu di minggu ke-6, siapa sih mungkin yang kalian lihat, wah ini tim kayaknya beda banget nih dari minggu ke-4. Minggu kemarin, minggu sebelum kita break. Geek Fam, jadi satu kontender yang cukup dakdikdukser nih.
Soalnya lagi WS kan.
Lagi WS untuk Geek Fam. Dari Awat sendiri gimana kamu ngelihat mungkin nanti week ke-7 akan ada di mana nih? Untuk akan memberikan apa nih dari Dewa United?
Ya kita nggak minta banyak sih, cuman ya kita usahain lolos playoff aja.
Lolos playoff. Pede ya, masih pede?
Ya pasti pede lah harus.
Klasemen sementara ini kan lagi dakdikdukser banget. Gimana kalian menghadapi ini?
Ya aku nggak bilang ke anak-anak sih nggak usah terlalu pedulin sih mau menang atau kalah lagi main match lawan siapapun, ya penting kita main have fun aja sih.
Yang penting main have fun. Have fun kunci dari tim Dewa United dan mereka sekarang bisa have fun banget karena dari 3 match mereka memenangkan 2 di minggu ini. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan Awat mungkin kepada keluarga di rumah atau yang ada di sini atau siapa yang mau?
Buat keluarga ya terima kasih udah support aku dari aku masih bukan siapa-siapa sampai sekarang, ya terima kasih banget. Ya terutama buat orang tua, mama, papa, adik, kakak dan lain-lain ya. Terutama buat anak Dewa yang datang ke sini sih. Kita minta terima kasih banyak banget ya udah support kita walaupun kita lagi di bawah, lagi di atas. Ya tetap support kita terus. Jangan nggak datang.
Jangan gak datang, ditungguin terus ya untuk minggu selanjutnya 7 dan 8. Lanaya, satu kata untuk minggu ini.
Mantap.
Mantap. Semantap itu juga dari permainan tim Dewa United dengan 2-1 kemenangan ini. Seperti apa performa dari Dewa di kacamata para caster dan analis? Langsung saja kita lemparkan kepada mereka.
Deserved victory for Dewa United today. Just
Oh my God.
continuing the theme that we do not know how these games, these matches are gonna go. Like,
You know.
and that's a huge upset for Evo's Legends.
You know. Well, if you want to get right predictions, Gani, just put whatever, the opposite of whatever she's voting.
I cannot do that though.
Why not?
Because he wants that #1 position. Come on.
Oh.
He's representing the English caster. Just let him do his thing. But anyway, here we are representing Dewa
Dixon.
United. Dixon.
Big Dixon.
Player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G on the Terizla. Just amazing work.
It's more than just amazing, man. Whenever
What
you
to
give
talk
him...
about.
You're right. Actually, that nickname makes sense because he has the biggest impact in these team fights. For a lot of these team fights, the big impact comes in from Dixon. You're right. I mean, dude, when was the last time you saw him miss a penalty zone flicker?
Rarely.
Never.
Almost never.
Like how you said rarely. I never. Lapu Lapu, X-Borg even.
Yep.
He was the game changer in game number 1. In game number 3, I would actually say Kaze had a phenomenal performance. I voted for him for player of the game, but player of the match, I think it's no doubt Dixon.
Yeah.
Oh man, the things that the XP laners do in this season have been phenomenal, man. We've been talking about Banana, we've been talking about even Fluffy, Cerezo.
Boots.
Fluffy and Cerezo,
No one's
they've
talking about
disappeared.
Boots.
Nobody's talking about Fluffy and Cerezo anymore. Dixon and Cars, it's the time of underrated XP laner, man. We got Dixon earlier, playing with a team fight, but actually Boots has a similar style to Dixon, both team fighting.
I mean, take a look at the visuals, right? Dixon, notorious B.I.G. Dixon. Showing his class and qualities again. Take a look at his positioning. He is not afraid to die.
Oh man, it's actually so good by Dewa that you can't help but laugh at the nickname. Big Dixon, man, the way that he was able to make the impact every single time. Look at these moments. These are big moments. It's not even like a joke anymore. If he's not the executor, he's the initiator. And he always finds the right member. Doma got dunked, bro. He absolutely got dunked. He got pocketed hard by Dewa United, a superstar gold laner. But you're up against Super Awat. He is the gatekeeper of superstar gold laners. He's been here from the start of MPL Indonesia all the way to the end, and even here you can definitely see it. Wind of Nature, that power spike, and the fact that he survived for so... It's just Watt things at this point, right?
Woo!
what he's able to do. Like, what in the world is that mechanic, bro?
Big moments, big impact.
Oh, you're talking
He's
about
big
Dixon.
Dixon.
I'm talking about Watt. He was my personal player of the game there. But yeah, I agree. Player of the match, Dixon. 14-minute game. How did they change so quickly? Game number 1 was like
Dewa or
Dewa.
Dewa, I honestly think
draft.
Game 1 and 2, it was more so, especially game 1, execution. They played it patient. They didn't go for random team fights after they were behind 12,000 gold, right? They still believed they had a chance in the game. Meanwhile, for game 3, it's completely different. I think for Dewa, they had the proper draft. Like I said, all the way from the start, I actually thought they had the advantage, right? These winning lanes, the answers to a lot of the pressure the Evos went for, I really didn't like the Beatrix pick into the Farsa and the Brody. It was into a Brody. It's a matchup that you don't really have an advantage on. You can clear, but yeah. I would actually say Beatrix has a better chance against Bruno than Brody. And in this game, we definitely saw that. Look at the gold difference between the two gold laners. 0-2-0 and a 305 stat line. The Wind of Nature completed 4 items for Watt. Meanwhile, Domo only had 2. By the time the Wind of Nature was built, that 4-item power spike for Watt, Doma only had a BOD and a Malefic Roar. And I think this is the real reason as to why we don't see Fury Hammer build up that early anymore for the Beatrix. You need that BOD to be able to hold your ground against a lot of these bully gold laners nowadays. And if you get that BOD late, you also have kind of limited yourself. You've bottlenecked yourself in that lane. You're forced to then rotate down below to get some more items, because at this point, it's strange. It's strange. For the damage, I honestly feel like for gold laners, full items are better than the sub-items. Very different to before. Before it was Steel Leg Plays, Fury Hammer, the battle of the sub-items. Now it's the battle of full items. Who gets it quicker?
0%
Doma.
KP.
0-0 was his stat.
What?
0-0 was his stat.
0-2-0? Oh man, poor guy.
Ouchie.
Right? Because, you know, let's talk about that. Because Doma made his debut yesterday.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. First game, and he got subbed out because he lost.
For Brands, yeah.
And then today, we see that Evo's Legends are, you know what, let's fully commit to this roster. Let's fully commit to Doma in the gold lane. And that's the result we get.
He won a game.
He did win a game, so he cracked that already, right? And game number 1, technically, it was a comeback, man. It was a full comeback. You can't fully blame the guy, but in game number 3, yeah, I believe he was just outclassed by Super Awat, man. Watt outlaned him, outperformed him in team fights, and in the final play, Shaco just found an opening out of nowhere to lock Doma down right as he was dashing through the wall. You gotta give it to Shaco. He pulled off an amazing flank with that conceal, and that Franco pick turned out to be the game changer as well, no? No, not game changer. I think the
helped, definitely
the
helped.
executor.
The executor.
Okay.
The nail in the coffin.
You know what I smell? I might smell Veldora promotion. You know, Evo's Legends.
So you're going to just swap Evo's Legends with Evo's Icon?
Exactly. I think I can smell that.
We're in week number 6.
I mean,
figure it out.
Eterna, they're 9th place. They gotta take some risks.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I have nothing to lose.
Exactly.
No, but like they just started with this roster. So like commit.
Yeah.
MTL.
At this point,
It makes me just commit. What's this fear of commitment by Evos, man? Just do it.
I think that was an issue for Dewa early on in the season. Remember, they were actually struggling with their rosters,
Like
shaking,
Lanaya, Ray.
changing. Ray, Lanaya, Leo Murphy, Shaco. Yeah, and then, well, Watt didn't change. But here it is, keys to success. Dixon's screening became a key factor for Dewa to bounce back in game number 1. Dixon gets his playmaking hero. Dixon. And a composition with fast rotation and effective execution for the early game. Exactly how we put it all the way from the start. How I said it as well. This is the best lineup for Dewa. All they need to do is build on their rookies, on their young guns. That's why it was, the one rotation of players for Dewa that I forgot to mention was Pendragon Dixon. There you go. So it was the entire roster except for Watt that was changing, right? And that's why I think they really struggled in the mid-season because they kind of struggled with their identity.
And Keys.
And Keys, yeah. Keys and Watt didn't change. But then the rest of the trio, we did see a couple of changes. And now I think it's a fact. MDL lineup, best lineup.
Standings though.
I'm excited to see this.
Oh my... Oh, they're not ninth.
They're not
Wait, what?
place.
They're -4 aggregate and they're 43% game rate.
Yeah.
Well, either or, with RQ losing today, that is going to drop them to number 2 in the standings
won.
officially. They won?
They won, no?
What do you mean they won?
Against Bigatron.
Oh yeah, they did win.
2-1.
They did.
So it required a 2-0 for them to be number 1 in the standings?
Yeah,
I
more.
guess so.
More. No, even if they got that, they need more because they're 9-4 and look at that +7, right? Even if they got 2, it would be +8.
You're right.
So they need way more. There's a lot of aggregate points. But yeah, if you guys are confused as to why -5 is on top of -3, it's because you don't look at the aggregate first. The aggregate is the last thing that you see. You see the match rate and then the game rate. Then you see the aggregate.
Chance to playoffs though, man. Let's talk about this, right? I mean, it's getting tighter, it's getting closer. And Bigatron Alpha, your team, Miracle.
So close.
It's been this close, you know. I think from the end of week 5, 3rd place, all the way to 9th, we could honestly just see a big shift from everything. But now, it's a full 180. Bigatron started off as at 2nd place in the start of the season. Now they are 6th, and they might not even make it to playoffs if Alter Ego continue their run.
That's true. That's so scary. Oh man, I just love how competitive things are getting. Rebellion Zion, 4th place, 28% chance to make it to the upper brackets. It's quite small.
I mean,
because they'll have to rely on RQ and Onyx losing, yeah.
RQ specifically, no?
I think for Onyx, there's a chance still. I mean, with their MSC lineup, it looks like it's impossible, but nothing's impossible. I think Dewa kind of showed it to us today. 84%. If it's not 100, there's still a chance for them to not make it to the upper brackets.
And technically, GeekFam does still have 5 more chances.
True.
5 more
They
matches.
still have 5 more matches.
Also, in the hopes of RQ or Onyx not in their 100% form. So yeah, player of the week though.
Let's congratulate him. It's Kars from Rebellion Zion. This player has just astounded all of us. Very well deserved. Congratulations on your title of player of the week. We've seen how much you've grown from the first time you've even entered MPL ID to just adapting over and over, not just adapting to the scene, but also adapting to a completely new, different role in the EXP lane. And it looks like you are completely shining there.
The 16-year-old who joined MPL Season 11, who didn't want to speak into the mic in the interview because he was too shy on his first day. And Rookie of the Week, Audi Teasy. My goodness, it's all Rebellion this week. Oh. Yeah, not strange at all. Rebellion did go, they beat RQ.
Yep.
And they went and lost. They didn't take a loss, a single loss this week. Big W to Rebellion.
Oh man, again, the Bulls, man, the Blue Bulls. They are really rocking week 6 with the upset against RRQ. And also just staying in form the next match, the following match is gonna be a very interesting lineup to see next week.
Oh, look at this. Alter Ego Geek, it's battle for playoffs and upper brackets.
Aura though.
Aura, Bigatron, Aura,
Battle for
Onyx.
playoffs.
Bro, like...
Every game, there's nothing. Onyx Aura! Oh!
Exactly, that's a big hurdle, that's a big challenge.
Don't forget
Saturday.
PTR Onyx as well.
Oh, El Clasico.
And then Aura goes against Evos. We also have the El Clasico on Saturday.
All the matches are so good.
Dewa and Alter Ego.
It's gonna be, the Classic Derby is going to be a very good match indeed. But man, what a week we will have.
Definitely, definitely. It's not just like, I think a few seasons ago we were like, all right, El Clasico highlight match. But because of how close things are going, even though your team is not playing, you need to watch out for all the other games and all the other matches as well, because the outcome will affect where your team lands in the standings. I'm on the edge of my seat.
I am literally on the edge of my seat.
I'm standing right now.
Wow, what? You're pretty short for standing.
I am standing right now.
Okay.
I can say that he's not standing.
Ah, man, why you gotta do him like that? But Eterna, Gani, I honestly feel like this season it will go. Why are you smiling? It'll go back all the way to the final day.
Oh, true.
Of MPL Indonesia season 12 again. Like 10, it happened. Remember, final day, we saw Rebellion barely make it to the playoffs. And this season, I think we might get the same. But it's the battle this time. Aura, Evos, BTR, and Alter Ego. Do you expect these teams to not make it to the playoffs? Maybe Aura because they did last season, but you know, BTR, Evos, and Alter Ego. Top three. Top three for Evos and Alter Ego.
No. I understand that notion from last season as a pattern for Aura Fire, but coming into this season, people were like top 3, Onyx, Bigatron, Aura. And look where these two teams are now.
Onyx are still number 1.
Yeah. Well,
BTR, Aura. Yeah.
Nobody. Whatever. It's Onyx.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They're too good. They're not even. I don't understand.
You're welcome.
What?
Why?
Thank you and you're welcome.
No, because we want to thank you for tuning in once again. Thank you for making it here. Thank you for being able to open your device and log in and just enjoy pure, beautiful MLBB action with the 3 of us and all the rest. There's also Chef Ninarashi. And on behalf of everyone, we would like to say thank you again. We love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next week for week number 7 as we are slowly approaching the end of MPL ID Season 12 regular season. And with that being said, have a great night. MPL ID Season 12, we
own this!
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.